not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of second-degree homicide, you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree homicide. So, there, I don't think it's not a person can speak if he wanted to make things clear. And I'm not saying anyone did deliberately, is trying to make things unclear, but don't do that. People will find out our lawyers.
In the instructions, if the court did wish to make it clear, I would just say, just explain if you're unanimous either way on the first count, there's no need to go to further.
I think that's what they can tell once they've discussed the highest count. Either way, they're done. Make sense? Mr. Binghamton, let's see what he has, or what he's... I don't like the way I said that either. This in any count where there are multiple verdicts submitted to you, if at any point in your deliberations you are unanimous as to both the elements, presence or absence of the elements of the crime, and the presence or absence of the right of self-defense, you need go no further.
Let's take Anthony Huber's counts, for example. If the jury is unanimous that he is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, they go no further.
Right.
If they are unanimous that he's not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, then they are instructed to consider second-degree intentional homicide.
Only if they're not satisfied that it was done in self-defense. If they, for example, if in your example, if they discussed it and said, well, sure, the elements of attempt murder are there, and then they were on the table, and they say, well, it's not self-defense, then guilty. If they all say, we don't think it's, well, actually, if they all say, we don't think it's self-defense, then it's not guilty. And what the jury is being told is if you can't agree unanimously, then consider these lessers, but I don't think it's so clear as it should be.
It says if you are not so satisfied.
I know it. Well, that's at the very end.
And I think what the court was originally proposing is telling the jury unanimous on the charge count one way or the other, then you go no further.
I like that.
That's not the law.
If you're unanimous on...
So, for example...
if you're unanimous on the legal question, intentional, well, you're right, because it could be an elements issue. Maybe the construction's going to be...
The jury only goes to lesser included if they are either unable to agree on the charge count, or if they're unanimous not guilty on the charge count, then they go to the lesser included. There's no requirement that they be unanimous on the charge count to move to the lesser.
No, they shouldn't be unanimous. They're not unanimous, then they're done. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But I don't know how to say it.
That's not true, because if they're unanimous on first-degree intentional homicide, what they're concluding at that point is that the defendant, either the elements aren't met, or the defendant actually believed that deadly force was necessary. On count one, let's take Huber for example. They can be unanimous on the first-degree intentional homicide. They can be unanimous on that, and in the defendant's favor. But they still have to then move to the second element, or to the lesser included.
You might be right.
Rolling live in 5.
Pardon me?
If it's perfect self-defense, it's perfect self-defense for everything. But they're not able to consider perfect self-defense on first-degree intentional homicide. They're specifically told.
Well, yeah, you're right. He's right.
They're not told to consider that until second-degree intentional homicide. The instructions, Your Honor, are the pattern instructions. I understand your point that if we had to redraft them today from scratch, maybe we could do better. But I'm sure we could. But we need to follow them, and I don't think deviation is appropriate.
I think you're right. And they're certainly correct in what they say. I just think that they're not clear. But maybe they are. I don't know. Now let's see how much damage I've done already by my last paragraph. So can you go back to what the last thing I said to the jury?
We're doing this. We're gonna cut into this shit just a smidge early, but Bark Radio, the talk show, officially the new rebrand, right?
But we haven't told the jury what that
What up,
means.
Rich?
What
What up, everybody? We're watching a little bit of this Rittenhouse trial.
Words perfect self-defense don't have a meaning to ordinary
Say hello
people.
to the,
Would require further
say hello to the
definition from the
Discord
court,
real
and
quick.
now we're going much further afield. I also have a problem with
This guy?
No, in
wording
the Discord.
Of, you know, do we
Oh, it's not, this is
find
Kev.
the
Yeah.
defendant, is justified in self-defense because
She made
it's
you
instructed
adminning from the
on
background. What up, Discord?
own,
We're live. How's everyone doing?
subjective self-defense belief, which is a
Hello.
defense of first-degree intentional homicide.
All right, it's the Rittenhouse closing arguments. It's like we're just in time for it to kind of start picking up steam, right?
Yeah, is this real life or are we watching a show?
Yeah, no, well, this is live. Yeah, so what I've got pulled up now is the live.
Oh, I know. I was being facetious.
Oh yeah. That's we're gonna go back a bit and we're gonna just keep watching this judge lose his shit.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go ahead and maximize this real
that
quick.
you
Turn the
are to consider
volumes
the
up on it a little.
objective- The final thing is the objective self-defense,
Sounds good.
and that is
Hey, Alex.
you know, if
Hey,
you find
Allie.
that, then he's not guilty. And to say across the board that you find self-defense is a defense to everything is not technically true, because there are different self-defense claims as to the different counts. So, for example, he may be justified to self-defense as to Rosenbaum, but not as to Huber. So a blanket statement that says anytime you find justified self-defense,
See-
he's not guilty is not technically
What up,
true.
Mike? I'm
Well,
excited
it
for
is if
Jameson
you're
to hop in
talking
here. I
just
want to
about-
nerd about law real hard today.
Yeah.
I think
In a
what
big
I'm
mood
gonna
for
tell
it.
you, in addition to what I've already said,
Hi, Locke. How was your weekend?
they
It was pretty good. How was yours?
count.
Pretty good.
It
Just
has
a weekend.
multiple possible verdicts.
I think that the standard instruction already spells that out, Your Honor.
We took it easy. We kind of got a little bit sickly.
Scratch, we could do it better, but I
I don't know what happened. I don't know if we ate something bad.
It's causing confusion. What
I know it's
no.
not
Red back, for
COVID,
example, could
because
be
these are not
construed
COVID
as
symptoms.
saying
These are I ate something
anytime
bad
with
symptoms.
regard to any
Or I'm
count,
allergic to
Oh,
people's
no.
symptoms.
justified self-defense.
Or Lux
I
is
get
allergic
the
to people.
yeah, I get the feeling that I may be a little susceptible to new people now that COVID's kind of weakened my immune system.
Gives that implication.
Yep.
And again, I just
Like,
worry
it's
that the
basically
more
like
we
first day
deviate
of
from these
school
standard
shit.
instructions,
Yeah.
the more we get into
Yep,
this issue,
that's gonna happen
which
to a
is
lot of
you
people.
drafted, which has been sent to the parties,
what up,
we've
Mike?
Agreed on them, and I am
Rock also says
leery
hello.
of any additional
Hello.
language that hasn't been
Morning.
cleared by the parties.
Dabbing this
and
morning,
could
yo.
cause further confusion.
Got him smoking. I'm excited for these closing arguments. I want to see if either side
We'll talk about
super persuades me into their argument.
how they, how they should.
Maybe this judge. Maybe it's time for him to retire and play some golf or something.
More complicated.
I think this
cases
judge
than
should definitely
than any, frankly, that I
probably retire. I don't know. It seems like
He's like, what I was saying?
incorrect so far.
I'd be surprised.
I don't
He
want
needs to
say
probably
that
be
it's
handling
something
traffic.
that
If
I haven't already
Shit.
my
I
personal,
am inclined though, because I've made a statement about.
that's just because this whole trial has been a fucking shit.
No,
sir.
And I do think I probably should give the alternative, which is
I've never
missed you
seen
too,
anything
Mike.
like this.
like perfect self-defense.
Mike Badger's back. How you been, Mike?
Hi,
You
Mike.
alright?
Acted lawfully in self-defense. And they're
It has been a minute.
instructed on that.
And real quick, while we're at the top of the show and everyone's still piling in, shout out Michelle,
With multiple
who
submissions.
gave
Yeah.
birth this weekend.
Yes.
Oh my god!
Individual count.
I thought I was gonna cry.
We had-
I did cry. Don't worry about it.
We yeah, her husband showed up and went the music stream this weekend. So we were all kind of chilling in the text chat of the music stream this weekend.
Lawfully in self-defense.
She's like so proud, and I'm so proud because like it's quite a feat to bring life into the world. I'll tell you.
It's the most important thing that our species gets up to. That's all on y'all. It's fucking sick as hell. It's cool as shit. I don't know. I was reminiscing about babies. A baby I've had. I was reminiscing about babies I've been around for. Boy, it got emotional. But shout out Michelle.
It says you should find the defendant guilty of
Oh,
first
holy
There's nothing
shit.
like holding a newborn in your arms. Nothing.
Yeah. Mike Badgers has been getting kicked out of his house because his landlord has no shame.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, and I've
I-
been
you know
there.
what?
I'm so
Should I just
sorry.
leave that alone?
Been there, man.
I'll change it in the
Sorry.
printed copy.
Hey, it's the worst getting fucked over by a landlord.
after 11.
It's worse working for a landlord than getting fucked over by your employer and your landlord.
You talk in your first sequence.
I'm trying to limit myself to 2 hours.
Are you troubled by taking a break in the middle of your presentation?
I don't know why this fucking trial audio is so fucking quiet.
And I'm not going to comment on the lunch.
I wonder if there's a different, louder live stream.
So let's ask the jurors to come back in.
Some echo from
Take a break.
you Discord
Why don't
guys,
you,
I'm sorry.
around whenever you're comfortable, around noon. Just ask
Always
for-
gate up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, when he's the commander of the
And the train right on time.
The time he doesn't want it to be. I did.
still just don't like the cut of this kid's jib, dude. The mom's been back on the news. Did you guys see that in the Discord?
I did not see that, but I do want to say I loved that music all weekend. Like,
is that okay? Is that an okay vibe for everybody?
loved it. I'm obsessed. Like, obsessed. I was like cooking to it, doing my laundry to it. My family's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Shh." They're like, "You're in there alone." I'm like, "I don't give a shit."
Listen to the lo-fi.
Cool. See, I was thinking about this being a lo-fi channel when it's not a talk show and other content. It kind of gives us a I don't know, kind of my dream come true of being like that much closer to like public access radio.
And you're always
I love it.
vibe that way.
Always live that way. And you know, I'm
And
gonna.
without the vibe, the murky vibe.
Can you put some of your music in there?
Yes, that's actually what I'm working on now. I'm the people I'm sourcing music through right now. This online player, I should already be on their platform, so I'm just making sure it's all Gucci, so I don't have to keep like sending stuff back and forth. But at some point, I'm gonna do like full-on marathons of shows we've done. Like we're gonna do like a full like Tattered Map rewatch. Like I'm gonna like put reruns and shit on the live stream on the weekends.
I just got a freaking news article that says Judge dismisses weapons charge at Rittenhouse murder trial, and the picture next to it, he looks so fucking smug. He's like smiling. Kyle.
Yeah. That sounds about fucking right. That
I'm gonna send it to you in Discord. Ew.
Please do. We're gonna see if it is dismissed. If he does walk away scot fucking free, we're gonna see a level of frat boy gloating that's normally reserved for ball games.
Contain a question
Barf.
based upon the allegation of the information that the defendant committed the crime while using a dangerous weapon.
Where we're at, we had a whole college fucking. There was a festival and a ball game going on in town. And our neighbors just happened to get into a Madden 21 or some shit next door. We had a hollering ass frat boy ass weekend. It was wild.
Before you may find the answer to the question, before you may
Would have been merchandise.
you must be satisfied beyond.
There's no way he will walk scot-free. See, Eberg, I really hope he doesn't walk away fucking innocent as shit. I really hope so.
In reaching your evidence, examine the evidence. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with the utmost care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence.
That's the prosecutor.
The law presumes every person charged with the commission of a
I
crime.
mean, dude, they did kind of muff it. I mean,
unless in your deliberations,
Manuel,
is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing everything necessary to constitute guilt.
why isn't it showing? Oh yeah, there we go. Show non-video.
You may return a verdict of guilty. The evidence must satisfy.
I don't know where the hell everybody went. Like, man, my Discord settings is funky.
If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis,
What up, Arianthe?
of the defendant, then you must.
Hi, Arianthe.
Watching the news and hanging out.
The term reasonable doubt means a doubt
Talking.
based upon reason and
It's the talk show now. No for. You gotta quit showing me cool shit I can't talk about on the show.
consideration of the evidence.
He got it on there.
Oh no!
Cause a person of ordinary
What?
to pause or
Well, I gotta go to that show.
hesitate to act.
Sorry, god damn it. See, that's why. She's booking things that are
Why I
like.
can't work from home.
There's like 8 levels of NDAs between like the shows she's booking and me being able to talk about them.
Guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt.
There's some
You can't
cool-
work from home, girl.
Yeah, especially in the line of work she's in where it's just like specifically shit I'm interested in.
Search for the truth.
At venues that are specifically the only venues in town I want to go to.
Evidence is defined first as the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on
What up, Grab?
and cross-examination, regardless of the party who
Yo,
called the
Bert.
witness. Second, any exhibits which have
What
been
up, homie?
received, whether or not they accompany.
I know this kid did not just
Third,
his trial dismissed.
which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated.
This kid just got his trial dismissed?
Directed you to find.
Wait, are you watching the Rittenhouse?
Heard outside
Yeah, I'm watching it live.
not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the
what's going on?
evidence
I'm at work.
received at this
Oh, word. Yeah, no, it's still rolling. I think there was a weapons charge dismissed. You see, the judge at one point called in because there was an argument between if it was considered a long barrel or a short barrel rifle, and so they had to actually measure it fucking live on air if it was 16 inches, like, or 28 inches, or however long the fucking gun was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but yeah.
So,
But yeah, I guess it was dismissed that it was a whatever kind of firearm, but it's still pushing forward. It looks like.
okay.
Yeah.
I was just like, when Erica put that, I was like, are you kidding me? They dismissed the whole trial.
Oh no, yeah, no, not yet. Not yet. It's still rolling. I mean, but hey, who knows? You could see there was a submitted in paper a mistrial with extreme prejudice. Actual like the defense submitted that in writing. So we'll see where that goes. My mama got
Yeah,
called.
he just dismissed. It's just the judge dismissed the count of possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18. So that charge was dismissed, not the whole shebang.
Okay. So are they talking about? Are they?
But you should. I always told you that you live in space. His face is like. You have to look at it.
Yeah.
In the link right at the bottom.
So
Very punchable. Like, oh my god.
are they on their final?
Yeah.
Are they at their like final talking? Like, is this the end of the trial? Pretty much.
Basically, like it's basically the end of the trial. Yeah. After these closing arguments, the jury is going to take however long they take to deliberate and come to a verdict, and then we're going to get it.
And is that today or?
Probably not. I mean, I don't know. Probably not. That's up to the jury. That's however long it takes them to decide. Out of the 18 that are there, 12 are going to be picked to be the actual jury, and we'll see where it goes. But I wouldn't hold my breath today. I would say probably by Wednesday we'll have an answer. If not, maybe even longer. Juries have taken as long as they want sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes things get heated in there.
Yeah. Well, my mom was talking to a lawyer in Wisconsin about this, and she feels like he should get off.
Like he's gonna get off, yeah. Yeah. I feel like there's too much like I don't know. There's too many missteps on all sides that have happened for this to fucking even seem like a fair trial.
Yeah.
Oh, what up, Graf? Oh shit! I called out Graf. I meant to.
In weighing the evidence, you may take into account.
I said the same thing here, Anthony, but Jameson says no. I disagree. See, I don't know.
Ordinarily, witnesses may testify.
One second, I missed something here in the chat. Let me scroll back up here. Oh, Arianthe. For anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about with NDAs, that's short for non-disclosure agreement. NDAs, Arianthe, Lugs, all of it. Sometimes when you're in the entertainment field, there's projects that are in the works that get stashed behind NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, and you can't talk about them for fear of prosecution. You don't want to get fucking, you don't want to get in trouble with the law.
You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In determining the credibility of each witness.
Yeah, I am very excited to hear Jameson's closing arguments. I was talking to him in the Discord earlier, and I hope he's up and about and down to nerd out about some law with me today, because
clarity or lack of clarity of
this is
recollections, the opportunity
fascinating.
which the witness had to know and observe the matters and things about which testimony was given, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the witness's apparent
Jameson really is the best, Erica.
bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives to falsify.
Arianthe, that's another thing too. If you violate an NDA, no one's likely to hire you again because you're loose-lipped. I've never personally violated an NDA. I fuck no. Hell yeah, you got to keep your credibility. It's a credibility thing. Absolutely.
The defendant has testified in this case, and you should not discredit his testimony. Just
Oh, lucky to
because
have
he
him,
was charged with a
Erica.
crime. Use the same factors to determine the credibility and weight of the defendant's testimony that you use to evaluate the testimony of other witnesses. There is no magical way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and your experience.
He's still talking to his jury,
You
boy.
determine for yourselves the reliability of statements made to you by others, and you should do the same thing here. Evidence has been received that 2 of the witnesses in this trial have previously been convicted.
The prosecutor
of
is kind of a fool. He
crimes.
seems like he's
Evidence
angling for a
received solely
TV career or
because it bears
something.
upon their character for truthfulness. It must not be used for any other purpose. We're going to hear the closing. You know what? Does anybody want a break? Even just a short one?
A
Or
break?
You want to go right into your discussion? Anybody need a break?
Homie takes more breaks
We're going to hear the
than
closing arguments of the attorneys now, and
a British movie said it. Tea time, these dudes are fucking constantly taking breaks.
we follow the classical debate format in the court. That is that the proponent of a proposition. Is
Yeah, only
entitled
Tom
to
Holland can get
the
away with
first
spoiling
hand.
Spider-Man. Yeah, Tom Holland or Ruffalo. They're the only people that can get away with just out and out violating NDAs on in interviews.
For the defense, and then after his remarks,
Someone like me, Arianthi, Lux, we ain't gonna try. No. Well, Lux probably
statement
could, but
rebuttal, limited to rebuttal of things stated by Mr. Richards
You know,
during his
I don't know.
presentation. The break, obviously, I'm not going to make you sit there for 5 hours, unless you want to. So we'll break. I asked Mr. Binger while you were out of the room
this
if he
judge.
was comfortable with breaking his argument.
This judge.
in parts.
Hopefully they turn the fucking volume up on this stream. I might try to find a different live stream, see if we got just some louder fucking audio.
Lunch break, and
I've got it maxed out.
pick up
It's this
afternoon.
fucking loud.
And after all of the arguments have been presented, I'll give you about 3 or 4 more minutes of instruction, and then we'll do our striking with the tumbler over there, and it'll be yours. So let me ask you,
Do you have the pointer? Sister's pointer.
which one do you want?
The sister's pointer.
The sister's pointer? Okay. We'll take a vote right now. Supposing the case.
Oh
arguments are
shit!
carried out.
For a shoe that hasn't even been created, hell yeah, Arianthi.
4.
Right? It sucks when you have deals on deals and you can't even explain a cool angle of a deal because it's wrapped up in other NDA deals. I've had that happen too. It's like, I got things I'm working on, I can't talk about it.
Stay until a later hour, or how many would like to come back and start fresh in the morning?
Oh, shoot. Oh,
The
word
cutoff
show.
would
Yeah,
be-
right?
Say we got finished by 4, and I give
What
you
up,
the
Chief?
keys.
What up, dude?
And,
Oh, nothing much, man.
Uh-oh.
the latest I
What's
would
going on
let you go. if
Watching
you
this
didn't want to start
nonsense,
later.
watching this shit show of a trial still.
o'clock.
Yeah. Oh,
And
there it is.
so get done.
You're picking me up. You might want to turn me down a little
You'd
bit.
have the
Oh,
option to
yeah.
get started
It's,
with this,
I can't avoid it today. It's the
or we just
monitors.
start
I don't know.
fresh.
My fucking filter, I got it.
Anytime after.
I can only get this trial so loud,
So how many would
I got you.
but I still want
Tell them to
everybody
shut
to
up.
pop. Yeah, I still want everybody to pop through.
1, 2,
But yeah, I got a little bit of echo going on.
5, 6, 7, 8.
But I'll probably move over to headphones later.
We got 18. How many would rather come back fresh tomorrow? Knowing that some of you aren't coming back. But,
Well, I guess I could now. Do you have
okay,
Discord
let's-
ready?
and of course,
Would
as
you be able
always,
to headphone? Yeah.
I'll make the final decision.
I mean, I didn't hear myself when I talked the time before. I think it's fixed.
So, okay.
So no rush, man, or anything.
Well, it's been something that's bothering me on my mixer this morning. Sometimes my
As
setup.
long as you want to do it, you're not doing it because I said something. You do it.
No, sometimes my setup lets me, sometimes it doesn't. Like, it lets me do it this way, sometimes it doesn't. And it's one of those things where it's like, no matter how much I try it out beforehand,
This is a case that there's a lot of
it always has to do with my
noise
source
and a lot
audio
of,
for like
static
what clip I'm watching.
surrounding it.
Mm,
So what I'd
And
like
this
to do
shit's
at the beginning
quiet.
is crystallize it in a nutshell
headphones
for you
anyway.
and keep it as simple as possible. This is a case in which a 17-year-old teenager killed 2 unarmed men
There we go.
and severely wounded a third person with an AR-15 that did not belong to him. This isn't a situation where he was protecting his
There
home
we go.
or his family. He killed people after traveling here from
I can hear him a lot
Antioch,
better now.
Illinois, and staying out after a citywide curfew.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no curfew charge anymore. There's no gun charge.
Although he claimed
There's no charge, but And there has been some discussion about the lawfulness of the curfew, not in this case, but elsewhere. So but there had been a curfew announced. That does not mean that it was technically lawfully a legal curfew, but there had been an announced curfew, so I'll leave it at that.
Rich says, what protest was going on during this event? It was a Black Lives Matter
And I think
protest
most people, most reasonable people, obeyed.
for police reform.
Although the defendant claimed to
Yeah.
be protecting a business that he wasn't familiar with, the actual killings in this case had nothing to do with that. And he also spent the entire evening lying about the fact that he was an EMT.
Oh, I'll full
None of
screen
the
this.
things
It's closing
that I
argument
just
time.
told you are in doubt in this case. So when we think about the defendant, I'd like you to consider, as you think about this case, what his true motivations were. Was this a situation where he sincerely cared about Car Source, even though he'd never heard of it, never bought anything there, never worked there, and not even its owners were out there that night protecting it? Was he genuinely interested in helping people? He ran around with an AR-15 all night and lied about being an EMT. Does that suggest to you that he genuinely is there to help? He's not there for the same purpose as the protesters. So why was he there that night? When you think about these things, I think there are some things that we can all agree on. In America, it's hard these days. People are polarized, and there's a lot of political issues back and forth. And the judge has made it clear this case is not about politics. There is common ground here. We have all agreed, and I asked you this 2 weeks ago today. Raise your hand if you agree life is more important than property. And all of you raised your hand. We also agree that no one person's life is more valuable than another. You don't get to kill someone simply because they're a drug dealer. You don't weigh a pastor's life over a teacher's life. You don't weigh a police officer's life over an engineer's life. All
Unless you're in the government.
is sacred.
Unless you're in the government.
We can also agree
Very
we shouldn't
good.
have
Very good
17-year-olds
addition there.
running around our streets with AR-15s, because this is exactly what happens.
Yeah, protesters are not terrorists. That's true.
And finally, I want you to keep in mind that we've all read stories and heard about heroes that step in.
I'm
to
not
stop
sure
an
what
active
the
shooter, or to
classification
give
of
their life
BLM
to
is
save
right now. If anybody feels
In fact,
like
many people in
Googling that for
Wisconsin
me,
went
I'll...
out and got carrying concealed weapon permits
I'd
just
love
so that they
black
could be
and white
there
on
in case
that.
there was an active shooter and wanting to stop them. So when you consider this case, look for the truth. So many people look at this case and they see what they want to see. They have a preconceived notion and they tailor the facts to fit whatever they believe. And you all agreed to keep an open mind. You all told us you didn't have any of those preconceived notions. Now you've heard the evidence, and it's time to search for the truth. So consider, for example, whether or not it's heroic or honorable to provoke and shoot unarmed people. Consider whether it makes someone a hero when they lie about being an EMT. I think all of us are familiar with someone who does the sorts of things that the defendant has done. They enjoy the thrill of going around and telling people what to do without the courage or the honor to back it up, and without the legal authority to do so. When you think
Vigilantism.
about the defendant's behavior in this case, contrast it with Anthony Huber, a man who was there because he knew Jacob Blake, who carried his skateboard everywhere, and who rushed towards danger to save
I'm not
other
sure,
people's
Rich.
lives.
There's been missteps on every
So when I
side,
talk to you here,
except the
in my
defense.
closing argument,
So I don't know, Rich.
I'm going to focus first on the murders.
Went pretty
that the
rough,
defendant committed.
in my opinion.
Second, I'm going to address some background issues, give you some context, and talk about some of the things that I don't think are relevant to this case. And finally, I'm going to tie it all into the jury instructions that the judge just gave you. As prosecutors in this case, my colleague Jim Krause and I have tried to present you with all of the relevant evidence that we think you should consider in this case. And I told one of you in jury selection that at the end of this, you would be the expert. You would have all the information. You would be the one who would know all about this case and make that decision. And that's what we've tried to do. So let's go to August 25th, 2020. The defendant came from outside our community carrying a gun that wasn't his because he expected and anticipated violence that night. And he pretended to guard what turned out to be an empty building owned by people he'd never even met, while fraudulently claiming all night long to be an EMT. There were a lot of people out that night. Some people stayed home protecting their homes and their families. Others went to their businesses, boarded them up, and protected them. And a lot of those people had weapons. A lot of them had guns. There were other people who came along to protect cars.
And holy Kev says this lawyer must be friends with the laundry lawyer because of how bad he is.
Armed with AR-15s.
The prosecutor.
In fact,
look, laundry's attorneys was in over his head for sure.
Between people with AR-15s at Ultimate Gas and
in over his head.
Because he should be worried about bathrooms.
People getting in people's faces. There's
and roofs.
Yelling, there's shouting,
and everything else to do with real estate.
And yet, in this entire sequence
not
of
necessarily Moida.
The shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday, August 23rd, 2020, all the way.
It's one of those things where if I was a lawyer and your family friend and you called me on that case, I would fucking be so mad at you.
Oh, dude.
You're like, dude, I do this shit for condos, bro.
Yeah, do this shit for fucking condo.
Smack
I don't.
you around a little bit, like Tatsu.
No one's here to tell you it's okay to be arson or looting.
I mean,
no one's here to tell you it's okay to be rioter.
F-Graph says, sucks the photo of Kyle with the Proud Boys can't be submitted into evidence, and I feel the same way.
You've been told in the testimony, I'm prosecuting Joseph Zeminski.
Why can't it be submitted into evidence?
I have no clue.
That's not okay. But what you don't get to do is kill someone on the street for committing arson. So let's keep that in mind when we're talking about the people involved in this case. So let's begin with the provocation and the murder.
He showed up again with that gelled up hair, boy. Get that haircut with the gel in the front. Been told that by a lot of old
As the defendant and Mr. Rosenbaum arrive at the 63rd Street car source, Mr. Rosenbaum is ahead
Hi, Lex.
of the defendant.
I thought I heard you.
And as you see in the FBI video,
Yep, it's Alex.
Mr. Rosenbaum starts to run.
A little ill, but I'm here.
As well,
Oh, that sucks. That didn't really sound like you. That was weird.
Mr.
So
Rosenbaum
now it makes sense.
could not have possibly have known the defendant is behind him. There's no indication.
Well, glad
in
you're
this
here.
record
Hope
that
you
he
feel
knew the
better
defendant was
soon.
there.
Thank
It's not
you.
an ambush.
Glad
It's not
you're
a
here.
situation where he goes there and lays
Thank
a
you.
wait for the defendant. The defendant arrives at that location, and you hear him yell, "Friendly, friendly, friendly," because he's aware of the fact that the people that he's about to confront are hostile to him. And I'm going to show you in a moment the video in which the first thing he does when he arrives at that location is drops the fire extinguisher that he's holding in his left hand so he can raise the gun with his right and left hands and point it. This is when you hear someone, I think the testimony is Rosenbaum, it's not clear to me, but either way, yell, "Gun, gun, gun." And then Mr. Rosenbaum charges around to try and stop the defendant.
They did actually show that graph in court. They did show that
let's take a
photo
look
of
at
him
some
with
of
the
that
free
video.
as fuck shirt, but they didn't allow. Yeah, that's right. I don't think it ended up in front of the jury. You're right. Fuck. That
This
is,
is
see, in my
Exhibit 73,
opinion,
the
that is
full
like the most
drone
relevant
video.
piece of evidence when it comes to his motive for being there and like how he
And
handled
as we
things after
pointed
the
out to
fact
you
is
before,
relevant.
And Jim will point out to you here in a second on the screen, when the defendant originally arrives at that scene, the first thing you see him do is drop the fire
They'd bring it up
extinguisher
if Ted
and
Bundy
point
had done it.
his weapon at people. And then the chase occurs right after that. And you're going to see that entire
Or if
sequence of
Soulja
events
Boy
here
had done it.
on the full drone video.
Oh, well, it had kind of devolved into a riot, Kev. It was a peaceful protest that turned, again,
The defendant
angry. But again, the
turns as
difference
he's being
between these two
pursued and
factions
points
is
the
one
gun
is a
at Mr.
reactionary
Rosenbaum.
faction.
And then as he enters the area between the parked cars, he slows and turns, and before Mr. Rosenbaum can even come close, he fires at him, shooting and knocking him to the ground.
Oh, shit. Audio only, gang. For a minute. Unfortunately, there is...
There be dead bodies on the screen.
Yep. USA
Now I'm going to
Today's
show
looking
you the
out for
slowed
us.
down and zoomed in video of the defendant when he first gets there. And Mr. Krause is going to help me by directing your attention on the larger screen here to exactly where
That's true, Anthony. He was throwing white power signs. He was with the Proud Boys. Yeah, while out on bail. I forgot about that, Arianthe. Thank you for reminding me. That is a fact. Rittenhouse was, yeah, at Proud Boys events throwing white power signs and yee-hawing, you know.
I'm going to replay it a few times so you can see quite clearly that the defendant sets the fire extinguisher on the ground,
Making us
with
proud
his
here
left
in
hand,
America.
and then brings his
Yup.
left hand over to the gun and raises it and points. Guys, check the gun. Make sure it's empty.
Check the gun, make sure it's empty. Why was he saying that? Was he fucking about
Under
to hand the
Wisconsin
piece of
law,
evidence?
You're not allowed to run around and point your gun at people. This is the provocation. This is what starts this incident. The defendant rushes in and immediately points the gun. And as you'll see in a little bit, Mr. Rosenbaum doesn't take kindly to people pointing guns. I don't think anyone does. That's not unusual. No one wants to have the gun pointed at them, and no one wants to watch anyone else do this to someone else. We have the gun. It is in evidence as exhibit number 28. I'm having the detectives check it to make sure that it is safe.
I'll be back in a little, guys. Okay? See you in a few.
Cool.
Peace.
The defendant comes running in and drops the fire extinguisher on the ground like this. And then raises his left hand to the gun and points.
Arianthe, yeah, I mean, the
This
only
is what
things
we
I've
see in the
pointed a
video.
gun at, I
Him putting
wanted
the
to
fire
kill it.
extinguisher on the ground and then raising the gun.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's facing the wrong direction.
That's an argument.
Ooh, excuse me.
Okay.
I'd like to actually have, well, I'll leave it alone.
So what you see in that video is his left arm reaching for the gun, holding it up.
Hmm.
You can see it again on the video here. His left arm reaching up towards the gun.
No, but here's the thing, Kev. No employer,
That is what
nobody
provokes
paid
this
him to
entire
be
incident.
there. That was a lie. Like,
One of the things
he
to
wasn't
keep in
actually
mind
protecting
is
anybody. He
that
was just in the
when
street.
The defendant provokes the incident. He loses the right to self-defense.
Well, he was also
You
walking
cannot
around pretending to be a
claim
paramedic.
self-defense against a danger.
Yeah, he
Like,
was. He
we
was
need to be
saying he was
clear,
an
he
EMT.
was
That's
fucking
critical
around.
right here.
Yeah, he was fucking around. He was saying.
Regardless of, like, first
who's
of all,
threatening
regardless
others,
of if he was
you
paid to be
lose
there
the
or
right
not, which
to
he
claim
wasn't.
self-defense.
Yeah, he was.
He was fucking around.
He
So he
was,
would have been
yeah.
fucking around on the job and would have been even
Then
in
we have
even
the
more
chase that occurs
trouble.
after that.
If people would have died in
And we
his
have
care and
taken
he was
that
saying
drone
he was an
video,
EMT,
and we have slowed
Yeah.
down portions of that
You
chase
know.
for you.
Like, the assumption
So
of
what we
that
have right
authority
here
and
on the screen,
responsibility is just
this is
ridiculous.
he
Exhibit
was
84.
presenting himself as
And
a
this is the middle portion
Yeah.
of that incident.
as an authority.
And you
Uh-huh.
can see Mr. Rosenbaum
He did it in fucking
chasing
court.
after the
He did,
defendant,
he
Are you a
throwing that
firefighter?
plastic
Yeah, I
bag,
am.
and
Are
then
you,
the
though?
defendant turns
I'm a
and points the
cadet.
gun back at Mr.
Yeah.
Rosenbaum. And this is the moment in time when Mr. Rosenbaum essentially does sort of a little hop with both of his hands in the air. And the defendant has testified.
Jameson says,
saw
"Very
at that
welcome,
moment
Jameson. Glad you're here.
that there
Hi,
was nothing
Jameson.
in
Very
the
smart to
defendant's
use the
hand, rather than Mr.
AR-15 in
Rosenbaum's
closing
hand.
while
He was
arguing he
unarmed.
provoked everything." Yeah, yeah.
There's the defendant turning and pointing the gun. Mr. Rosenbaum leaps, his hands out to the air, and then watch here at the end. This is where the shooting occurs. Mr. Rosenbaum is not even within arm's reach when the first shot occurs.
He didn't grab his gun. That's not why he
Play
shot
that
him.
again. The defendant is pointing the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum raises his arms off to the side. The defendant approaches these cars and slows down, and then turns and shoots Mr. Rosenbaum. Finally, I'm going to play you Exhibit 86.
Running like an idiot too. The way he's running.
This shows you the final part of that, zoomed in. and
Tabitha
slowed
says
down.
this kid makes me
Here's the
so
defendant
angry. He makes me
running in
pretty
between those
mad,
parked
too.
Cars, slowing down, and you can see just how close, or rather how far away, Mr. Rosenbaum was when the defendant shot him.
Shit.
Yeah.
You can see from this video that Mr. Rosenbaum is not even within arm's reach of the defendant when the first shot goes off. The defendant fires 4 shots in quick succession.
Why does he run like
Now, come
Gumby?
back
That's
to
what
this
I
in a
was
moment,
wondering,
but you'll
Anthony.
note
He's
during
panicked
this
and you can see it in his
entire
knees.
Sequence, it's the defendant who chooses
Fuck
where
yeah,
to
he's
go.
panicked. He just killed
He's
somebody.
the one
Yeah.
who decides to run where he runs.
Yeah,
And
he
he
only
slows
gave a
down
woman
right
a
as he gets
band-aid
to
while
these parked
EMTing.
cars.
Yeah, no one wanted his help
That's what
either.
allows Rosenbaum to
Like,
get
nobody
closer.
wanted their help.
We've seen this on the aerial footage from the
It
FBI.
is
and I want
a
you to see that
surprisingly good
perspective as well.
closing, Jameson, I think. Doing a solid job.
Got those claymation knees.
He does. They throw out like he's a baby deer.
This is Exhibit 25. This is the annotated aerial footage. You see the defendant approach
I don't want to take
running
too much away
in the
from
same
this, but
direction
did you
as Mr.
happen to see
Rosenbaum.
the
This is where the
post
pointing
that Umbra
occurs in the
posted in the
direction of the
Discord?
Zeminskis.
Ghislaine
You can
Maxwell's
see
trial
Josh
is on
Zeminski's
November
right there on the
29th.
screen.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. Just so we all are clear.
Let's see if I get
Put that
That's
assassinated.
happening.
cursor over where the Zeminskis are. They're right in there.
Whoa.
The defendant is pointing his gun right here, and he's pointing it in the direction of the Zeminskis because they're standing next to that car.
Whoa.
And then the chase occurs. Now, what's interesting to me is
Forrest
watch when the
Gump
crowd
brace
starts to
running.
run.
It's just metal
Crowd's
flying
already
off of
starting
his
to run
leg.
here even before the defendant has fired a shot. That's likely because they heard the first shot from Joshua Zeminski, and the crowd starts to run away. The defendant has testified.
Yeah,
that
no,
that shot
Kev,
from
agreed.
Mr.
Nobody should have been there at
had
that
nothing to
point.
do
It had
with
turned
his
into a
decision
full-on
to kill
riot. He
Joseph
knew it
Rosenbaum.
was. He
And I'll
knew
come
it
back
was
to that
heavy,
in
and
a
he
second.
came ready to do what he did, and it's
Finally, I'm
fucking
going to show
gross
you this incident from
and illegal.
the perspective
What they
of
all
Drew
did, or
Hernandez,
he did in particular.
because he is behind all of this, and then he comes upon Mr.
I don't know why. Just if like the
Rosenbaum's
the thing that sticks to me is like if you're really there to protect businesses, bro, why don't you look up how Chinese and Korean people did it in the riots in LA and shit in the 90s? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Rooftop
that's-
Koreans, baby. That's see the
Yeah,
business
that's how you
owners.
do it. Like that's
yeah.
exactly how you defend a business is from on top of it. Like
100%.
the fact that he's in the street mingling with all these people is like what the fuck are you doing, bro?
Yeah, if you want to be the grandpa of the business owner on the rooftop, just fucking back in 1950 Korea, like, dude.
No, I'm talking
dude,
like in the 90s in LA.
No, I
when
know,
they
I know,
were
oh, no,
rioting.
I know. I'm just talking. That's what was there in the 90s. Was like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
old Korean grandpas who were like, nah, I'm gonna protect our shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit up here and I'm gonna fucking yell at anyone who comes too close.
Yeah,
and that's how you do it.
yeah. And then if they take a step past that, blammo. Yeah, the rooftop Koreans in the 90s LA riot and shit, dude. Yeah.
Like that's how you protect the business.
That's how
not
you.
by-
Special guest brought them up before, and it's like, yes, that's exactly how you handle that. Did that
Yeah,
shit even
like-
go to court?
I don't think they actually shot anyone.
No, I don't think they did either.
I think the picture of them was. I think the sight of 5 or 6 people on a roof of a business with pretty serious looking guns is enough to keep most people away.
It was the aviators and cigarettes with the rifles, and also it's like this is someone's Korean grandfather.
Like in Korea,
Yeah.
he will fuck you up, bro.
Like, nah, he's been waiting to do this. Bring it.
Clear items.
Oh, this
Then you
close-up
can make
video is
a
the worst.
argument.
USA Today's looking out for us, guys.
Yeah.
Shout out USA Today. They're our source
You can
of
see in this
the
video
trial
the crowd is
today.
attempting to save Mr. Rosenbaum's life.
But Rittenhouse.
Thank you, Erica, for posting the
Oh,
website.
thank you so much. Oh yeah, while we're in a visual break, be sure to gently uppercut that like button for us. Just give it a good old bit bap. Just 1-2 that shit right in the nose. Hit that like button, smash it, hit that bell if you haven't already.
So, we have shown you the defendant murdering Joseph Rosenbaum from 3 different angles. The drone footage, Drew Hernandez,
Oof.
and also the FBI video. The defendant admitted that during this entire incident, he knew that Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed. I'm going to come back to this in a little while, but there's this alleged threat that Mr. Rosenbaum made earlier in the evening to kill the defendant. I will debunk that. That did not happen. It is the one fact in this case the defendant wants you to believe that there's no video of. And in fact, I have the video of the entire incident. I've played it for you, and I'll show it to you again.
Yeah.
There's no threat. There's also no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum...
Jameson,
he never
yes,
said,
the
"I'm gonna take your
majority
gun."
of
He
them
never said, "I want your gun." There's no indication
were
of
peaceful.
Very much so, yeah.
The
Dr.
violence that
Kelly
I saw
testified
escalated was
that the first
escalated by
shot
law
that the
enforcement,
defendant
number
fired
one,
at Joseph Rosenbaum
or by Proud
hit the
Boy behavior.
victim in the right pelvis, fracturing it. Mr. Rosenbaum was...
But I know
incapacitated
Antifa is
at that
technically
point.
a terrorist
He
organization.
is, whatever threat he might have posed, it's over. There is no further threat. He is falling to the ground, and the defendant doesn't
Oh,
stop.
Jameson, then yes, supermajority
After that
of Black
first
Lives
shot.
Matter
He
protests were
tracks
peaceful.
Mr. Rosenbaum's body all the way down, firing 3 more shots. A second shot, which goes through
90
Mr.
to 95
Rosenbaum's
range, that's
hand,
supermajority. That's
and then a third and fourth shot, one that grazes the right scalp,
unanimous
and
in
one that goes right into
representation.
Mr. Rosenbaum's back. And that is the kill shot. That is the one that took Mr. Rosenbaum's life. There is
Yeah,
no
it was
evidence
the officers that made it
Mr.
hostile
Rosenbaum
and
was
BLM.
reaching for the defendant's gun. And after that first shot, there's no way Mr. Rosenbaum could have taken that gun even if he wanted to. He is already falling to the ground. He is helpless. He is vulnerable. And as I said, the kill shot is the one to the back. This is that wound. Dr. Kelly
Oh yeah,
testified
Area
that
Andy,
the
they
angle of this
gassed
shot
people out
was
of
from the
nowhere
left shoulder
in our
towards the
hometown.
center of the back, and the bullet continued on down towards the right lower back area.
We're
tearing
letting a
through
bunch of
bodily
Kyle
organs,
Rittenhouses hang out with the
killing Mr.
cops.
Rosenbaum.
That's how it went in our town. in
Here's a
Arkansas.
picture of the wound to the hand. There's been a lot of testimony about this wound. This is one in which the evidence suggests that Mr. Rosenbaum's hand was most likely turned in this position, palms outward, with his thumb to the ground, when the wound, the bullet, goes through the area in between his middle finger and his ring finger,
Demonstrating
and
the
penetrates the lower
hyper
knuckle of the middle
passive
finger
stance
and the index finger before
Rosenbaum
exiting.
was in.
Dr. Kelly testified there's soot in that area, suggesting that the hand was close to the end of the defendant's barrel of the AR-15 at the time of that shot. The defense wants you to believe it's there because Mr. Rosenbaum is deliberately reaching for the gun. Well, that doesn't make any sense. First of all, this occurs after Mr. Rosenbaum has been shot in the hip and has got a fractured pelvis at that point. He is falling. He is not able to walk. He's probably not even able to control much of his movements at this point. When you're reaching for that gun, this is not the way you're going to do it. This is not going to be effective. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, to the extent Mr. Rosenbaum's hand ever got close to the end of the defendant's gun, it was completely inadvertent, not at all intentional.
Yes, Rich, but
Now,
he
we've heard a
wasn't
lot about the
protecting
Zeminskis in
property.
this case, and I just want to carve them out of this case right now.
Just so
because
you
it's a
know,
red
he
herring.
wasn't protecting
It
anyone.
has
He
nothing to
wasn't.
do with any of this.
He doesn't own any property
There's been
there. He
some
doesn't even
focus on
live
that
there. His
because
father
I think
lives
the
there.
defense was hoping they could work this into their self-defense claim and make an argument that that first shot by Joshua Zeminski somehow made the defendant fear for his life. Unfortunately, the defendant wasn't on board with that, because in his testimony, he told you that that shot had nothing to do with his thought process.
Whoa.
It didn't affect him in any way. He said he didn't think the shot came from Joseph Rosenbaum. He knew Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed, and he admitted to me, you can't kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski did. So let's just carve Joshua Zeminski out of this case. I'll deal with him on
Yeah,
his
typically
arson
enough
trial
force
in
if you don't have
January.
a way of
But
fleeing.
until then,
If there's not a flee.
it doesn't factor into any of the decisions the defendant made. And in fact, as you see on the FBI video, the Zeminskis continue walking straight on down the sidewalk. They don't pursue the defendant. They don't threaten the defendant in any way. Now, the defense wants you to think Joseph Rosenbaum was there to attack the defendant. We'll never know what Joseph Rosenbaum was thinking because the defendant killed him.
AR-15 defend proper.
So we're just guessing.
Gotcha.
Let's assume for a minute. Yeah.
Jameson
Joseph
probably clear that
Rosenbaum
up,
is chasing after the defendant because he wants
He
to
did Tabitha.
do some physical harm to him. He's an unarmed man. This is a bar fight. This is a fist fight. This is a fight that maybe many of you have been involved in. Two people, hand to hand, we're throwing punches, we're pushing, we're shoving, we're whatever. But what you don't do is you don't bring a gun to a fist fight. What the defendant wants you to believe is that because he's the one who brought the gun, he gets to kill. So I want you to contrast this, two different scenarios. One scenario where there's two guys who are throwing punches at one another like a bar fight. I think we'd all agree you can't kill someone. You can't punch the guy, knock him to the ground, and then get on him and strangle the life out of him. That's murder. So what's the difference here? The only difference is the defendant brought a gun. He brought his AR-15. That's why he's got to come up with this cockamamie theory that Joseph Rosenbaum was not only going to take the gun, but take it and then turn it on the defendant. And the defendant actually told you that he thought Joseph Rosenbaum was going to take that gun and not only kill him, but kill other people, which is really ironic considering the defendant is the one who killed people in this case, and the only one. But putting that aside, they have to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum was going to take that gun and use it on the defendant because they know you can't claim self-defense against an unarmed man like this. You lose the right to self-defense when you're the one who brought the gun, when you're the one creating the danger, when you're the one provoking other people. The defendant fired 4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum and caused 5 wounds total. The first shot fractured Joseph Rosenbaum's pelvis. This causes him to be helpless. He is falling face first to the ground and he is vulnerable. The second shot went through his left hand, probably ricocheted off the ground and hit his lower left thigh. It's a flesh wound. I'm sure it hurt, but probably not all that serious. The third and fourth shots are as Mr. Rosenbaum has fallen almost completely to the ground. He's parallel to the ground. He is almost face first to the ground. The defendant fires a round into his upper back, which is the kill shot, and another round which grazes his right scalp.
Tried to shoot him in the head
as you
while
saw
he
in
was
that video,
dead.
a crowd rushes to that body to try and save Joseph Rosenbaum. They're trying to put clothing on the wound to stop the bleeding. They're going to take him across the street to a hospital. KMH, Frederick South, is literally right across the street. And this crowd, except for the defendant, are all focused on trying to save this person's life. A person, by the way, they probably had never even met before. Because that's what most people do. Richie McGinnis testified. I rode with Rosenbaum in the back of that SUV. I told him we'd have a beer together when this was all done. Mr. Rosenbaum was unable to respond. The defendant decided to pull the trigger on his AR-15 4 times. That was his decision. And he is responsible for every bullet that comes out of that gun. He doesn't get a pass by pulling the trigger fast. He could have chosen to stop after the first shot, after the second shot, after the third shot, and assessed whether or not there was still a need to keep firing. But he went 4 times in 0.76 seconds. The defense has made a big point of this, how fast he fired, as if that somehow excuses him. Exactly the opposite, ladies and gentlemen. He controls how quickly he pulls the trigger. He is in control of that decision-making process. No one else made him do that. And this is indicative of someone who doesn't care about the consequences, doesn't care to stop and figure out, am I good? Do I need to stop? Or I'm just going to keep on going. And as I said,
I agree with that
traps
sentiment.
the body all the way to the ground with those second, third, and fourth shots. The only way that you could possibly justify the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum is if you believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was actually reaching for the defendant's gun, and that a reasonable person in the defendant's position with that AR-15 strapped tightly to his chest
What
would
up,
think
Anthony?
that Joseph Rosenbaum was even capable of taking that gun away as he's falling to the ground with a fractured right pelvis. And then, not only all that, you'd also have to believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was going to turn that gun around and use it to kill the defendant. You have to believe all of those things to justify the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum. That's why the defense is trying so desperately hard to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum threatened to kill
What
the
up?
defendant.
Nothing much,
Never happened.
Anthony. Hey, about to roll
That's
out
why
on
they're
some
trying
merch.
so desperately hard
My big
to
lottery
convince you
winner.
that Joseph Rosenbaum was reaching for that gun. Because if he's not reaching for that gun, and he's not going to use it to kill the defendant, it is not justified. There is no valid self-defense claim. One of the things the judge has instructed you is that when the defendant provokes this situation, he has to exhaust all reasonable means to avoid killing someone. Did he?
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm just
He didn't have to shoot.
checking on the
He's the
AdSense
one
account after
who
the
chose
stream.
where to run.
So
He chose to run in between those parked cars. He slows down as he gets there. The crowd's already running away. You know, the defense wants to make a point. There's a whole bunch of people over there who are doing stuff to cars, and the defendant had no escape route. The crowd's actually already running away at this point. They've heard the first gunshot from Joshua Zeminski, and they're already starting to scatter. But if you look on the video, there's a huge open space in that lot where the defendant could have circled back around, and he actually does circle back around after killing Rosenbaum, where he could have gotten away. He has to exhaust all reasonable means of escape before killing Mr. Rosenbaum. Your Honor, I do have some more video I want to play. I'm having a little bit of technical problems that I'd like to work on, so I think this would be a good time to pause, if that's okay. Okay, thank you.
ooh, all right. They're taking a pause. Good lord, that's some good closing argument right there. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Jameson. They're attacking every hole in the state's case. He's fucking up that defense attorney with this closing argument, I think. But I'm still interested to see what this jury thinks. I'm interested to see what the defense brings to the table. Would you mind grabbing me more drink, lady? Hopefully they figure out their technical difficulties. Boy, ain't that some shit. His PowerPoint went down or whatever. Do I know PowerPoint? A PowerPoint presentation. I was asked earlier this week if I knew PowerPoint. Click. The answer is yes.
All right. When we get to the point of reducing the number to 12.
If you didn't know PowerPoint, then what did we even go to middle school for?
Exactly.
And
what were you even doing with your time? You
Because we went to the computer lab all the time and constantly made PowerPoints.
Constant. I've made so many
You know what we're
PowerPoints.
afraid of? Excel.
That ended up being like a more applicable to the real world than fucking algebra. Excel.
Yeah. Some companies won't even hire you if you don't know how to use Excel.
Oh yeah, they don't like that shit.
And of course, they will not be permitted to talk about the case.
Jameson says he's forcing the defense to defend either the reckless endangering the public safety or the homicides. The frame of the case in this closing means it was one or the other. Oh, that is slick as shit, Jameson. He's making them fucking. Ooh, he's forcing their hand. They either make him look bad in this way or make him look worse in this way. Ooh.
This child, he's not a child anymore. He's 18 years old. Was 18 and out on bail.
Yeah.
When he went into a bar and they served him beer.
Yeah.
Like, if that doesn't tell you how this fucking case is gonna go, I mean, they called in the military to lock Kenosha down after this trial.
Yeah. Yeah, it might get really bad.
Yeah?
It might
Yeah,
get really, really bad. I mean, depending on, again, how this goes. I think the jury hopefully, I don't know, understands the magnitude of it. I know I don't know. I don't understand how they could even source a jury pool in that county.
I don't either. I mean, I have friends I have a friend specifically that lives in Kenosha that's like, that boy was trying to defend himself. And I'm like, from what?
Yeah.
From
Jameson.
people that he started aggressing? I don't get it.
Yeah. Jameson feels the same way that Special Guest does, and he says under 21 is a child to me, just for the record. Word.
Yeah.
Word.
I'm finally at an age where I'm like, under 21, you're a kid.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I've met some even old people with gray hair that are still fucking kids. You know what I mean? Like, they're still fucking, just their mentality. I mean, look at R. Kelly. He can't read.
Yeah, see?
I checked my bank account for the first time today.
And it's empty.
There's nothing in there.
There's nothing in there. Sorry. You know, R. Kelly being broke. It's like, well, yeah, you're illiterate and a sex criminal, and yeah, they robbed you. That's karma, and it happened live on air. And it was fucking delicious.
Yep.
I just checked my bank account. There's nothing in it. I've never checked my bank account before. I can't read numbers. Motherfucker, yeah. Fucking R. Kelly. But yeah, like, that's an example to me of somebody who's like, yeah, well, this is somebody with a child's mental capacity. Surrounded by yes men for the entirety of his career.
Yeah.
I mean, from the moment he was, again, I think they sniped him at a grade where it's like he's already illiterate, he's failing, drops out of high school. I'm surprised I can't believe he even made it there. And yeah, but I think some junior highs are like, well, we're just not gonna keep you anymore, dude. Why, homie? Yeah. Homie, you're 18.
Why are you still in junior high? Get out.
Yeah. We had the option to do PowerPoint or a creative cinematography masterpiece. That's an interesting two options. I guess I'm taking the creative cinematography. Yeah, I'm taking the cinematic masterpiece.
I mean, to be fair, I was taught very well how to do PowerPoints, and I can make a mean-ass PowerPoint. But I can't remember the last time I've had to do it. And definitely not in my adult life.
No, I know this is a skill we can flex. I saw like probably 15 going on fucking probably 15, 14 years ago. Fucking Dalton made a fucking PowerPoint that was sick as shit. No, guys, we make like motion comics. We had like the best PowerPoint teacher in junior high. Like in middle school and junior high, like we can build the fuck out of a presentation because of the schools we went to.
It's because we spent a full year learning how to make PowerPoint.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a whole year as a child learning how to make PowerPoints. No, I'll power the shit out of a point. That's true. That's man, again, like there's ones I've seen like you or Dald made. It's like, this is a motion comic. This is a motion comic that you've made. Explaining thermodynamics.
Ours made them over stupid stuff. Like, this is why Goku is not as good as Vegeta. And then I get in trouble.
Goku, look, Goku's not as good as Vegeta. Let me tell you right now, 100% of the problems that have faced planet Earth since the birth of Goku have been Goku. Number one, he's the worst thing to happen to humanity since the plan to destroy them with fucking Saiyans. And you know what I mean? Like, he's doing a pretty good job destroying them. Like, He's about to destroy the multiverse at this fucking point. Like, he
we
is
were
a
supposed
problem.
to do superhero versus superhero, and I did Goku versus Vegeta, and I got in trouble. So
Yeah. Does Vegeta toe the line of abusive dad? Yeah, but you know what? He's there and a dad. He's a dad.
He's there, and we don't count GT, and that's okay. But I'm gonna count Super because Super came out a few years ago. It's been a while. And he was a great dad in Super.
He's a great dad in Super. He was a great dad in Super. He's a good husband. Goku, when he's not fucking dead.
We all know 99% of Vegeta being good, any kind of good person, is just because Bulma's pussy's so fire, dude.
That's hella fact.
Don't act like Bulma didn't put a dude on lockdown who destroyed planets for fun. Okay,
that's true.
Like Goku has done lots of awful things by being the weird ass he is.
Yeah,
but Vegeta did it for fun.
Yeah, Yamcha was a warm up lap.
Yep.
And then she tamed world crushing dick. That's true.
Just put it on lock, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like done.
Gave him something to strive for.
Not only are you gonna marry me, and I'm gonna be your princess, but also you're gonna make me babies.
You're gonna make me babies. I'm gonna have a
and all them days of you flying around destroying planets, dude. That's done.
That's done. We're going on vacation. Let's go.
Yeah, we chill now. You're not gonna end up like Goku's dumbass. You are not gonna make me Chi-Chi, goddammit. Like,
what in the world did I just come back to?
Hi, Justin.
What up, Justin? Oh man, some DBZ talk while Court's on break.
I mean, Krillin's the real best character in DBZ anyway, bro.
Krillin's one of my favorites.
I have a heavy love for Piccolo.
Well, Piccolo's the best dad.
Yeah, Piccolo best dad all the way.
Great dad, yeah.
Piccolo's the best father by far.
Great dad, great grandpa.
Yeah, great grandpa. That's true. That is fucking true. Hella good grandpa and Super. That shit's adorable.
Isn't it?
It really is. Like, and that's one thing that made me like, okay, this is written from the heart. Like the way they did Piccolo's like initial arc in Super. Yeah.
That Piccolo used to be he was a bad guy. He wanted to kill Goku, which I get it. And he wanted to destroy the earth, and he wanted to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it took little boy, Goku's little boy, for him to soften up and finally be that real good guy.
Yeah. Yeah. And, being beat to piss so hard he pukes an egg copy of himself like 2 times.
I mean, yeah, there was that.
They say they get softer the more they fucking egg puke themselves. He's also only the bad half. That's true, yeah. His backstory is so fucking wild. It's just like been split in half. His
love for Gohan is what made sure that he stayed good. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say that because egg puking it grosses me out.
Yeah.
Like even when I was a kid, I was like, ugh.
Yeah. Oh shit! Rock just added $2 more. We are now at $12 out of $50 in the merch lottery.
Thank you, Rock.
We are getting close, gang. We'll pick another winner once we hit $50. Again, we are at 12 out of 50. I need to get a visual display for the Super Chat lottery.
Yeah.
I
wonder if you can tie a tip cup to that.
Well, I've got a tip cup.
Right, but I mean just to the Super Chats.
Yeah.
If you could do that through OBS, I don't know. I don't know. I'm an idiot.
I can, but it's weird how it like it doesn't. I have to set up like a Super Chat goal, and the last time I did that, it was hella late with reading them.
I gotcha.
And I was like, yeah, it's not quick enough. Like it didn't update quick enough. I was like, I had like, 4 or 5 different people enter the last one, and it was like, well, shit, it's not telling me anyone's in it until well after. But how bad?
Hey, Arianthi.
Hi.
Man, how bad you?
I'm putting out my Christmas stuff.
I set up my tree last night, and I'm so excited about it.
It's Christmas time.
Can I use your number to verify this?
You
Like
said
you
what?
use mine because it won't let me use mine.
Yeah.
Since you already did it.
Yeah. Just grab my phone.
Because I don't want to call this client with my personal phone number.
Yeah, use that one. Use that phone.
What, you don't want him to hit you up and bail him out of jail or something?
Hey. It's like, I'm not even in that state,
The last
homie.
number in my... Oh,
Well, a
boy.
client of hers could be from fucking anywhere.
Damn it.
Mhm.
Never mind. I'm gonna have to figure out something else.
Oh shit, it ain't working. I have a number and a thing set up for Google Voice.
Can I? Well, yeah, but it's okay. Can I borrow it?
Yeah. You should just have to log in as me on Google. Or as Merc Radio on Google. Sorry, gang. Juicy behind the scenes details. Okay, but
It's all good.
how bad do you think their technical difficulties are in this courtroom right now?
Not like this. Definitely like more less complicated over there. What? The only thing he's worried about it is PowerPoint.
I mean, it's probably less complicated over there, but it's going to be more difficult for them.
I'm sitting here trying to fucking totally fabricate that I have a local phone number.
There's a
For one phone call.
There's a paralegal just currently hauling ass on foot into a fucking Best Buy, grabbing an HDMI cable, buying it, and running back on foot like, we're short one HDMI cable.
That's what you got your master's degree for.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to the
Nothing
nitty-gritty.
fucking surprising though.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Just fucking Mission Impossible music. This motherfucker's just booking it. Just booking it with this HDMI cable.
And just one of these days, we're going to find out that the real hero in the Kyle Rittenhouse case was a paralegal named Clint.
It's Clint. Clint went and picked up the HDMI cable. He brought it back.
Pension Zoom guy.
He's the pension Zoom guy.
You guys are killing me.
Oh, the pension Zoom kerfuffle.
That was just dumb. That was hell.
Yeah, that was some silly shit that I can't believe actually happened. That shit lit on fire.
Yeah, I was sitting here like, is this happening for real though?
Is this? Yeah, when it became like this is real life for me was when he was kind of like snorting on the stand. And it was after that episode I was doing the back end for the show, and I saw that there were so many reports on all the ones where I was talking shit on Rittenhouse that it had like changed the ad suitability for each of the only the Rittenhouse episodes.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that's not going to stop me. I don't like this fucking kid. And that's when I was like, oh shit, this is a shit show. This is a divisive shit show of a fucking trial. I didn't necessarily realize the dynamite that was happening at the time. And even now, I'm still like, man,
Real bad.
how is this
Dear Auntie.
even...
Yes, darling.
How the hell am I gonna keep my ferrets out of my Christmas tree?
Oh, you're not.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Yeah, no, they're going to be all up in there. So don't put your glass ornaments out.
Yeah.
Or
Treat it
you
like a
can do
cat.
what I did, and you take the hook and you hook it really good in the bottom of the glass ornament, or like the top of the glass ornament, and then you hook it really good around the branch.
Ah.
I know, I'm with Block. I think they're taking that whole tree down.
Yeah.
Crap. What if I get a baby gate? That kind of looks dumb.
Oh, they'll climb that baby gate and give a shit about your baby gate.
I had a crazy
That's
pet
a
ferret
fun
once.
maze.
I mean,
The
no
whole
one...
experience was crazy. So first of all, I went to a fucking breeder to find a ferret. And my
Okay.
mother took me all the way to fucking, I think it was either Houston or Austin at the time for this fucking ferret. And we we go to this lady's house. First of all, she's the crazy ferret lady.
Oh.
There's so many of them all over the place. I'm horrified because I'm like, wait, I just wanted one of these little tube socks and you've got like 17,000 of them.
Oh.
And so there was a white one that I was playing with, and he somehow had conveniently gotten on one shoulder, but then like put his fucking snaky little warm ass body around the back of my neck to go like on the other side of me, immediately chomps into my ear. Whole earlobe in his mouth. Breeder does not realize what's happening. My mom is like, get it off. And I'm like, the fuck you mean get it off? It's latched onto my ear. So it took me a couple of seconds to like really fuck around with him to get him to let go of my ear. Just for me to get another ferret.
No.
And that one was fucking creepy too. Like, he wouldn't do anything at all unless I put him in the bathroom. And then he'd just go batshit and want to fucking play in the bathroom.
Weird.
Yeah.
I love my babies, but they definitely have their own personalities.
Wild.
I love ferrets.
Whoever she bred them with must be, you know, just a crazy ass ferret parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I've had quite a few, but never any like mean or crazy one. Like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Never any like wild ass ones.
I
mean, whenever they first come out, they're out of their mind.
Oh.
But I think it's hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah, they're quite crazy. I love ferrets. I think they're cute. I have a friend who currently has a kitten, and he's like, "How do I keep the kitten out of the tree?" I'm like, "You don't. You only decorate it from about middle up. That's how."
Yeah. With cats, that's how you have to do that, I imagine. I don't see how you
last
can
time I
keep a
had
cat
ferrets,
out of
they
the
had their
tree.
own fucking room. Spoiled. So I didn't have to worry about it. Like, they just free roamed in their own room.
That's really cute.
Spoiled.
If I was gonna have a ferret, though, I would definitely make sure it had like its own space. Just because I would want my own space eventually that's not terrorized by a super toothy toddler.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that shit does kind of sound like a nightmare.
It's a very mini-sized toddler, and they always want to wreck your shit. Always.
Dude, one of mine,
a problem
Frankie,
toddler.
Frankie, she has a foot fetish.
Lux's cat does.
Obsessed with feet. Like, she's either biting your feet, pulling on your feet, rubbing her like lips on your feet. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, my dog is like that. She'll just walk by you, reach down, flick your foot, walk off like she wasn't even there. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, Lux's cat lives for when company comes over and takes their shoes off.
I don't know what happened,
Oh my
okay?
God.
I've worked in entertainment her whole life. I don't know what happened.
What did you teach that baby?
I didn't teach shit. I haven't been home.
She also doesn't know how to jump. Like, you hear cats can fall 9 stories and live. Not this cat. Not the way she jumps off of shit.
Not the way she hits the ground.
Like, when she jumps off of shit, it's genuinely like a like, why are you doing it like that? Like, she jumps off of shit like a dog, not like a cat. Like, I don't really have a way to explain it other than, oh lordy. Like, it's like she just thud. Like, oh my god.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Debbie.
Hey, what's up, Debbie? I used to have a bearded dragon that used to taste my feet. Yeah. Hey, I used to have a very dear friend of mine, former roommate, who had a bearded dragon that was the coolest, most low maintenance pet I've ever fucking encountered. Like, it was an old bearded dragon. This motherfucker likes to watch TV and chill under a lamp and just kind of do his own thing. Like, you can kind of just put him on your shoulder to watch TV.
My husband had an iguana growing up.
Bearded dragons are really cool to me. There's not too many lizards or snakes or anything that I'm willing to own. A bearded dragon is one of them.
You can meet mine. His name is Shy, and he's the cutest.
I bet.
There's some kind of correlation between like ferret owners and bearded dragon owners, though, because like I'm in a ferret group, and like, no, I know it sounds weird. I'm in a ferret group.
No, you're a pet. You have a pet interest, so that makes sense.
They also almost like, I want to say 60% post pictures of their bearded dragons too. Like, they have like 5 or 6 of those and 5 or 6 ferrets, and I'm like, what is the
jeez?
Like, you know, you got a dog and a cat. I see people having dogs and cats, like, you know, whatever, but that's just a weird mix of two. But for some reason, whoever has ferrets has bearded dragons, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Interesting. I've never had a ferret, but I've had reptiles my whole life. I have a bearded dragon.
Yeah, I just noticed it. I was like, whoa, what is happening here?
Interesting. I don't know
And
if I
they're all
ever
like-
did own a ferret because I savor my toes.
I feel like if you breed ferrets and bearded dragons, it's a real toe ring decision. Like, you're definitely the kind of person got a toe ring, an Ankh tattoo. Like, I fucks with you. You're probably a cool motherfucker. Interesting as hell. Yeah. You know what's serious when the toe ring has it's a tan line toe ring. Like, you can tell. No, they're serious. They breed ferrets.
That's part of their daily life.
Yeah. They got that gecko tattoo.
Yeah, but they're all chilling together too.
Yeah.
Like they're walking around on the floor together, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? It's just weird to me, or just different.
They all know that pretentious gay couple that owns an alpaca in Arcata, California. In Arcata, California, there's just a pretentious. And if you bring up the alpaca, they're walking an alpaca around. And you're like, oh shit, an alpaca, and they're like, yeah, man. And you're like, fuck off, dude. What the hell? You fucking one walking around, dude. What the fuck is that? Like, yeah, it's an alpaca, okay? Like, yeah, it's in a cafe, bitch. I think we all have the right to bring it up. It's our emotional support alpaca.
Aww.
Like, all right.
I'm a fucking emotional support alpaca. I can't even get a puppy.
I don't even know what that sentence even. How do you even respond to that in a modern era? Like, how do you even?
That's the same way I just did. I want an emotional support alpaca. Not that I know shit about it, but I want it.
I want one. But that's the thing. If you tell these dudes like, oh man, an alpaca, I want one, they'd be like, you couldn't do it. You probably couldn't cut it and quit. Like we shouldn't even talk to you about this alpaca.
Oh, Manuel in chat says no go for ferrets and Christmas tree here. Live needles are a mess. I have a fake tree.
Oh, I have a real tree. It's not too bad.
Do they hate?
I mean-
This sounds so mean, but look, I've had some problem animals in the past that just they get into shit. They're half feral and they get into shit. Kind of a humane way I've found to keep animals from chewing shit up or fucking shit up is I put a little chili powder on stuff.
Oh shit!
They don't really chew stuff. They steal stuff.
Yeah.
Like under my couch is like my house keys and like crazy as shit. And they try to steal stuff that's bigger than them.
The insoles. They always would steal my insoles when we had them.
Yeah.
They're just like socks. Oh my god. Socks galore under my couch. I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
Debbie, you have 2 cats and 2 snakes. What's the relationship like between those two? Arianthe,
I love snakes.
who controls the situation, the snake or the cat?
The cat, the snakes don't care. Nala will get up and she'll watch them as they do their daily stuff, like, roaming around and shit. And she just stares at them and they just ignore her. Well, I guess the snakes control it in that situation because if she wants attention, they're not giving it to her.
Yeah. Oh, have I ever had a tree fall from an animal climbing it and fuck it? Oh, like a Christmas tree? I've never known.
I have. Yes, I have had a tree fall from an animal climbing it. It was my fucking cat.
I'm
She climbed to
Jewish.
the very top and then got out and looked at me and she started meowing like she was stuck. And I just watched it. Now I have a real tree, so there's like a gallon of water at the base of my tree. And I watched it topple over. And the only thing I could think is, fuck, I have carpet.
Yeah.
And then it hit the ground and she took off running. And, not before she looked at me like, bitch, you could have helped. I didn't. And so she took off running. And then I just stared at the puddle of water on my floor and I was like, what do I do? What the fuck do I do now?
Sometimes you just gotta let that shit happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it was a good lesson learned for her because she's never done it again.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Like sometimes you just that's it. Like you gotta be willing to do the cleanup after, but like sometimes when you're watching it in the moment, that's what I do with my cat sometimes where I'm just watching her fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah. You kind of have to treat it like you treat your
It's
kids.
gonna
Like,
be
some people
fucking
watch
monumental,
it,
but I'm just looking
you know what I mean?
Her cat.
Like
Did you
some of
ever
them
end up
do-
getting a ferret, Lux?
Huh?
Did you ever end up getting a ferret?
No, I got one, yeah, and he only lived for like 2 years. And then
What?
he lived for like 2 years, and then there was like a whole ass big storm that he wasn't prepared for and fucking gave himself a heart attack and died. Like, it was the stupidest experience I've ever had with a pet.
What the
It was fucked up. Yeah.
I want a hawk, a red-tailed hawk.
I mean,
My husband wants a Fennec fox or Fennec fox.
Oh, Fennec fox? I want a domesticated fox so bad.
Oh my god,
I want a domesticated fox.
Y'all got problems.
Their
we'd
their
have to get-
tails are a little bit curled.
Y'all like
So
problems.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? I was a vet tech, but I was an exotic vet tech. I have seen many of pet foxes come through, and every single owner that ever has them always regrets it. Everyone.
Oh.
Like I said, y'all like
will say
problems.
it partially depends on where you get them from. If you get it wild, then yeah, you're gonna have problems.
Oh,
But
no,
if you get one from the old domestication team in Canada or Russia, then they're better, but still not great.
No, that's the one thing, because I love when people have really cool exotic pets, you know, and as long as you're not pulling them from the wild, I don't have too much of an issue with it. It depends on what it is. Hermit crabs, fuck off, they're all from the wild. But like,
I have an
Hermit crabs are
axolotl.
weird to own.
they're interesting animals, and most people don't know how to take care of them because Petco doesn't know how to take care of them, and so they just tell you, like, here,
That's
put 'em
just the
on dirt.
weirdest thing I've ever seen as far as like a pet that you get from the fucking pet store.
I know my dad was a drug dealer. I've had a bunch of them.
Why a hermit crab? On what planet? If you're not a 6-year-old
They're pretty
child.
cool.
I don't know.
Is
I
it
have an
okay to own
axolotl.
a hermit
People think that's weird.
I don't know.
I've had an axolotl. Eric and I started the same person. So when the Nashville tornado hit, I do run a rescue, and so I got like 8 animals all at the same time, and an axolotl was one of them, and we were. Damn it!
They're getting started on the leaf blower late today. Sorry.
Oh, good.
That was the leaf blower down the porter downstairs cleaning the property.
The axolotl is actually pretty cool. Like she'll like greet us and shit and like follow us like a dolphin. You know how they like follow you?
See, I've had some cool ass aquatic friends. All y'all that want new mammals, you just telling me you want new problems.
That's the other thing. They're gross when they shed their shells.
No, I mean, yeah,
they're weird looking. Like,
Yeah, they got
leave
that
them
weird
in
little
the ocean.
squishy butt. Yeah, they're weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a very
There's easier ways to get crabs.
thing. If you
Yeah.
think about it, I mean, all the years that we've had to evolve and evolution has took place with animals over the years. We've watched it happen. You know what I mean? We evolved to still squishy butt, who, if you touch it while they're out of their shell, could possibly die.
Yeah, it could kill them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I had
That
turtles,
squishy,
and let me tell you,
susceptible
those are the dirtiest motherfuckers. I had to clean them every single day, even with a filter.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
Turtles. Mm-mm,
disgusting.
don't do it.
Turtles are
Don't.
so gross.
Yeah, they are
turtles
dirty,
throw up.
dirty little fuckers.
Yeah, there's salmonella machines too. There's just little salmonella
Yeah.
machines.
I don't even not even just the whole tank was just always nasty.
Yeah, I've
Ugh.
never heard a happy turtle owner. They're like, yeah, I have 3 red sliders, and I'm like, oh, cool. Do you love them? No, I hate it every time. Oh, that's so fun. They're like, no, it's not, and I'm like, oh, okay, never mind.
Were these giant turtles on a property I used to work on, and the big male ones during like mating season would get in the middle of the road and just big dick on cars. They would just fucking stand and fucking stretch their neck out and just stop traffic. Like, it's an Indian community too, so there's no, thank God there's nobody there trying to like run over a turtle. So these turtles are massive. They're old as shit. Like,
Wow.
and they'll just hold up. I'll get calls like they'll put in maintenance work orders like, hey, will you please make the needful? There's a turtle holding up traffic, and I'm like, what? How is this a maintenance problem? I fix things broken in your apartment, not turtles big dicking in the street.
I mean, I would go move a turtle.
And then you go out there too, and there's just a turtle neck all the way out. He's stretched. He's like full plumage, and you're like, all right, dude, we gotta move. It's like, and you're like, dude, we gotta move.
funny.
God damn it, it's turtle noises. You get it in a bucket, and then you get Google facts that are like, you're not supposed to move turtles. I'm like, I don't know. I just moved 6 really horny males, and they seem fine.
Yeah. Tortoises
You're not
aren't
supposed to move
I have two of
turtles.
those.
Yeah, they're. I mean,
I have 2 tortoises. One is up for adoption. If anybody wants to adopt a tortoise.
oh shit. It's something they got going on in the desert right now. There's a whole bunch of tortoises up for fucking adoption. Give me
I want a hairless cat.
a hairless. Yes, it's just again problems.
I just want to give him like a little sweater.
Yeah, looking into the problems though, we got to get like swabs and clean that motherfucker.
That's what the vet's for.
What? Or like a groomer?
We're at
You have to have
we're at a
both.
different level of career for me, so that's what the vet's for.
All right, word. Just no more. I'm putting no.
I can do baby wipes
no
every
more.
once in a while. But
No more girlfriends with chihuahuas. I'm gonna tell you that.
I
Right
do
now.
not need a
Ain't
chihuahua.
happening.
No, you don't.
They
You
happen.
need a Great Pyrenees.
If you haven't noticed the cat, I like things with substance.
Is that how you're gonna describe your cat? You're gonna describe your cat as of
As
substance?
fat as fuck, yes.
Okay, like you mean in mass?
Yeah.
Like physically, she's of substance. Like
Yeah.
she makes noises when she hits the ground.
Yeah.
Like, damn.
Yeah.
She's fucking. Well, she's like
Broken?
between like 13 and 15 pounds. I don't remember what the vet said.
Oh yeah.
That's
She-
a big one.
Yeah.
She's fucking fat, and she does this thing which, if she's not happy with the situation, she'll just walk over us with all of her weight,
Yeah.
like it just step on us all night, back and forth across the bed, and it's like, I don't know what you want, and sometimes it's nothing. She doesn't want anything.
Yeah. Sometimes she just wants to stick her toothpick ass feet into your body.
Yeah, and then look and be like, look at my butthole. But I feel like she got the point last night and ended up just kind of sleeping at my feet, unless I rolled over and then she jumped off the bed all dramatically.
Yeah.
Like I was.
It pisses her off when you have to get comfortable.
Yeah. She hates it. She can't stand me getting comfortable. She can't stand it when Lux touches me and not her.
Yeah.
She'll just throw a fit and bounce out.
She's like, this is gross.
Fuck you guys. And rolls out. Kicks shit over on her way out.
Yeah.
If you kick her off a table, she kicks everything off that table.
Yeah. She for some reason over the weekend thought it was going to be all fucking right to just jump on my coffee table. She's never been allowed on the coffee table. Like anytime she's ever been on the coffee table, I'm like, you better get the fuck off the coffee table.
I have an island in the middle of my kitchen.
Ooh, cut out on us. Got an island in the middle of your kitchen.
Damn it. I got an island in the middle of my kitchen and the cat's not allowed out there. She knows that. That's where we have our cutting board and all that good stuff. You're not allowed out there with your nasty little, cat litter box paws. No.
She's never been allowed on the kitchen counter. Every once in a while, she'll jump up there, and then I'll be like, "Are you out of your fucking mind?" And then just knock her the fuck over as
Right?
a reminder, because I'm like, "No."
She does full way of.
That's really funny.
Lux has no patience for this cat. She goes full Miku way of the house husband, like clotheslines the cat, like attacks the like throws it. Like
I
throws
am
the cat.
5'2", okay, and she is 13 pounds. When you see him hold this cat, she looks like a cat. When she's fucking around with me, it's like I'm fucking with a 5-year-old toddler.
She looks fat when I hold
Where
her.
I'm like just like trying to fucking get through her fucking flab. Like, sometimes it seems like she's trying to drown me.
It's like you're fighting a raccoon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If I ever hold her, she's like fucking flooding out of my arms. Because the side that just
Like
we're
Daniel
not proportionate to each other. I got a cat that's too big for me.
Oh, look at this fan.
Oh.
Look at this sucker.
Oh.
Oh.
Damn Frankie.
Oh, what a cute baby.
Oh,
See,
big
that
stretch.
does not look like a fucking horrific tube sock.
Not this sweet baby.
I am glad there's legs to break up that neck. You know how I feel about that. It's still too much neck. It's still too much neck, but you know.
Spanky.
How many do you have?
She's so lazy. Just 2.
Oh, 2, okay.
She's so lazy.
Yeah,
she
usually
just
you have
drags
to get
her
more than
feet.
one. And they tell you that. Like, typically you have to get more than one.
So she was all white when I got her.
Oh.
And I think that's her winter color, like silver or whatever. You saying hi?
Mm.
She's a good baby. And she's going crazy.
The rare.
Where are you going? All right.
See,
I love ferret. I wonder what my dogs would do if I had a ferret.
You crazy girl.
Ooh.
Crazy.
The outside
You're a
dogs
Frankie
probably try to
baby.
eat them.
I always thought that, but I had rabbits for a long time, and they would just watch them, just look at them.
I guess, yeah, maybe it kind of depends on how you treat them. I guess they'll go off of your feelings, really.
Yeah. I know that's how
have
they are.
got,
People like, they're really apprehensive about people until I walk out and I'm like, it's okay. And they're like, oh, okay, cool.
Oh, yeah.
I got Miss Beans. So funny.
I
Ready, Bean?
really want that red-tailed hawk, man. Just being a good boy and flying across the living
Look
room.
at you.
Oh,
Floof noodle.
There's a little bandit.
You know,
There she goes.
Look.
Bye.
so the
Peekaboo.
U.S. has one native ferret, and it's the black-footed ferret, and they're almost extinct.
Oh.
But I saw
Yeah.
one one time in Colorado, and I got so fucking stoked.
Alley Cat sent me an article about that. They were after COVID. They were like setting them free in Colorado. Where are you going? And one of them was like, "Oh yeah, hell no! Like, I don't want to be out in this colony." And it like went into some guy's garage and like made a home in there.
Damn.
But they had them like chipped or something.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I would put in a ferret door for the ferrets.
So stinking cute.
Debbie has a cat whose belly almost hits the floor.
Okay, my cat walks like a tiger. Like, you know how when you see a tiger in either the wild or at a zoo, when they walk and they're so fucking lanky with their shoulders? She walks exactly like that, and she acts like her fucking weight is the same.
It is her kung fu style, tiger style.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the cat. The cat's just the epitome of tiger style.
Yeah.
Just vibes that way. Oh.
She looks like a russet potato.
She does, and it's the weight of a bag of potatoes. Also, just likes to groom my hair, but my hair is long, and she chokes on it.
Yeah.
My cat does that. My cat does that. She will hold Derek's head down and she will lick his hair, and then she'll come to mine, and all of a sudden she's like, and I'm like, what the?
Damn.
No, it's not like it's any different with my hair. I just don't like when she does it because it fucks up my curls.
Graf has a 9-year-old red ear slide. It says the bitch is as big as a dinner plate. You need a minimum 100-gallon tank and massive filters. My tank is clear and relatively odor-free. So maybe maybe the amount of turtles depends. I don't know.
That's the only person I've ever seen that's not like, I fucking hate having turtles.
Yeah.
I don't know. I had 2 of them. They were teeny tiny, like smaller than the palm of your hand. I got them from like a black market Asian dealer backdoor deal.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And, I know, it was wicked funny. He's like, "You come this way," and I'm like, "Where the fuck am I going?" It was creepy.
That's some real East Coast shit. Like I thought I was just in Chinatown, bitch.
He had all kinds of things back there.
Yeah.
Anyway, and that's fine and well, and everything was great, and they were tiny, and there was Romeo and Juliet. My kids named it, and I'm like, whatevs. Like, I'm down for Shakespeare, you know? And then they got bigger, so I got them a 10-gallon tank, and then they got bigger, so I got them a 20-gallon tank, and like, no matter what I did, I just could not keep it clean. I fed them live goldfish. I put a filter in there. I couldn't take it.
Yeah.
I do love watching turtles chase their food down, though.
Yeah.
I was really mean, but it was pretty cool.
I tried really hard to get these tortoises, because here's the story with these tortoises. There was a guy that joined the military, and he was going to basic and AIT. He said, hey, can you watch them for me? My stepdad has them right now. So I get these tortoises. One of them is she's good. She's the one that's up for adoption. The other one has severe MBD, metabolic bone disease, and that's from not having proper lighting. And so I'm going to hang on to him. So I get them. I've had them for roughly a year or so. And I messaged him one day, and I was like, hey, when are you coming back? And he's like, oh, you can keep them. What?
Damn.
Like, I don't want them back. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to send you because it is a legit rescue. I promise it is. I'm going to send you the paperwork, and you can do a forfeit of animals, so he can't come back later, you know, after I rehome them and be like, where's my tortoises? You know?
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. I couldn't do turtles. Tortoises are a lot.
I don't know. Just having to deal with them wild on a property, because again, the property I used to work on was apartment complexes surrounded by a golf course, and all the wildlife from the golf course would just kind of drip onto the property sometimes. So like, you know,
the lynx.
Man, my favorite were the birds. Though, like we had like a family of cranes. You know, you get geese, which geese are just a whole problem.
Okay, so this is Lindsay property.
Yeah. So there's the kind of animals I'm talking about, like turtles and cranes, and I baited a hawk, but again, not a normal thing.
I remember that hawk.
Yeah, I still need to put photos in the Discord. I found some way back in my phone and was showing Lux, like, because I had two hawks. It ended up being a red tail named Palladus, who had a son named Bucephalus, and Bucephalus would bring me like jacked up headless pigeons and shit. Like, he would drop dead things off at my door. Like, or I'd come outside and he's just near my golf cart just tearing up a fucking pigeon or a rabbit or something. They would like bring me food. It was dope. But that's because I would like, I don't know, I'd take the hair off my brush, wrap it around some like beef fat and leave it for them, like trimmings from my meat from the night before. And,
that's really funny.
Yeah, and they got used to me. But if I had my hair up in a bun, they'd try to, they'd kind of think that was food.
They're like, oh, this looks like a mouse.
Mm-hmm. One time, Palladus, who was massive, like wingspan wider than my shoulders, came like, I saw the shadow above me, and I had a primordial get in a cave bitch like feeling. And I fucking kind of rushed under an awning, and he was, sure enough, Palladus was trying to get my bun. He was trying to get my top knot. He was trying to get my man bun. So I don't know. I was like, well, I better look into how to do falconry right before I get, I lose an eye or something. So I'm ready now, and I want a falcon. I want a hawk. I want any cool predaceous bird.
You guys, I think I'm turning my dogs into house dogs.
Really?
Not on purpose. It's hunting season down here. And since I'm back against the National Forest where you can hunt, I brought them in just so they don't, run off somebody's deer and they decide to shoot them.
Yep.
But now they're just lounging. Like, Nyx won't sleep anywhere but on the rug.
Oh.
And at first she was laying, on the hard floor, and she was like, no. And then she moved over to the rug. Hades is all sprawled out in the kitchen.
Oh,
it's really cute. But I started to follow up your story with the crow and Eureka. Did I ever tell you about that? So I did ghost tours, and I always came in at 5:00 every single day, and I would go in the office, and I'd pick up the office, and I'd get ready for the tours, and then well, I would leave the back door open just to kind of, keep airflow in the office, because we were underground. And And so I had this freaking crow that would come down and just start like taking shit out of the office.
He's hoarding, yeah.
Because, Meteorite Man has lots of shiny rocks hanging around.
Yeah.
And he fucking came in one time and took this big old chunk of Mars, and my boss was like, "Oh," because that was like $10,000 worth of Mars.
Oh shit!
And he was like, "You better get that fucking Mars back, because you're the one who talked me into leaving this door open."
Oh shit!
And so I started leaving stuff outside for the crow. Well, eventually the crow started bringing stuff back. And so he would trade it, like, quarters for whatever he had taken before. And eventually we got the piece of Mars back.
Crows are
Got the
hilarious.
piece of Mars back for like a stack of paper clips.
Oh, yeah, they're somehow attached to my baby mama. I don't know what it is. I had crows on property that would alert me to drama with my baby mama. They'd laugh at me and shit. I'd come home. Sure enough, every time she'd be crying or something, like something gone wrong or someone died or something. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh no.
Aww.
And yeah, just come out of an apartment doing maintenance or something. They'd be on top of my golf cart, like laughing, like get the fuck on. Chasing my cart around, laughing at me. Make me go home.
You're fucked today.
That's kind of how it felt every time. Like, trials. Like, oh, damn it, for real.
I always try and bait him in over here, but Jared gets mad. He's like, "Stop it, we have chickens." Like, but there's
You don't want a murder of crows?
I do. I want a murder of crows. Derek's like, "No, we have chickens."
Crows are smart as fuck.
They really are.
Yeah, they are. It's kind of fucking weird. It was the only competition my hawks had on property was a murder of crows, and there was one particular big daddy who was just smart as fuck and could really gank up on a hawk. Like, Palladus one time fought like I got a video somewhere of him fighting off like 3 or 4 crows. Like, they kept trying to fuck with him. And he was like, "Nah, this is my tree, dude. Get out of my territory," and just kept ganking them. Like, snatching them or beaking them. I watched this hawk down like 2 different crows before these crows gave up.
I'm with Debbie. I don't like hunting either. I think it's weird. I mean, I guess there's an argument to be made for people that hunt for food, but I don't know. That doesn't happen a lot here. Usually it's just, how big of a wreck can we get on this deer kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
Literally, as Debbie said that, my bio dad just sent me a picture of a deer that he just got. That's so weird.
Yeah. Oh, what up?
It's so weird when the universe does shit like that. So weird. Like, I'm not a hunter either. Not that I wouldn't if I had to eat, but like for sport, I've never. I'm not knocking anybody. Like,
I will. You're a sport hunter.
Oh man.
But that's okay. I mean, I have the right to judge you. You have the right to judge him if you want.
I don't know.
I don't have to say shit to him, but secretly, I can judge him.
Secretly, I'm killing you with my eyes.
I've only bow hunted. I don't really care for firearms, as we've said. Like, personally, I believe in your right to have them and defend yourself, and you break into my shit. And I mean, Lux will probably shoot you first, but I might think to shoot you. But I like hunting. I don't know. Again, like I live downtown. I couldn't imagine needing it for food or having the space to even keep the food.
I don't live in it.
What about like chickens though? Like, if you had chickens, would you eat some of them and then some of them for eggs, or?
Oh yeah, I do a little bit of both. I'd be selling them off too and stuff, like raising.
I think there's a humanity argument to be made whenever it comes to stuff like that. Like, I know that my chickens run on 96 acres of property, and they're well protected, they're well fed. They have everything they fucking want and need, even a Happy Meal on occasion, you know? And so I think there's a humanity issue when it comes to it, for me anyway. I have a really hard time, and I was raised on a farm where we had we had 1,000 chickens that we'd send off for slaughter and blah 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 blah. And I always hated it because these chickens were kept in a really big house with hardly room to move around. They were given all kinds of antibiotics and stuff like that, and they would be, grown to the point of their legs not being able to hold them. And I really was bothered by that as a kid. And so even as an adult, I have 9 chickens and I've never eaten a single one of them just because I just can't. I can't. All those flashbacks come in of these poor little animals that I used to steal out of the chicken house. I used to steal the babies out of the chicken house and then hide them under my bed as if somebody didn't fucking notice.
Oh shit! I hated chickens growing up, so I still eat them out of spite. I won't lie.
That's really funny and kind of sad.
Yeah, I won't lie. I've been pecked mercilessly. One time I domed is like a story I have as a little country kid. Keep in mind I sound like a little Joe Exotic at the time, so I'm like, man, hi. I was outside playing and a fucking rooster pecked me mercilessly, and coincidentally it looked just like fucking Silky did back home, that rooster I had for a minute. They he's identical, black, plumage, stuff like that, and
That's cute. I'm sorry it pecked you.
Well, he pecked me mercilessly, but I got revenge. I was mad. I was overwhelmed. I was a country kid. I ran inside without even thinking. I grabbed my pellet gun. I start pumping that bitch inside, get to the deck, dome this fucking chicken. Like, just dome this rooster.
You walk out like, this motherfucker's gonna get it.
Oh, I was done. Like, I domed him. It was apparently scary enough of my step-grandmother that she, like, had a whole talk with my grandpa, like, hey, he, was real dead in the eyes and just killed your rooster. Like, just...
Oh, no.
Just, like, domed him, but emotionlessly. And I was like, I was pretty over it. And he was like... But what got my grandpa was like, wait, he made a shot from how far? Like, from the porch?
Yeah.
You guys didn't move this rooster, did you?
Grandma's like, you're not hearing me. That's the point.
And my grandpa was like, that's a hell of a shot. The kid's blind as a bat. He blew my window out the other week. How's he hitting that rooster from that far? I'm like, no, I was fucking mad.
Motivation.
I was fucking mad. He had pecked me. I still had peck marks.
That Mama stick up cars with.
Oh, like I specifically remember like wiping a tear off my cheek and just marching inside. Like, nope, that's the last time a fucking something of this species makes me cry. Pump, 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 pump. Pap. It's a pellet. It's like, like. And it lobbed, so I did like I'd been shooting with it like all weekend, so like I knew I was I domed the fuck out of this. I damn near hit it in the eye. Like,
that's really sad and really funny all at the same time.
I was so irate.
Debbie said nobody wanted Christmas dinner after that. Oh, when I was little, I see. Chickens and a turkey we called cheap.
Cheap. Oh, ended up on a dinner plate. I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
That rooster was a real pecker, huh?
Hey. Ooh, I think his name was Bill too, because my grandfather'd buy a rooster and a bunch of chickens and kind of name them. Like as a pimp ass. So he had like a Bill and then like a Hillary, and then I think there was a Monica and like the other lady. There was like a but yeah. There was like I think there was a chick that ended up growing up that was a Chelsea, like he had a daughter, but I forget what he named the rooster that came after Bill Boyd, and I just couldn't. And I've eaten chicken. I don't even particularly care for chicken. It's my least favorite thing to prepare at home because I'm extra clean about it, and I don't like having to deal with chicken, like the meat. But I eat it out of spite.
I
eat it because fuck Bill. Like, honestly, I still do.
I'm kind of the same way. That's why the only time I ever ask for it is if I want fried chicken.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's one of those like all right, yeah, you know what I mean.
He makes the meanest fucking chicken tendies, y'all.
I can fuck around. I can again. I've thought about a lot of different ways to fuck that species up. I don't like it. For the most part, I don't. Not until these last 2 chickens, which kind of showed up at a time of like I needed something to take care of, and
the chickens.
Yeah, Silky and Lil Mama. I'll post photos in the Discord.
It was such a beautiful time for those chickens to come into play because I know you had been over here recently, and you were like, "Man, they were chicken farm," and you were just
Yeah.
going on about it, and I was like, "Oh well,
Yeah.
here's some chickens if you ever want to take care of something." And then boom, it showed up, and I was like,
I'm unusually. Yeah, I'm unusually natural at it. It turns out, like chickens, I fuck with them now. Like I like them. I do. I wouldn't like Bill or not Bill. Fucking what's his name? Silky came at me hard, and he was getting horny at a couple of times, and like I've had to bat him away and like stuff like that. But never did he make me mad enough to like fucking dome him. Little Mama was trying to get food out of Marshall's hand one time, my son, and it freaked him the fuck out. Because he also didn't understand. He just didn't know. This is the first time seeing chickens like that.
Oh.
So he was just like, "Oh man, I'm gonna pet him," and I was like, "I don't know. That's the best idea." They might.
"Oh man."
They might.
I had a chicken that tried to have food out of Lincoln's hand one time, and just with fucking cat-like reflexes, he reached over and grabbed it by the neck, and I was like, "Oh God!"
Oh no! Yep, that's I was
Please
worried
don't shake it.
like Lil Mama. I'm really not trying to kick your ass across. I'm not trying to punt you across this fucking yard, but I will.
He grabbed it by the throat, like, "Touch my food, bitch! Don't touch my fucking animal crackers."
That's nice. And I was hard up for shit to feed these chickens when they showed up. They showed up midwinter. They broke out a dude's coop. It wasn't until like 2 weeks later I saw a dude, my neighbor, just like trying really hard to get Silky back into his yard. And I was like, "Yo, is he yours?" And he was like, "Yes." "Oh my gosh, I can't deal with him." I'm like, "Yeah, I think I might be the only person he listens to. How about this? I take care of him, and when we have the golden moment to trap him, we'll trap him." But at one point, he managed to get that fucking rooster and chicken. And Silky, last time I was in town, was still raising hell at any time of the fucking day. This Cooster fucking crowed at anytime he wanted. Anytime he motherfucking wanted. Silky would hit you at fucking 11 a.m. He'd hit you at 2 p.m. It's just whenever he felt like it. It wasn't just with the sunrise. It was actually rarely ever with the sunrise. But man, I loved having that experience then. But again, why I still eat chicken? I still think about Bill pecking me as a kid.
Fuck him.
Being a little fucking asshole, dude. I
wrote "fuck Bill" in the chat.
Oh yeah, hashtag fuck Bill. He was such a. There've been a few different animals that my grandfather, this particular grandfather I'm talking about, had owned that just were the bane of my existence. Like he had a goat that was just the worst to me. Like I've never been more bullied by an animal. Like just like no soul in the eyes, just knock me down, chew my clothes, fucking tear my shit up. Like
Debbie's over here talking about jerk chicken, and I'm just like, oh.
Hey, jerk chicken's pretty good. I'll fuck around, make some chicken strips and stuff. I'll do some comfort food for Southern people kind of stuff. But like I'm my least favorite meat, honestly. Like it's just I don't know. I don't like to prepare it at home that much.
Limited.
Yeah, and when I'm out to eat, it doesn't seem like I'm ever getting a chicken plate.
I don't get meat if I go anywhere out to eat because it can't be commingled with anything that has hoofs.
Yeah. The trial's back, gang.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Oh no, you're good. They're still muted, so I've got the audio jammed the fuck up. So when their mics go hot, we should hear it immediately. We have the rest, just to remind anybody tuning in, we have the rest of the prosecution's closing argument, and then we have the entirety of the defense's closing argument still to come. They took that recess, I think, to sort out some technical difficulties on the prosecution's end. I think his PowerPoint file is corrupted. I'm just kidding, I don't know. But something went awry.
You gotta save it in the right format, man.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, dude, you shouldn't be PNGing when you're JPEGing, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
Steak or fish for dining, says Rich Buddy. Yeah, see, exactly. I was go steak or fish. Then fish, I feel limited. Am I blocked by Merc or just not as funny as I think I am? You're not blocked by me, Allie. Oh, sorry, I haven't. You had to bat away literal chicken head. Yeah, I did. I really did. Sorry, I lost track of the. I did straight up have to bat away a literal chicken head. I had to bat away. My sister used to bat away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna
her chicken head
on.
ass
hope,
hood
your
rat
full
friends
stomachs won't
from me when I was a
distract
kid.
you too much from the presentation here. So I had been talking about the.
Oh, she said she's not a huntress unless it's Pokemon Go, and that is really fucking funny.
I'm trying to go through these events in a way that
Oh,
makes
shit.
sense. So count one of the information is with regard to Joseph
Fuck
Rosenbaum.
around.
The
Man.
second count of the information.
I knew some people
pertains
lost
to
their
Richie
mind on some
McGinnis,
Pokemon
who you
Go.
heard testify.
Me.
He testified that he was in the line of fire behind
Motherfuckers
Joseph
taking
Rosenbaum
walks.
as
Like,
the
taking
defendant
walks.
fires 4 rounds. With
I
his
talked my
AR-15, which
boss
is loaded
into
with
doing
full metal
Pokemon
ejected
Go
ammunition.
tours where we would
And I'll
take
talk a
everyone
little
in
bit more
town
about that type of
on our
ammunition in a little
van
bit.
to all the
But you've heard
Pokemon
testimony that it's
hotspots.
the type of ammunition that is capable
Oh.
of going through body.
We'd go
Ooh.
battle all the
It is capable of
gyms.
going through a squad
That's
car.
actually a dope
It
community
is
activity.
designed to go through.
It was a lot of fun, and people would pay like $3 a piece to get on the van that could fit 25 people, and we'd take them around town and go to all the
He had been
spots.
hit. He thought his life was in danger.
Oh shit.
One of the rules.
Sorry,
that
dude, we
I
just
think
broke
most
down
people
the
who are
fucking
familiar with
distance
firearms
in, like,
knows is
the-
always check your background.
What
Meaning
he was
know
carrying can
what's around
actually
your
do.
target and know what's behind your target. This is true when you're hunting. It's true when you're target shooting, and obviously it's true when you've got an AR-15 in downtown Kenosha in the middle of protests with houses and people nearby.
Oh,
But
well.
there's no indication the defendant cared one bit.
Not at all, Allie. Hop
about
back
his
up in this
background.
chat, Allie.
Cared one bit about where those bullets were going to go. And as I said, he put Richie McGinnis in danger. Richie McGinnis, after this incident you've seen on the videos, goes to try and help Joseph Rosenbaum and has his own video shows. When he first gets there, he finds Mr. Rosenbaum's body face down on the ground. And I'm going to play this exhibit 15 for you.
You okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, can I flip you over real quick? Oh, I'm gonna flip you over real quick, bro. Flip over real quick. Just gotta get pressure on this, dude.
This kid won't look up at the fucking footage.
Where's that, dude? Get a light on it. Get a light. Give me a fucking light. Where? Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole? Get the fucking light up.
Yeah, you get the idea. I'd probably make him look. Yeah, they had to cut some of that footage, I imagine.
I just got the chills, like literally.
Yeah.
You want to talk about medics? You want to talk about people who care? You want to talk about people who are there trying to help? You just heard them and you just saw them. People who didn't know Joseph Rosenbaum. They just knew somebody needed help. And while that's going on, the defendant flees, callously disregarding the body of the man that he just shot and killed. And as he's running off, he's lying to the crowd about what just happened. This is exhibit number 12.
So there was just like 6 shots. It went off.
Run away.
The defendant says he pulled a gun. That statement, he pulled a gun, was a lie. It's not true. The defendant knew it wasn't true. He's lying to the crowd as he's running away. Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun. The defendant knew he didn't have a gun. The defendant is lying to save his own skin instead of going and trying to help the person that he has just shot and killed. In exhibit number 3, Gage Grosskreuz's Facebook
we love
Live
you too,
video,
Allie.
he tells a similar
We
lie.
love you, Allie.
As
All
they're
right, I'm
running,
gonna have to go in the other room.
Mr. Grosskreutz asks the defendant, "Did you just shoot someone?" And the defendant says something about the police and then says, "I did not shoot anyone." And this is similar to the lie that he told Jason Lukowski at exactly that same time. As he passes Mr. Lukowski, he says, "I did not shoot anyone." And that was established through Mr. Lukowski's testimony. And again, I think it's worth emphasizing at this point that Jason Lukowski had just met the defendant maybe an hour. This is about 11:50 at night. Mr. Lukowski got there about 10:45. This is Gage Grosskreutz running towards danger, running to try and help. This is exhibit number 3.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Listen to the second thing he says.
You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
It's hard to tell what his exact words are. I hear the word "not" pretty clearly in there, as in I did not shoot anyone, I did not do anything. Jason Lukowski, he lies to. The crowd, he lies to. Gage Grosskreutz, he lies to. So at this point, the crowd is dealing with what they perceive to be an active shooter. Someone who has just shot someone, who is still in possession of the gun, who is fleeing the scene, and how are we supposed to know where he's going next? You know, all night that night, the crowd has been hearing the sound of gunshots. They've been hearing fireworks, firecrackers, but now someone actually has been shot. The crowd sees the defendant running with a gun. He's lying to them. He still has the gun. He's shot someone. This is provocation to them. This is someone who has committed a criminal act and is putting people in danger. It is entirely reasonable for that crowd to believe at that moment that he is a threat to kill again. The defendant could have made it unequivocally clear what he was doing. He could have stayed at Mr. Rosenbaum's body, helped protect him, helped preserve his life, call 911. As he's running, he could have announced to the crowd exactly what he was doing, told them. He could have fired warning shots to try and keep him away. He could have dropped the gun. He could have raised his hands in surrender. He could have signaled to this crowd that he did not pose a threat anymore. But everything he does is indicative of someone who is still a threat. Now, the defendant is going to tell you he wasn't. But from the crowd's perspective, how are they supposed to know any different? He does nothing to demonstrate to the crowd that he isn't a threat to kill again. And it turns out he does. It turns out within a few seconds, he does kill again. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in this situation, the crowd has the right to try and stop an active shooter. They have a right to protect themselves. The defendant is not the only one in the world who has the right to self-defense. But what does the crowd do to try and stop the defendant? I submit to you, and this is not a criticism of them, but they use almost the least minimal, least intrusive means possible. They could have used deadly force against him. They could have shot at him. But instead, somebody comes up behind him and knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes up with a skateboard and the defendant blocks it with his arm. And then the defendant falls to the ground on his own. No one knocked him down. This man that the defense wants to call Jump Kick Man, he's got no weapons, no gun, no knife, no nothing, comes in and tries to kick the defendant in the face. Anthony Huber comes back and tries to grab the gun, actually does grab the defendant's gun and tries to pull it away because he's trying to disarm an active shooter. And Gage Grosskreutz comes running in, stops with his hands up in the air until he sees and hears the defendant adjusting his weapon as if preparing to fire again. And then what does Gage Grosskreutz do? He reaches for the gun to try and disarm the defendant. Gage Grosskreutz had his own gun in his own hand. He could have aimed it and fired at the defendant, but he did not. And you heard Gage Grosskreutz testify about that, about how that is a decision that he was not prepared to make at that point in time. He is not the type of person who is just willing to take someone's life in an instant, unlike the defendant, who took 2 lives that night, very quickly and seemingly very easily. There is a video, Exhibit 5, which is the BG on the scene video, which traces this entire incident, which we call the second event. This is going to show you Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and the other individuals who are trying to stop an active shooter using what I would characterize as the least intrusive means possible.
It's a pretty solid prosecution closing argument.
Someone knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes in with a skateboard.
Whoa, why'd he even shoot that guy?
In just a few seconds, the defendant kills one person, attempts to kill 2 more, and blows off Gage Grosskreitz's arm. It's that fast. This is someone who has no remorse, no regard for life, only cares about himself. And these folks that are coming at him, the Jump Kick Man, Anthony Huber, aren't armed. They're not a credible, imminent threat to his life. They are trying to stop an active shooter. And they have a right to do so. Imagine if the crowd couldn't do that. Imagine if they weren't allowed to try and stop someone in this type of situation. After killing Anthony Huber, after severely wounding Gage Grosskreutz, the defendant walks away like he's some sort of hero in a Western. Without a care in the world for anything he's just done. You know, it's interesting. This occurs about a block away from the police line, right down the road. If the defendant's so concerned about his safety, the police are right there. And in fact, they pull up to this scene almost instantly. The defendant's got his medic bag on. He proclaims himself a medic. He doesn't know at this point if Anthony Huber's dead or alive or capable of being saved. And yet the defendant offers no assistance, makes no attempt to try and help anyone else. All he cares about is himself. We have taken that video and we have broken it down into individual frames. And I want to take you through, frame by frame, the incident with Gage Grosskreutz. Because a lot has been made about Mr. Grosskreutz's motions and what he does and where he goes and things like that. So I think it's helpful for us to take a look at this. So this is Exhibit 80, beginning with frame 356. At this point, you can see that Anthony Huber is staggering off after being shot in the chest. The wound has entered his lower left rib cage and has wound up almost exiting near his right shoulder.
Alley.
It has ripped through his ribs.
Yeah, I want to know all about that.
Aorta, and he may not technically be dead, but he's going to be dead within a few seconds. He is stumbling away. The defendant has the weapon pointed towards Gage Grosskreutz here, who is cowering, hovering, hiding, covering his head, trying to stay out of the way. And I'm going to go frame by frame here slowly as we see the movement. Now we see the gun is moving down towards Gage Grosskreutz. It is pointed directly at him from a distance of just a couple of feet. Gage Grosskreutz has his right leg planted as if he's pushing backwards, trying to get away. The gun is still pointed at him. The defendant here is going to adjust the gun, turn it over as if he's making some sort of adjustment on it. Gage Grosskreutz testified that this was a movement that he interpreted as the defendant preparing that gun as if it was going to fire again, as if clearing a jammed round so that he could shoot it at Mr. Grosskreutz. At this point, Mr. Grosskreutz is, I think, probably thinking to himself, if I can get away, I will, until he realizes that the defendant is getting ready to fire again.
Yeah, he does have that little cadence between firing there where he's like, no, I'm going to shoot this dude even though he's fucking getting on. Word, alley cattails.
In none of these frames is Mr. Grosskreuz's right hand with his Glock pistol pointed at the defendant. You can see Mr. Grosskreutz is actually backing up with his right leg. Let me go back a couple of frames here. This is frame 444. You can see his right foot is on the ground, but it's starting to move back. Now as I move forward in the frames, 447, his right leg is moved back. This is someone who is about to retreat. His hands are in the air. He's backing away from the defendant until, as he's testified, he sees the defendant start to manipulate that gun in such a way that it makes Mr. Grosskreutz feel like he's about to be shot. And only then does he take action. What action does Mr. Grosskreutz take? Does he hold that gun with both hands, the Glock that he's got, and point it at the defendant? No, never. Does he even take the gun with one hand and point it? No, never. Instead, you can see him start to lunge in with his left arm forward. The gun is not in this hand. The gun is in his right hand. He's lunging forward, reaching for the defendant. Probably reaching for the gun. Probably trying to block the gun. You can see now he's going to take a step with his right leg across the defendant's body. Not directly towards the defendant, but across the defendant's body. As he's reaching in, almost swiping away at that gun with his left arm. He has bladed his body in such a way as to try and present as minimal of a target as possible, which is probably what saves his life. His right leg is about to hit the ground here. The gun, the AR-15, is pointed directly at him from just 2, maybe 3 feet away. He's trying to shield himself with his left arm. And as we approach frame 500 here, the gun goes off. At no point in this process is Mr. Grosskreutz pointing his gun at the defendant. Frame 499, the gun is just fired. Frame 500, you see the puff of smoke. 501, the bullet has hit Mr. Grosskreutz's right bicep, severing it. I'm going to continue forward after this because you can see that his right arm, this is an interesting frame right here, 504. You can see that gun, I'll go back even more. You can see that Mr. Grosskreutz's arm with the right hand, with the gun, his right hand is pointed off to the side. What pulls that gun down closer to the defendant is the fact that Mr. Grosskreutz just had his right bicep severed. It's not a voluntary action.
No.
It's an involuntary, the muscle is severed. Now watch, frame 502, watch his right hand. 503, 504, 505, 506, 507, 508. At this point, yeah, absolutely. That right arm is probably dangling down towards the defendant. It's not going to be able to pull that trigger without a working bicep muscle, and it's not a voluntary thing. It's done because the defendant just blew his arm off. But yeah, this is the time after the shooting when, yes, the gun happens to be pointed at the defendant. And I got to stop here for a moment and highlight the hypocrisy of the defense. Because according to the defense, if someone has a gun, they're a threat. If someone points a gun, they're a threat. There's only one exception to that. The defendant. By their logic, he gets to run around with a gun all night. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat. He gets to point the gun at everyone. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat. No, it doesn't work that way. The same set of rules apply to the defendant as everybody else. There's no exception in the law for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception that says, if anyone else has a gun, you're a danger, except for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception in the law that says, if you point your gun at people, oh, that makes you a
solid
threat,
closing argument.
Except for Kyle Rittenhouse. I can do it all night long. The same rules apply to him as everyone else. And everyone else has a right to defend themselves
welcome, Russ.
also. Not
Thank you
just
for the
defendant.
subscription.
Thanks for subscribing.
We have shown you photos and videos of Gage Grosskreuz's injuries. Exhibit 60 is a video taken right after Mr. Grosskreutz was wounded by the defendant.
Right, Ellie? Yeah, the victims, they don't get a voice, you know, yeah. This is where they get that. Places like this, places like court, it's important.
It's hard to look at, but this is what we're dealing with. When you fire an AR-15 at someone from close range, this is what it looks like. I guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant had no clue what his gun was capable of. He didn't even bother to pay any attention to it, didn't concern himself with what he would be doing to other people. But this is what happened. Let's not flinch away from this. It's important that we understand what that gun was capable of that night. It killed 2 people, and it did this to Mr. Grosskreuz's arm. When those shootings occurred that I just played for you, what would a reasonable person in the defendant's position at that time think? The good news is, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to tell us. As part of your decision in this case, you will represent the reasonable person, of ordinary and prudent person, and you will put yourself in the defendant's shoes that night. I submit to you that at the time of those shootings, a reasonable person in the defendant's shoes would have known that he had provoked Joseph Rosenbaum by pointing his gun at someone else, that the defendant had put someone else at risk of dying by doing that. The defendant should have known that the crowd was aware of the fact that he had just shot someone and that they felt their lives were in danger. That is reasonable. It is also reasonable to understand that at that point, Gage Grosskreutz had just witnessed all of this. He had heard the defendant had shot someone. He'd heard the defendant lie about it. He saw the defendant shoot at Jump Kick Man at close range, miraculously missing. Had seen the defendant kill Anthony Huber. Gage Grosskreutz reasonably believed his life was in danger at that moment. And he was proven correct, because the defendant shot him too. So when you consider what's reasonable in this case, consider whether or not it's reasonable for a criminal to be able to shoot himself out of a crime scene. When a bank robber robs a bank and runs away and the crowd comes after him, can he just shoot anybody and claim self-defense? If someone comes up to that person and tries to stop them, tries to disarm
That's true.
them,
Every
like
bullet he fired after that initial
did
one
they forfeit their life?
could be looked like that. Could be looked at like that.
Did Anthony Huber forfeit his life by trying to be a hero and stop an active shooter and protect others? Is that justified? Can the defendant just kill him? In this case, the crowd was right. The crowd knew the defendant had just shot someone. When they're coming after him, they know he's just shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum. But you know, not every active shooter situation is the crowd have perfect knowledge. When they're told that person running up the street just shot someone, we don't have time in the moment to go back and take a look at the body and replay the video and make a decision before going after the person with the gun. You know, we've had several police officers testify that in an active shooter situation, their first instinct, their first training is to go in and stop the threat. They don't sit there and wonder, well, maybe it was self-defense. I don't know. I'm going to, wait and see. And every day we read about heroes that stop active shooters. That's what was going on here. And that crowd was right. And that crowd was full of heroes. That crowd did something that, honestly, I'm not sure I would have had the courage to do. If I see a guy running up the street with an AR-15 and I hear he just shot somebody, my first instinct is not to approach. Anthony Huber was different. Jump Kick Man was different. Gage Grosskreutz was different. That doesn't make them a threat to the defendant's life. It doesn't make their lives worthless. They don't give up their right to defend themselves. They have just as much right as the defendant. I told you I wanted to begin by talking about the murders committed by the defendant. Now I want to go back and put it all in context for you. And that context starts with, bruh, I'm just trying to be famous. The defendant's TikTok profile. 4 doors, more whores.
What?
Picture of him up in Ladysmith, probably in early May, proudly
That's his
holding
TikTok
new AR.
username?
Up until August 25th, 2020, this is the only time he'd ever fired
What?
that gun.
Excuse me?
Maybe put 100
That's all I
rounds
could
through
say.
it. That property up there with Dominic Black.
What?
They purchased that gun on that same trip.
I'm sorry.
The defendant admitted. He
What
knew
a
as a matter of
little
law, he could not
gentleman.
fire that gun because he was only
The
17.
fuck?
I definitely want my
he
daughter
was
hanging out with
But
him.
he thought legally he could possess it, which didn't make a lot of sense.
What
to me.
doors?
We don't have a lot of defendants come in and say, well,
Oh,
I
like on a truck?
possess cocaine.
The car.
I knew I couldn't buy
The
it,
car,
but
yeah.
I thought I could possess
Oh,
it.
that's stupid as
No,
fuck.
that's not the way it works.
It's not even good, bro.
No.
That's the best you can come up with.
For the defendant.
I rhymed.
That
4
gun
doors,
for
no
some reason
horse.
was not legally
The
allowed.
fuck?
to possess
Okay,
it.
so you have an
Really,
extended
bro?
I'm
cab.
prosecuting Dominic Black for that. As you know.
And a little
Prosecuting
fucking
Josh was
penis complex. Was
Yeah,
that
and a
Napoleon?
little, and incel problems.
And we
The
don't tolerate
fuck?
that.
That's the kind of dude
Okay.
I went to high school
The
with.
agreement was Dominic Black was going to keep that gun.
Good
Until the
lord.
defendant turned
Probably
18.
had a gun rack
It
on the
was
back of
Dominic
his truck,
Black's
just
gun.
like most of the high
Legally
school
is.
kids.
Good
The
lord.
high
And the
school
defendant knew
fucking jockey
that it was
dudes
gonna
I
be
went to
held
high
on
school with.
until he turned 18.
Yeah.
That he was not going to have it until that birthday.
Arianthi said, don't
I
forget,
wanna focus a
Erica,
little
he
bit on
beats
this
up women.
AR-15 because I think it's important when you consider the recklessness of the
I hate
defendant's
this. I hate this.
I mean,
kid.
I hate to like assume things, and I'm not an assumer, but
about
like
this
my mind went
deadly
to like, oh, he's that frat kid that
He
like
only
date
fired
rapes
it that one
chicks.
time,
Yeah.
maybe 100
Yeah,
rounds through
Arianthi.
it.
I don't know why
He
my
loaded the gun
brain
with
went there, and
full metal
excuse
jacket
me
ammunition,
if that's
which I'll talk about
inappropriate.
a little bit more.
Yeah.
He wanted it because he said
But-
it looked cool.
His gene pool does look like a potato salad. I will
Didn't
say
seem to
that.
know
Hold on,
or
I'm gonna
care
u-
much
on that note, I'm gonna use the
about
restroom.
the
I'll be
type
right
of
back.
ammunition.
Yeah, but the mayo kind.
Or the type
Yeah.
of gun.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
had a couple of witnesses tell us in this trial.
You ain't got no mustard in your
Could not
potato
believe it.
salad.
The
A
honky
gun
ass
is a
kind.
gun is a gun.
We all know a Kyle, every one of us.
We all know.
Don't even start with that.
We know what kind of potato salad you
Bullet
ate
is
as a
bullet.
kid.
No, it is
Kyle.
not. It is not. And anybody who
A
says
potato
that
salad with
is
mayo and
ignorant
raisins. Exactly,
and
Arianthi.
reckless.
Yeah,
Distinctions here.
that's the kind of potato salad.
Full metal jacket ammunition is capable of piercing.
And it's not
bodies.
even like the chunky
and
potato
squash.
salad. Like, you know, that
You
has
heard
chunks
Officer
of
Krieger
potato. No, they
testify
practically
that when
treat
they
it like
heard
mashed
someone was
potatoes.
running around with a rifle, he went and got his plate armor out of the back because their
They ain't got any good
armor
shit.
wasn't gonna stop those
It's
rounds.
potato salad.
Ryan Balch talked about how full metal jacket ammunition is designed. And this is
Is it
a former
obvious
Army
that I like the
infantryman.
mustard
It's
kind of
designed to go
potato
through a
salad?
target like a deer or a
I do
person
too.
and
Ah,
continue on.
like you can't. Like there's no
He
other
says it can
way
hit a
to
target
do
550
potato salad.
yards away. That's 5.5 football fields.
Wait,
And it's
Aaron
not even
just said he
it's
beat-
not even mayo. It's more like
And he
Miracle
explained that
Whip.
he had a handgun,
The only
Yeah,
lumps are the
why-
raisins.
Oh,
Exactly,
and
Arianthi.
that's what he was planning on using for self-defense.
Why is she saying he beats up women? I don't.
Because hollow point ammunition acts differently. It's going to hit.
Raisin
Oh, Arianthi said
in
that.
but it's
potato
not
salad.
designed
Yeah,
to
we kind
Is that
of
like a joke?
through and hit other targets.
we kind
So
of
you
went
will hit
into
what
a
you hit, but you're
like
not
the
gonna
kind
put
of
the
potato
rest of the
salad Kyle
community
Rittenhouse
That's
had
the-
growing up.
especially on a night
Arby's
when there
Deli
are
Fresh
hundreds of people
potato
on the streets
salad.
Yeah.
in our heavy residential area.
Oh, I hate Miracle
You can
Whip.
see on that map the car source, there are
Man.
houses.
I
there are
only
churches,
like
there are
it on
daycares,
turkey
there are
sandwiches
schools
that I make
nearby,
at home, but that's kind
and
of
you're
more of like
firing
how my
full
mom
metal
used to
jacket
make them.
ammunition around.
Gotcha. You like that tangy turkey sandwich vibe? Oh.
I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that AR.
But I don't think I eat
I'll
Miracle
agree
Whip
with
with
Buck
anything
on that.
else.
Acceptable on very few things.
Yeah,
So
like I don't think there's
feel
anything
forced
else that I
now.
actually
Amendment
eat
allows
Miracle Whip
people to
on.
carry guns. That is true. There are people who can't carry guns, convicted felons, for example. But generally speaking, I'm not saying people don't have the right to carry a gun. What I'm saying is that AR-15 did not accomplish any of the goals that these folks said it was going to.
That fucking
For example,
yeah.
Ryan Balch
would've said-
the handgun is what he was going to use for self-defense.
I said that AR-15
Several
was
witnesses agreed,
unnecessary.
you can't
Unnecessary as
or shoot
fuck.
this gun at people to protect
You
property.
could take a
Kids
pistol.
talking
If you're
about
going to protect the car store's
fucking
building,
wars and shit. And
You
my
could
kid just
take a
called me,
pistol.
Can I go to homework club? Like, that's the difference here.
Oh.
the defendant has admitted
Like, what the
the
fuck?
gun was useless when he was going to treat people.
Oh, Erica, Arianthe sent the video in the chat.
Take it off and hand it to someone.
Okay.
So you can't use it as a medic. You can't use it to protect the building.
Well,
So what's
You
it
can't
for?
use it as a medic.
Well, it looks pretty imposing, and it has some.
Yo, I'm
pros about it.
CPR
But
certified,
Jason
so I'm
Chesney,
a
Dominic
medic.
Black, and Ryan Balch all said they
Wow.
never actually intended to use
Really,
it.
bro?
So why is it there?
Wow.
I even went to school as a medical
The
assistant.
defendant was wearing
He
a
said
But
he
I'm
was
not a
like
medic.
a fucking
That's
EMT.
the
It's like, but you ain't no
that afternoon.
EMT.
The purpose of the sling was so the gun couldn't be
It's-
taken away.
It's a really different
It wouldn't
thing.
fall off. He wouldn't lose possession of it. It was designed to
think I'm
help him
okay.
retain possession of that gun.
Actually, can you do me a
And he
favor?
loaded it with 30 rounds.
Can
of
you
full
take that
magazine,
water bottle that's on the counter,
capable of
that
killing
blue
30
one,
people or more.
and just put water in it?
Why do you need 30 rounds of full metal jacket armor to protect a building?
I need some water. Hydrate.
I know, my throat's
This
starting to hurt. I
AR-15 is
think
completely incompatible with
same
the
thing
role
as you,
of
like,
a medic.
now
ran-
going near people.
Richie
I
McGinnis
ran
I'm
out the
getting
door
it.
super
spent
quick earlier
demonstrations
because
in
my boss
Seattle,
called.
Portland,
And
Washington,
she was like, "Hey, I'm working from
New
home
York,
too," and I was like, "Oh,
Minneapolis.
that's cool." And
He's
she goes,
never
"Wow, you do
seen
sound
anyone
sick."
walking around claiming to be a medic with an
I was like, "Gee,
AR-15.
thanks."
And certainly, when you see someone like that,
It went
it
hard
doesn't
watching
exactly
the
send a
video.
warm, fuzzy message.
We
Oh, come
did
to me,
finally
I'm
see
here to
Dune,
help.
and yes, it was beautiful. Such a
Yeah.
cute
He
movie.
had to take off his AR-15 to treat people.
Cute.
No serious,
It's not fucking Dune
credible
cute.
Effects-wise, it was a cute
wears an
movie.
AR-15 slung around their body.
But
Oh,
Allie
it was so
Katz says,
good.
That's because
ew, definitely frat boy, micro PP, pathetic, entitled grossness vibe.
he was not in
With Rotten.
He lied.
Micro PP.
He's being interviewed by Richie McGinnis, who he hears is a member of the media, and he says, "I'm a certified
Got me
EMT."
good.
He lied.
That whole Alley Cat's
Absolutely
comment
wrong.
in the chat is exactly the
Jason
like
Mikowski and Dominic Black said
word for
the
word
defendant
version
borrowed
of that
medical
gif of
supplies.
Sheldon with like his shirt over his nose while he's spraying
This is an
Lysol.
emergency situation.
That's
Yes.
the kind of energy I'm receiving right now, and I love it.
Everybody's prepared for people to be hurt, harmed, injured,
I love that
and
show
yet the
so
defendant's
much.
going to go there and walk around claiming to be a medic? He's like a
Hey, no
doctor
micro PP shaming.
practicing medical license. That puts lives at risk. One of the things I had Gage Grosskreutz testify about is that tattoo on his right arm, which said, "First, do no
I know how to stabilize your broken bones
Which
and
is
how to
one of the
put you on a
precepts, one of
homemade
the
stretcher to get you
fundamental
out. Am I an EMT?
practice." First,
No, she didn't. That's what I'm saying, Ariel. Like, I have some
EMT
training.
or
how do we evaluate the defendant?
or you just have livestock.
Well, on one hand,
Yeah.
he
How do I think he'll deal in jail? I think he'll be passed around like a bowl of popcorn.
Yay.
And gonna get tricked out
That
quick.
little
He killed two
baby
people.
face.
Blew off
Oh.
Gage Grosskreuz's arm.
They're gonna be squeezing his cheeks and shit.
and put 2 more lives in jeopardy. So,
Yeah.
when we balance
He's squeezing his
your
mushing
role
his
as a
face
medic
together
that
and
night,
being
I
like-
don't give you any credit.
They're he's gonna be passed around like a bowl of popcorn. They're gonna
He showed no
love him.
remorse for his victims.
I don't think he's going to jail, guys. I hate to
And
break it
even on
to
the
you, but
witness
he's not
stand,
going to
when he
jail.
testified on Wednesday,
There's like an asterisk
We'll
on
get some bullshit
the
about
end of
the
that
rest.
hot
not about
because it's like
anybody that was hurt
hot.
that night.
Yeah.
No
Hot.
remorse, no concern for anyone else. For him to call himself a medic is an insult to anyone like Gage Grosskreutz, who spent hundreds of hours training and working hard to become an EMT.
Okay, Alex. That's
Oh,
too much
don't
information.
nod about that like you're in a fucking you're in the
The defendant made a
principal's
series
office.
of reckless decisions that night.
You're gonna put a
What?
toddler
Going
face.
armed with
I,
an AR-15.
Like they kind of caught him just at the
17
time
years
where
old when he knew
he was sitting
he
there
shouldn't
being
have
like,
done
well,
so.
acting like an
Because that
EMT when
gun
you're
is
not
normally
is
locked
kind
in
of
a
fucked
safe
up.
that he doesn't
And
have
then like they
access to.
pan to Kyle
And
just
it's
as
not
he
even
stops
illegally
nodding as if he's understanding
He's
now that
after
was
citywide
like where he
curfew.
fucked up.
He's intentionally
No,
and
dude.
knowingly entering into a dangerous
No, it's either
situation,
jail or no
and
at
he
this
expects
point.
it, because he brings
Yeah.
along his AR-15 and some body armor.
he doesn't even look remorseful
So
to
don't
me.
tell me you
Nah, I
didn't
don't
know.
think he does either.
He just looks like he doesn't know how to get through this.
He was like a privileged kid in some shit.
Deer in headlights. Exactly, deer in headlights. He's barely listening to what's happening right now.
Like he does not
A
understand
lot of you, but I
the
remember
gravity.
that
No,
night.
he's treating it like a situation where he's learning from his mistakes as a child because he's still a child.
In part because we all knew
Not a single thing in his life has prepared him
most reasonable
for this
people,
point.
to the extent they
And
come
he
out,
does not know
they're
how to
wrong
process it.
Yeah.
Because
Which you
we
shouldn't at
don't
fucking 18 years
willingly
old.
put
You
ourselves
shouldn't
in this
be
situation.
killing someone at
Unless
18
you
years old.
want
You shouldn't
Yeah.
be killing someone at all.
You shouldn't be killing anybody. Yeah.
Unless you want trouble.
At any time.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give him that. That shit probably fucks you up.
I'll
Now,
go
to put this
beyond
in perspective,
enablers,
this
Ebert. I
time
think he
here in
wasn't
our
just
community,
brainwashed. I think,
there
yeah,
were
he was
people who were
raised to be
scared.
this little Hitler Youth.
There were people who were
fucking
worried about
Tiki Torch
themselves,
White.
their homes, their families, their business.
I am now creating a decree. The opposite of swag
understandable.
is now called slag.
But this is
Word.
different.
Thank you, Allie.
There were also people out there who were exercising their First Amendment right to assemble.
I
to
love
free
that.
speech.
So what's the
He's got
opposite?
slag.
I
What's
know.
And they
what's
have
the
no
opposite
right
of
to.
He's
drip?
a
Droop?
daddy flag.
But that's not what we're talking about.
But it's like
Oh.
DREWP.
Droop.
The
Yeah.
Like it's a
riots,
dumb
the
version
arson,
of droop?
looting that
The
we'd seen
opposite
on
of
those
drip is
prior
droop.
nights,
Yeah.
Roadblocks set up around downtown.
When you got that
closed
fake-ass
exits on the
Rolex.
interstates. All of this was sending the message to reasonable people: go away. Don't come down.
Because if you
here.
do DREWP, you still get do in there.
Ooh,
So
they
it's
left at
like
11:45.
you're trying to get there, but no, you're
Most
drooped.
reasonable people
That's off-brand
had gone
drip.
home before the curfew,
That's droop.
or never even came at all. But the defendant's down there, he says, because he wants you to believe he's protecting CarSource.
Yeah, I really
Even though
hope,
he had no
Manuel. I
actual
really hope,
ties or
Manuel.
genuine concern
I mean,
for
I
this
really
building.
hope it's
You have this caravan
You know,
of people from West Bend,
some
Ryan
justice.
Balch, Jason Lukowski,
Drew.
Joanne Fugler, coming down from some other community, having no idea what's going on here, Kenosha, having no idea what businesses are, having never dealt with CarSource before, just injecting themselves into this situation. CarSource that night was empty. The owners testified. They moved all the cars off the lot. They took the tools out from inside. And they didn't even feel the need to protect that building.
slag is British slang
So who's there? These guys with their AR-15s are
for
just
a
wannabe
slut,
soldiers
for a nasty
Acting tough.
minge, right?
trying to manufacture some personal connection to this event, furthering their own personal agenda.
Worldly.
Just a small part of the deluge of chaos tourists we saw here in Kenosha, trying to feed off of what we were going through. Despite everything we did to try and tell them, go away, stay out. Did those owners, Sam and
Smug
Sal,
nugget.
ask anyone
I
to
like
protect their
smug
business?
nugget.
No, I called them to the stand because I wanted you to hear from them. I had their statement, but I wanted you to hear from them. And I'm sure you formed your own impressions about them. I'm not here to tell you that I believe what they said on the witness stand. I don't think it really matters much, except I wanted you to have a flavor of who these people were and what was going on at that building. What was interesting to me is that text message from the defendant to Sam asking for the address of CarSource, even though the defendant says he's already been there. That didn't make any sense to me. It's not hard to find if you've driven past there every day. You know, Kenosha is one of the easiest cities in Wisconsin to navigate. It's all east, west, north, south. How hard is it to find this place? But the agreement was the defendant was supposed to stay at the 59th Street location. There's another group at 63rd. It was their responsibility. And the defendant testified that when the shootings occurred at 11:45 or 11:50 at night, he didn't even know if that other group was still there or if they'd left. But crucially, you heard the testimony of Kriston Harris, who's out there reporting for his Rundown Live, and he's making some video. And he tells the defendant, stay on your property. Don't go out in the streets and engage with these protesters because you're just making it worse and you're escalating the situation. He tells the defendant specifically that, just 20 minutes before the shootings. Kriston Harris probably said that because he knows this is a crowd that is feeling threatened by the defendant and his group. Richie McGinnis testified when he left the Stella Hotel and immediately ran over to 59th Street, he saw guys up on the roof and he felt threatened.
The roof.
These guns, he said, were the thing that changed the dynamic for him. Drew Hernandez, we showed video of Drew Hernandez having laser sights pointed at him.
It's already on.
And he said he felt threatened. He thought someone was pointing a gun from the roof and putting his life in jeopardy. These are two people who are veterans. They've been to protests in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York. They've been through this before. And yet here in little old Kenosha, the defendants group made them fear for their lives. That's the kind of
Harry Anthony, I
impact
just
these
watched that video.
AR-15s had. The crowd is yelling at the defendants group, stop pointing your guns at us, stop pointing these laser pointers at us. And the defendant sees this. He's well aware of the fact that the crowd out on the street is hostile. They don't react well to him. And he knows that by 11:35 at night, this crowd is all the way down there south of 60th. That's where they're at. So if I go down there, I need to be prepared, and I need to expect that these folks are not on my side. Joseph Rosenbaum. He's dead. So we don't know what he was thinking. We don't know what was going on in his mind. That makes him an easy target for the defense today, because they can stand up here and pile on him and destroy his reputation, and he can't speak for himself. That happens a lot in homicide trials.
Utterly in shock,
Blame the
Eric.
victim,
What happened?
who can't speak for themselves.
What?
So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Joseph Rosenbaum, and you've heard some testimony about him. He had been in the hospital, left it that day, had a clear plastic bag with his possessions, toiletries, a water bottle. We've all seen this. You get it in the hospital. It's pretty common. He's walking around like it's pretty much his only possession in the world. He visits Carrie Ann Swart, his girlfriend, and then happens to wander downtown into the middle of civil unrest. No indication he planned to be there. No indication he's part of any sort of movement.
Oh, the video you
He
guys
just
sent.
happens to
Oh,
stumble
word.
into it. So what does he do that night? Oh, let me tell you all the awful things Joseph Rosenbaum did. He tipped over a porta potty that had no one in it. He swung a chain. He lit a metal garbage dumpster on fire. Oh, and there's this empty wooden flatbed trailer that they pulled out in the middle of the road, and they tipped it over to stop some bearcats, and they lit it on fire. Oh, and he said some bad words. He said the N-word. If he were alive today, like Joshua Zeminski, I'd probably try and prosecute him for arson, but I can't because the defendant killed him. But that's the way we deal with people that do these things. When you commit arson, we prosecute you. We don't execute you
I
in the
don't
street.
know what we're talking about.
And I'm not here to say that the things that Joseph Rosenbaum did were good,
What you mean?
or that I condone that kind of behavior.
Don't
Not
say
at all.
that.
But he didn't deserve to die for it. You can't kill someone for these things. He's 5'4", 150 pounds. Jason Lukowski characterized him as a babbling idiot. Lukowski says, I turned my back and walked away. This guy wasn't even a threat. I think we all know somebody like Joseph Rosenbaum, the Napoleon complex, the little guy who just wants to chatter. But when it comes down to it, it's all bark. It's no bite. It's like a little dog. Bark, 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 bark. But really, ain't gonna do anything. There is no dispute in this record that at no point that night did Joseph Rosenbaum hurt anyone. Never had a gun, never had a knife, never had a bat, never had a club. And in the Drew Hernandez video, that fight at Ultimate Gas that we showed you, he's being shoved around by the crowd like a rag doll. And yeah, he's mouthing off. He doesn't actually threaten anybody, doesn't actually hurt anybody. A tiny little person, which, frankly, and in the background of this video, something that's Joseph. Somebody pointed a gun, triggers him. Never reaches for their guns, rears back to punch, never even lays hands on anybody. You're going to watch this confrontation here at Ultimate Gas, and I want you to keep in mind that there's a group of people on one side with AR-15s and a group of people on the other side. And none of the people with the AR-15s feel their life is in danger. None of them shoot their guns. They can handle themselves. The defendant can't. That sound you heard was somebody throwing some sort of plastic thing at one of the stanchions underneath
Buffering for you, Debbie? Damn.
the gas station, and it makes a sound that
Hopefully
almost
it comes
sounds
back.
like a
I'm not
gunshot.
having
So
any
add that
technical
into the
difficulties
mix.
on this
You've got
end.
people with guns, loud voices, clear
Double check
hostility,
YouTube.
and the sound of something that, frankly, to me sounds like a gunshot, and yet everybody keeps their cool. Nobody hurts anybody. Nobody fires a gun. And watch how they push Joseph Rosenbaum around like a rag doll. Watch this guy in yellow. He's going to shove Joseph Rosenbaum about 8 feet away. Wow. I guess it was a different guy that did that, but they're shoving him around like a rag doll. Nobody feels threatened by Joseph Rosenbaum. He's not reaching for anybody's gun. He's a mouthy little guy. He's a little dog that barks. And you know what he's going to do now? He's going to tell him, hey, I need to go grab my bag. I don't have my bag. So they let him on through. There he is about to reach down and grab his bag off the ground. That's Joseph Rosenbaum. You've heard testimony that he tells people, shoot me, asking them to shoot him. I'm curious how that's a threat to anyone else. He's triggered, as we saw in that video, by people pointing guns at other people, which is reasonable. Most people would feel that same way. And then we get to the crux of the defense, this threat that he supposedly made to the defendant. The defense would love to be able to play you a video of this threat. They would love for you to see it and hear it yourself. This is a night in which there are dozens of people out there, reporters and regular folks who are recording with their cell phones and with other cameras all night long. We have shown you video of almost every minute of the defendant's night from multiple different angles, and yet you have not been shown a single video with this threat. Nowhere. It's not out there. Ryan Balch testified, and we have his transcript. We have his testimony, and what he says is,
damn, Allie.
There was an incident in which
Damn.
Dustin Collette had put out a dumpster fire and said something to the effect of, fuck around and find out. And Balch steps in, and he has an exchange with the protesters, and he turns around, and Rosenbaum is right there in front of my face yelling and screaming. And I tell him to back up. And he goes, you know what? If I catch any of you guys, blah, blah, blah. So that's the timing, according to Ryan Balch. Right after that dumpster fire. Kriston Harris from the Rundown Live was there, physically, standing right next to Ryan Balch. Not only was he there during the dumpster fire, but he stays with Ryan Balch and or the defendant for the next 6 or 7 minutes, recording everything. And I've played this video for you. It is Exhibit 18 And I played for you a period of time from 1 hour and 22 minutes to 1 hour and 28 minutes. And I asked Kriston Harris, I call him to the stand, and I said, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Number 1, do you independently remember seeing Joseph Rosenbaum, hearing this threat? And he said no. And then I said, okay, well, maybe you missed it, because, you know, there's a lot going on. So will you rewatch your video for me and tell me, is it in there? And he said no. This video captures that entire period of time with Ryan Balch and the defendant right there, and there's no threat. There's no Rosenbaum. It didn't happen. The defense desperately wants this because they've got to give you a reason why it's okay to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. And this threat is critical to their case. But it's not there. In exhibit number 3, and I'll play it for you here as I'm talking. Joseph Rosenbaum isn't even visible. Now, I submit to you that even if, I'm sorry, this is exhibit 18, even if there was a threat made, it's still not enough because Joseph Rosenbaum's unarmed and you can't kill him. But the defense has pinned a lot of their case on a threat that didn't happen and they can't prove. It's not on video. It's not there. So I'm going to pull up exhibit 18, the Rundown Live video, and I'm going to go to that mark.
Kriston T. Harris here at the Rundown Live, and I'm here with a bunch of... Kriston T. Harris here at the Rundown Live. If you are live, share this in all your groups, your forums, start watching, protect... It's just like the year, man.
So here's the dumpster fire.
If 20 is a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem. I could use a doobie right now.
Joseph Rosenbaum is not in this video. Here's Dustin Collette about to put the fire out.
How's it going? You guys want to fuck around and find out? Hey. Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here.
Sorry to keep removing the chat from the screen. It's only because I'm trying to up the font settings so it's hella, you know,
legible.
If you guys want to,
there's Ryan Balch standing right next to
spam that chat with what the fuck?
Joseph Rosenbaum isn't here. And the defendant and his group are being
Give me
told
big old
an important
WTF.
message. As long as you stay on your property, but don't go out there and cause trouble.
Thank you, Arian. What up, Brenda Tron? What up? Yeah, F that dude.
Brenda Tron, hello.
I want that Merctus hoodie, Brenda Tron. I'm hella jelly. Oh, the Merctus. Brenda Tron has that Merctus hoodie.
He's talking to Ryan
Really?
Balch right
Yeah.
now.
Oh, that's so cool. I want it so bad.
Oh, yeah.
Payday's coming up.
Oh, snap.
This is where Ryan Balch
Hey,
goes
happy
and
Monday,
talks to a
Brenda
protester.
Tron. And yeah, F that dude.
I can't blame him. I understand. Hey, your job isn't to be in the street. You gotta stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people. No one bothering your property. Don't look for trouble with anyone. I know you are, but like, they got their own medics, and you know, if somebody's close by, take care of them. I know you're just trying to make peace. I get that, but they don't look at it that way. They look at you guys as it's a different, it's a much as you guys are afraid of them before they march down here, I know, but like what the conversations are having. Thanks, guys. Back away from the business. Back away from the business.
The rest of the video is the crowd being warded off by gas launched by the police.
Top gas.
They launch tear gas, which affects the defendant, which affects Ryan Balch, it affects Kriston Harris, and that group all runs alongside the 59th Street car source, away from the street, away from any protesters. At no point
Damn,
in that
Alley
video
Catskill, that's crazy.
do you hear any threat that Joseph Rosenbaum makes. It's not there. Trust me. If the defense had it, they'd play it for you. Now, they want you to believe that that threat is made, and they also want you to believe that it was something that the defendant took into account when he decided to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. One of the questions that occurs to me is, how would the
Yeah,
defendant
Debbie, I'm
know
excited to see the Ghislaine
who that guy
trial
was?
and stuff.
Because
We're gonna
earlier in the
be
night, Joseph
watching
Rosenbaum
that,
is wearing
or what
a
we
red
can
shirt
of it,
and a
covering
blue
it the best
bandana.
we can.
But by the time he's killed, he's got no shirt on. He's got no blue bandana. This is someone the defendant has never even met before. He's one of hundreds of people in the crowd. And yet, we're expected to believe that in a split second, the defendant remembers this guy.
That guy was trying to mediate.
I don't believe so. So then, that video that I just showed you leaves off at about 11:35 p.m. The police have moved the protesters south.
A lot of really bad shit's always happening in Colorado.
They
Here,
tear gassed the
yeah,
crowd,
it's a good.
and there's no protesters.
There's a correlation.
59th Street is no longer in any danger. Wasn't much danger to begin with. Wasn't anything left there to protect. But by this point, there's no more danger. As law enforcement comes through, you've heard this video where they tell the defendant and his group, "We appreciate you," and hand him out bottles of water. As long as you stay on that private property, yeah. No one is saying you don't have the right to stay on private property and protect private property.
Yeah.
What people are saying, what the crowd is saying, is stay there. Don't go out looking for trouble. The defendant hears this message from the police and takes it the wrong way. He thinks, oh, well, now I'm junior policeman. I can go run around stopping crime. But I asked him and I asked some other witnesses, if the police are there on the scene and the protesters are gone, go home. Why are you still here? Shouldn't have been here in the first place. But why are you still sticking around?
Yeah,
And interestingly
massive
enough,
police
one of the questions I've
corruption
always had in the
issues
back
or
of my mind
just
is, what's the end
lackluster
game?
policing.
When is this crew going to be done and decide that it's time to leave? Well, right after the defendant kills Joseph Rosenbaum, kills Anthony Huber, and comes back, they all flee like rats off a sinking ship. But it's boring at 59th Street. There's no protesters. There's no action. So the defendant decides about 11:35 p.m. to cross the police line and go looking for trouble. He knows at this point he's entering a hostile crowd. He's seen this crowd. He knows what they're like. That's why he has to yell friendly to them, because he knows they're not going to see him and think he's friendly. And he knows he's got to have Ryan Balch with him, some sort of buddy to protect him. And he's immediately confronted by that man with the yellow pants who says, "You just pointed your gun at me." And the defendant says, "Yeah, I did." He admits that. Now, what's interesting to me is they want you to believe this never happened. They want you to believe this guy in the yellow pants made it up or is lying. But he's just standing there by the side of the road, minding his own business, when the defendant happens to walk up to him. Do you think he just sat there and thought, oh, I'm going to make up a lie about this guy on the spur of the moment? Or did it really happen? And is it consistent with everything else you've seen about the defendant? Does he sound like the sort of guy who would point a gun at someone for standing on a car? Does he strike you as the kind of guy that would threaten deadly force to protect property? Because that's what happened. The man in the yellow pants says it happened. The defendant agrees. And then he comes into the trial and says, oh, I was being sarcastic. Like he's a little 17-year-old and he wants to get out of it. Shortly after that, the defendant loses track of his protector, Ryan Balch. So now he's in a position where he knows that he's surrounded by people that consider him a threat. He knows that he's not supposed to go anywhere without Ryan Balch. He knows he's supposed to go back to 59th Street. And he does. He tries. He walks up to the police line. He says, I work there. That's my business, which isn't true, but whatever. And they won't let him through. Now, Ryan Balch makes it on through shortly thereafter, but the defendant gives up. He could go one block in either direction and make it back easily if he wants to, but he stops and decides, you know what, I'm going to stay here and maybe see what's going to happen. So then he talks to these people with fire extinguishers, and he's going to go down to 63rd Street, and he asks one of them to come along, and they say no. Now at this point, he doesn't have Ryan Balch. He knows he's supposed to go back. He knows he's supposed to have a buddy, and yet he decides to go it alone. He decides to run down to 63rd Street or walk down to 63rd Street. Doesn't even know if that other group is still there. Doesn't even know if he's really needed, but he can't wait to take this opportunity to go down and confront people. Because he thinks he's some sort of cop, some sort of law enforcement agent, some sort of junior cadet who's out there with the responsibility to fight crime. Nobody asked him to do that. Nobody gave him the right. Nobody deputized him. Ryan Balch says, the police told me, the crowds, we're going to push him down by you, you're going to deal with him. The Bearcats hand out water and tell him he's appreciated. As he's crossing the police line, they warn him about people
came in hot, didn't he, guys?
What is the message he takes from all of this? The wrong message. Oh, well, now I've got the power. I've got the gun. I'm going to go confront these bad guys. I'm going to stick my nose in things. So what does he do when he gets down to 63rd Street? The first thing he does, we showed it to you at the very beginning, that drone video. Grabs that gun and points it at someone to protect property. Points it at the Zeminskis. Because why? Because they're, what, about to mess with some sort of fire? They're not threatening anyone's lives. He doesn't need to protect anyone. He doesn't need to protect himself. He's pointing a gun because he thinks he needs to protect property. He says he wants to put out a fire, but the first thing he does is drop the fire extinguisher on the ground. His AR-15 isn't going to put out a fire. So why is he really there? And we all agree, you can't use or threaten deadly force to protect someone else's property. You are here to decide whether or not his actions are legally justified, not to buy pathetic excuses that might be given to you. As a teacher, when a student says to you, the dog ate my homework, that's an excuse. It doesn't get you out of the homework assignment. If you panic in a situation that is not reasonable, that is an excuse. It is not a legal justification. If you're 17, if you don't have training or experience, if you put yourself in a situation where you're in over your head, if you're scared, those are excuses. Those are not legal justifications to kill. They do not erase your personal responsibility for your own actions. The court has read to you the instructions in this case. They lay out the law that you should apply. That reading took a long time, and I understand there was a lot to digest. And one of the things that you will have the opportunity to do when you go back and deliberate is read through those instructions yourselves. Because I get that listening to them doesn't always make it clear. But I encourage you to focus on some things when you consider the defendant's behavior in this case. You are told that criminally reckless conduct is conduct that threatens other people's lives.
Yeah, it's sad they didn't bring their A game sooner, the prosecution. They've really been lacking.
There is no dispute that
I thought it was a lacking
threatened other people's lives.
everywhere but here. This is a really good closing argument, in my opinion. I think Jameson would agree. This is still going swimmingly as far as prosecution closing arguments go.
The question is, does he get a pass? Do we think that's okay? Do we think what he did
Bring out holes in the case, explain motive.
And when you consider whether his conduct was criminally reckless,
We'll see what the
consider,
defense
did
has
it
next.
pose an unreasonable and substantial threat to the safety of others. Count 4 charges him with first-degree intentional homicide of Anthony Huber. There is no doubt that the defendant intended to kill Anthony Huber or committed conduct that he knew was practically certain to kill Anthony Huber. That gun was pointed at Anthony Huber's lower left rib cage, and the defendant deliberately pulled the trigger. That was no accident. And when you do that with an AR-15 against someone's body, it is practically certain to kill. We all know this case comes down to self-defense, but there's a high bar for using deadly force in a self-defense situation. The law says that the defendant may intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. So did Joseph Rosenbaum
Erica,
pose
yeah.
an imminent threat?
He does kind of, he
of
does
death or
have this
great
like
bodily harm?
malaise about him.
No way.
Kyle does, yeah.
Did Anthony Huber pose an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to the defendant? Absolutely not. Did Jump Kick Man or Gage Grosskreutz? No. None of these people posed an imminent threat to the defendant's life or to cause great bodily harm. The standard
Yeah,
when you make
it
this
is
decision is what
tough.
a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the
Probably
defendant's
bummed he's
position
not playing Call of Duty
under
or
the
some shit.
circumstances
I don't
that
know,
existed
yeah.
at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of the defendant's acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. So put yourself in the defendant's position. Would you have done the same thing? Would a reasonable person have done the same thing? Would you have engaged in the reckless conduct that led to this course of events?
Hell no.
Would you have gone out after curfew with an AR-15 looking for trouble? Would you have aimed at other people? Would you have tried to use the gun to protect an empty car lot? No reasonable person would have done these things. The provocation. Behind self-defense, if you the incident, you forfeit the right to self-defense. By bringing that gun everything. It means so if Joseph at him expected to yell, help, things, but shots as Joseph Rosenbaum falls helpless to the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt in this case that the defendant committed these crimes. He committed a first-degree reckless homicide against Joseph Rosenbaum. He put Richie McGinnis's life in jeopardy. He put Jump Kick Man's life in jeopardy. He intended to kill Anthony Huber, and he attempted to kill Gage.
Oh, buffered hard for a second.
All of
Oh,
those
word.
elements are true. The question is whether or not you believe that his actions were legally justified. And I submit to you that no reasonable person would
It's
have done
live.
what the defendant did. And that makes your decision easy.
Yeah, Rich, this isn't a replay. This is live.
Thank you.
This is the closing arguments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's take a break and about 2:25 hopefully. And please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Yeah. Ooh, and we got another break, baby. Ooh, snap. I got the soundboard.
Yay.
But that was a solid closing argument. I'm really excited to see what the defense is bringing. Work going on here. I'm still got the audio turned up, so USA Today, you know.
Timing it.
That wasn't timing it.
How long did he talk? 2 hours. I can give the exact start. Well, let's get everybody under oath and work it out, and if necessary, we'll have a hearing on it.
Why are his smallest of movements moving the fuck out of that chair?
Oh, that big ass chair he's in?
Yes.
Yeah,
I just
don't
realized
know.
it looks like he's got a background that he's just trying to keep stable back there.
Yeah.
Like he's not trying to move too much.
It's probably old as fuck. So maybe he needs to be tightened up or something. Yeah. Yeah. Back to the freeze frame, boy. They're gonna zoom in on this business here. Yeah, if you got them smoking, what we have next is the defense's closing arguments. All right, we still got Justin and Erica. We got Chief.
Just hanging out, man, trying to order Taco Bell and DoorDash.
Oh, where we're at right now, it's kind of a pain in the ear.
Yeah.
If they get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Buffer Deluxe. I thought it was just is real, dude. I think there's an upset DOS. Oh, it did?
Yeah.
I'm live here.
Yeah, cool.
Oh. Okay.
It's not here.
Back. Things. Yeah, it still says I'm live, so it could just be a YouTube issue. Video is not striked or taken down. Good like to dislike ratio. So even if they did, are we back?
No. It
What's-
keeps going in and out.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we should be fine. Because it's still got the live chat up for me on this rig, so I feel like we should be Gucci. A little,
Is that supposed to be some kind of call out? I don't understand.
put some background tune.
What happened?
I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm still live. No, I'm still live.
What?
Yeah, boom. Are you guys back? Welcome back, Murkies.
Guess who's back?
Back again.
Okay, so is this a conversation, or are we just gonna say, I hope you don't get assumed to be guilty one day? Like, Tim, are you actually trying to have a conversation, or are you just saying stuff?
Oh yeah, I was waiting.
Because I am legitimately asking because
Yeah.
I want to know before anything else happens. Like, we are here to have a constructive conversation, and that's what we've done all day.
Yeah.
I totally get that you just walked in here.
Yeah.
But if you've listened to the stream at all today, then you would understand that nobody has assumed anything.
Yeah.
We are literally looking at exactly what they're showing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So if you want to have a constructive conversation
Yeah.
and argue why you think he's not guilty, you're more than welcome to do that.
Yeah.
Just putting that out there.
Yeah.
That's Lux's warning for the day.
Oh, Allie says no, he's not. I'll let you guys decide. That's
Then
not. Yeah, that's not
I'm
up
just
to
curious
me.
because I was trying to figure out what was going on with the stream. I'm going back to work.
Oh, word.
This is the one
Yeah.
time I'm actually
Yeah.
acknowledging anybody as far as any kind of comment like this.
Oh yes. Yeah, I normally don't. Yeah, I normally don't acknowledge shit like that. I let the chat and the admins and my trusted mods take care of it for themselves.
Don't sweat the small stuff.
Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that and I just normally don't give a hoot. Don't make no fucks to me. But that's. Are you talking about me? Oh. Like I know that they'll just get bounced at some point, kind of thing. Always the same. Like kind of pathetic people we've bounced before that just won't, don't understand why they have social issues and want to take it out on us, Yeah. He gonna be wearing a county hoodie, and I'm going to be wearing a murky hoodie. Yeah. Straight up. Straight up. Straight up. I'm pretty excited for that Merctus hood, man. I'm excited to roll all this merch out, man. It's happening. I'm confident this shit's happening by the fucking holidays, so. Hey, happy Monday, Brendatron. But yeah, I'm fucking excited. Tim, they were protesting police reform. So vigilantism is probably not a good look at a protest for police reform. Kind of proves that maybe that area needs police reform, in my opinion. But, I'm just here for the closing arguments and the pasta, baby.
Mm-hmm. I want to hear the other side, so.
Exactly, that's what I'm excited for is the defense to get out there and just hear the defense, just see how much, see if it induces eye rolling, see if they raise good points, see if, they bring more substance than some of the Kyle supporters that roll in here. You know what I mean? Because again,
even if the Rothschilds are running everything, they need to speak to their underlings and have their cops do a better job. That's the point. Like, it doesn't matter who's running shit. Whoever's running shit needs to tell the people under them to do a better job.
Oh, is that what Tim's
That's what it was all about.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim's going off, bro.
Tim's still on it about the Rothschilds. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, sure, man. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I'm down. I'll allow it. Yeah, sure, the Rothschilds control shit. I'm into it, dude. Whatever you need about it, brother. With that, it's like, I definitely think if there is one organized conspiracy, yeah, it's sloppy as shit, and there's cowboys all the time. So.
Yeah, even if this world is one big giant conspiracy, and we're all just happy pills like we probably are, whoever's in charge needs to figure out what the police are doing, bro.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I don't care who's in charge, as long as everyone's happy about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or most of us, I guess. Everyone's not going to be happy ever, but
Yeah, not everyone's. Yeah, I definitely think it's not one organized cabal. I definitely think the Rothschild. It's an interesting conspiracy line. We'll have to cover it. I'm sure at some point we'll touch into it on like the Tattered Map or a different conspiracy show that we do. I'm sure we'll get into the Rothschild. I have kind of some extensive notes on the Rothschilds, and same with like the Rockefellers and the I like that. Yeah, I go there.
I go there.
I go there.
Then I am sure that there is a very wealthy group of people controlling the entirety of the planet almost.
Yeah.
Am I sure on what their name is? No.
No.
I feel like the real people who are controlling the planet, you don't even have an idea what their last.
Well, I think they all have selfish interests, but they sometimes surely talk to each other. But I mean, outside of that being a fact, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's an organization in that way. Like, this is a place where people with selfish ass motherfuckers get together. So it's like, how much are they working together? I don't know. In tandem for mutual gain, I'm sure, all the time. But, you know, again, and trains of certain conspiracies. I love that shit. Again, I'm not sure again how this applicable at all to this situation. Yeah, I don't think it is. Yeah,
dude, it's
Eric is like, I got fives on it, and I'm like, yeah.
But what about these guys? Well, those guys need to do a better job so that the guy that's here that's a problem isn't a problem.
Yeah. Exactly.
If the problem was fixed in the 90s like it should have been the first time, we wouldn't be here right now.
Exactly.
What's the matter, Penny? Penny disagrees with Tim. I know, Bubba.
I just assume all of those kinds of cats are Gerard. It's like weak ass reports and DDoS attempts. Shit like that, it's fucking, you know. And then come in with some fucking, you know, the Rothschilds. Like, yeah, we get it. Alright.
You stupid fuck.
We're literally, like the title says, just watching. We're watching and reacting in real time to closing arguments in a live stream court case. So, but yeah, man, fuck the Rothschilds. I'll get them that train. Fuck them. I'm sure that, yeah, fuck the Rothschilds.
While we're at it, fuck Keith Richards with all his blood transfusions, making him live forever and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And fuck Bill.
Right?
And
Keith
fuck
Richards
Bill.
is still alive, right?
Keith Richards isn't just still alive. I hear he's thriving and working on yet another solo record.
Yet David Bowie is dead. This is bullshit.
Dude, Keith Richards doesn't just go hard. He hangs out with Tom Waits for fun.
For fun. They
For
probably
fun.
they probably do the transfusion thing together.
I mean, that's the only way those fucks are alive. That and the power of Satan. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah. Here, Andy, imagine making 4 accounts subbing to a channel and waiting the 60 seconds each time to come in with stupidity. Yeah. I can always raise the minute upage too if we want to raise our laugh count. if we want to just keep laughing.
We got a laugh track?
Yeah.
Sweet.
That's I've got a laugh track somewhere, I think. If not,
laugh track.
If not, I've definitely got I've got a fucking
bruh.
I got a bruh. But yeah, I can't with that kind of nonsense. I kind of forget about the Rothschilds too in the scheme of conspiracies. Like, that's kind of an obscure one to come in hot with. I can't say I've had anyone come in hot with that one in a minute. Like, I've had people come in hot with the anti-vax as a tracker. I've had people come in hot with
the Rothschilds are like the grandfather of all those things, bro.
Yeah.
It's always been there.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah. But no, yeah, a laugh track would be perfect where it's like, dude, you're not even... But, you know, again, like, we had one person roll through who's, like their mission statement was, I'm here to fucking troll the guests that are on. And it's like, dude, why would you put that in your social media that's attached to the account that followed our shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people like that. That's how I show love. I'm like, look, I get that, you know... When you have a tiny penis, you act in different ways. You buy a big truck, you make multiple accounts and keep subbing to a channel that obviously doesn't understand you. It happens. Let's see, classic Rothschild conspiracy, bruh. Yeah, classic. It's a classic Rothschild conspiracy. Hey, where's Stan Odie to activate Alex Jones mode? Hit the bell, dude. Goddamn Alex Jones mode time, baby. This whole thing.
You just took me back to like 4 different graves.
This whole place is a this place is a I can't even do it. This whole trial's a fucking it's fake. It's all not real. It didn't happen. Staged.
Right, you start slamming things and yelling. Yeah. That's all you do.
Crisis actors. Crisis actors, boy. Fucking Alex Jones. We need to check on him sometime.
It doesn't matter how much you know about.
Oh, she got to it before me.
Damn it, you guys gotta let me read some of these sometimes before you delete them. Damn it.
I'm sure.
Guys, I'm trying.
Speaking of Alex Jones, I think he finally just got charged over harassing the people over crisis actor bullshit.
He did. Well, they tried to say he started it, but he didn't. The first time he talked about it on air, and I will defend Alex Jones on this, the first time he talked about Sandy Hook on air, he was quoting and reading someone else's story on it. And they're trying to say he started it, and like he was the face of it, but he really wasn't. Like I was there when that happened on InfoWars, and that shit did not happen. Like he was not. He's genuinely innocent of that shit. But what up, Christy? Welcome back. Oh man, what a day. Sorry about the spicy hashtags, guys. Thank you, admins. Shout out all the admins. Yep. Shout out our merch lottery, which we are at $12 in. Shout out all the work everybody does for the channel and keeping us alive. I love you guys. I don't know if everybody's noticed me incorporating Gardy's graphic into fucking everything.
Hells yeah.
But I don't know if you guys can tell, it really spoke to me. I really like Gardy's little Merc Yes graphic. It has yes and an exclamation point. It's fucking very positive. It makes me...
And it's not, it's not Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes, yeah, it's not, and even if it is in reference to that, outside of that context, it's still fucking... very, very me, and I fucking dig it. And I'm fucking throwing that shit into everywhere that I can.
You need to make stickers for merch.
Yeah, well, that's definitely gonna be a sticker, and I'm gonna get a whole bunch of those and start sticking them up all over fucking town. I'm gonna try to get one with our little URL at the bottom of it. You know what I'm saying?
I need a couple for like my laptop, my bumper sticker. You might want to add like Mark Radio or something somewhere small.
Yeah. See, I was gonna see if I could get Gardy to maybe make me one that's specifically for stickers for people to put around. You know what I mean? Like one that's like Merc Radio at the top, and then like YouTube, Twitch. I about to say Twitter every time, but whatever. But yeah, stickers. Yeah, stickers. It's going down. I'm pretty sure I can do that with the merch store I have already. Is set up some stickers, but I'm waiting for the AdSense to roll through, hit the account, checking the account again after the show today, and just waiting for that shit to even say pending, and us hopefully have enough in the account to just start rolling some of the merch lottery winners merch out.
Dude, I will put that sticker on my water bottle, my laptop, my bumper. Like, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, I'll get them stickers up. Stickers, pins, pop cockets. I like calling them pop cockets. Pins. Okay, pins. I actually know a very talented person who makes pins.
For the most part, on the second portion of the
and here we go.
Argument.
Whoa, we're finally back.
Or like ink pen.
Like buttons.
Oh wait, that makes it like the good things.
First part.
You don't want to pin pins. Maybe you do.
Fuck it. Yeah, just be taking them to hotels and shit.
Make that graphic into a eraser for pencils, like you put on the end of your pencil. It's cool.
He says pop sockets. Yeah, but I'm gonna start calling them pop cockets now, because you got to get them erect for them to work. And I like pop cockets.
I don't have no pop socket, but I'll put it on my Yeti cups and shit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah! And then when people ask, I go, "Oh, well,
Yeah.
Against my own religion, but
oh, I think they're back. Maybe.
I usually have
Here I'm going to enlarge our court view.
strict rules, and then I'm somewhat
Oh, whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
Love it.
anybody about it, but so you can both talk for 8 hours. And, I just want you. Okay, yeah, you got it.
What?
It's time to get sworn in. It's defense not cross. It's the defense's closing arguments. And I'm fucking pumped.
I love our people so much.
I do too. I really have. It's like things I'm thankful for in the morning. Y'all, like that's a big one. My son and y'all. Lux, of course. She's right there though, so I get to say that like first off. You know what I mean? Yeah, must be.
Why you so obsessed with me, boy? I wanna know.
That's it's my sensual tones. It's the way I talk to people. I'm too magnetic of a
Why did that remind
personality.
me of like the heifer and Rocco?
Yeah, that's what I was going for. It was like the frog neighbors.
May it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Everything all right?
Good afternoon.
Lux is gonna punch someone.
Yeah, she's gonna whoop my
Showing
ass.
you a snippet of State's Exhibit 18, which Mr. Binger just spent 3 or 4 minutes.
Go make your own channel,
Mr.
bro.
Rosenbaum wasn't around. My client
What? Nobody would watch this shit, dude.
grabs his head in orange.
Well, that's why they should.
Better
They
use
should.
it as fun.
Yeah, that's probably why they're on this one. They tried
Ladies and
already.
gentlemen, we've had this video almost as long as they've had this video. But Mr. Binger will use this video to lie to your faces and tell you that Kyle Rittenhouse was taking advantage of the situation. I object, Your Honor. It's in the picture.
Oh, God.
It's argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not a game. It is my client's life. We don't play
Clearly.
fast and loose with the facts, pretending that Mr. Rosenbaum was Citizen A #1 guy. He was a bad man.
No.
He was there.
Oh.
He was causing trouble. He was a rioter.
You
My
know-
client had to deal with him that night alone.
A bad man.
When I say that the truth matters and this is not a game, what do I mean by that? Mr. Binger is the one who put on the Kandari brothers. The reason he put them on, in spite of what he might say today, is because he wanted you, now 18, soon to be 12 people,
Must
to
have.
say, gosh, that kid just went to that place and just protected it. He wasn't asked. He was asked. Mr. Kandari's asked Nick. Nick got a group of people to go down there. The people from
He must have been
West
set off
Bend
by
came.
the micro penis comment.
Provocation.
Must have hit
Another
really. It must have hit really
back
close to home.
On November 2nd, when this case started, did you hear one word out of Mr. Binger's mouth about provocation? You didn't, because it was never said. But when his case explodes in his face, now he comes out with provocation.
That is not a good look.
No.
That guy was a bad guy, so it's okay to shoot him.
Yeah.
Like, the fuck?
Right?
Are you serious, bro?
Quoting from Mr. Binger's first
Oh, no.
paragraph
That's how I would have heard it
of his
as a juror.
opening statement.
Yeah, he's already a little
On
more
November
crass and rough
2nd,
around the edges than the
2021.
prosecution's
This
closing
occurred
arguments.
after the defendant chased down Mr. Rosenbaum and confronted him while yielding an AR-14. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the videos. Mr. Rosenbaum sees, and I'll show you the video in my closing argument. You'll see Mr. Rosenbaum take off when he sees my client coming along with the Zeminskis to set up the ambush of my client. Provocation? I don't think so. The things that I've just pointed out to you, why is that a problem? Because one, he's lying. Two, he's misrepresenting. Or he wasn't prepared when he started this trial, and his closing argument has been a change to try and fit what has come out. Remember how when he was talking, there's no proof that the Rosenbaum and Zeminski knew each other? Maybe they didn't know each other that night, but they were together throughout the night. You see them together in pictures, wreaking havoc in this city.
Havoc. That's a weird way to say havoc.
And now,
I don't know how to say it. Havoc, havoc, and I fuck.
That brings forth his
Camera,
provocation.
fuck.
I'm going to go through the charges, and we'll talk about each one of them. Then I'll go through the witnesses, and hopefully I'll bring it home in an honest and forthright fashion. Count one, reckless homicide. My client shot Joseph Rosenbaum. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, there was nothing reckless about my client's conduct that day in regards to Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum was coming at him. My client ran from him, retreated, which is not needed, continues to run. The plastic bag is thrown, the metallic plastic
Yeah,
bag.
with help, anybody can be a productive member of a society.
It causes him to turn
Even you can help fight forest fires.
over his shoulder,
Yeah.
pointing the gun in that direction. Mr. Rosenbaum, is he dissuaded by that? No, he is not. He continues.
Yeah, Brendatron, this cat
and
should.
advancing
Yeah,
on
Kyle
my
should have
client.
just stayed home.
That whole time.
I hope we get one less shit ass cop out of this, though. Hopefully, nowhere employs him to be a fucking cop one day.
Think of the circumstances as they existed
Be a fucking nightmare.
at 11:50 on August 20th. Excuse me, August 25th of 2020. He runs through that parking lot. He continues running on. He turns as he comes into that box canyon with the cars, the van, and I believe it's a Pepsi machine. And he turns because he has no place else to go. I'll show you the Zanine video later on. And what's important about the Zanine video, you see that mob of people destroying the cars at Car Source 3, which Mr. Binger doesn't want my client to go and try to protect, even though he was asked by those individuals to
Yeah.
protect that property. Nick Smith called him, hey, they're bashing up the cars and starting fires. Go down there. He goes down there.
Michelle, hi! Congratulations, lady!
Go there as anybody else in the city of Kenosha.
Oh, we've missed you too. I shouted you out at the top of the show. Ooh, I'm so excited for you. I know you're still taking it minute to minute, but goodness, I'm glad you're here.
And Mr. Binger says, oh, we'll get the Zeminskis later. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes, how's
last
the
time I
baby?
checked, this is still United States of America, and he has the burden of proof. If he wants
You have news, let us know.
to believe that my client pointed a gun at him, call the Zeminskis, put him on the witness stand, ask him questions, and let me or Mr. Sharafasi cross-examine him.
They're going home tomorrow. Hell yes. Is she healthy as hell? Is she
But not
fucking
in Mr. Binger's court.
healthy and eating good and...
He says, I'm blaming the victim. As a defense lawyer, I might get accused of that more than some other people. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rosenbaum was shot because he was chasing my
Oh my
client
goodness,
and going
congratulations.
to kill him,
Oh,
take his
healthy
gun,
and
carry out the threats
good to
he
go
made.
home.
And Mr. Binger wants to make a
I bet he's happy.
hullabaloo about the shot in the back. Remember his opening statement? He shot him in the back. And that's why I'm sitting here in front of the jury like this. Did he shoot him here? Did he shoot him there? Because of the way the bullet
Yes,
went
congratulations,
in, and where
Michelle.
the bullet ended up in the hip. You know full well that the individual, and I asked the doctor, is on a horizontal plane. What is that horizontal plane consistent of? Somebody leaping lunging at my client. And we know how close.
Damn it, Ariantha, you beat me again.
Oh, damn.
The furthest he could have been when it started.
We're dueling. Thinking.
We know that his hand was on the gun. Mr. Binger wants you to believe that that was just happenstance and accident. Come on, people. Physical evidence does not lie. Use your common sense and good judgment.
Yeah.
He talks about Mr. Rosenbaum just somehow ending up.
I don't know. I'm not getting new subscriber notifications from them either, so it might be somebody who's already subscribed changing their name. I don't know.
According to the testimony, walked from the bus center 4 miles.
I know they
out
don't
from
have
the
a
sports
premium
house.
account, so they're just watching through ads.
He couldn't stay there for some reason. And 4 miles all the way back. That's not just ending up. That's going someplace with a purpose, and throughout the night you saw his purpose. And there was more than one piece of testimony
Good.
about Mr. Rosenbaum.
Have you been getting some good rest, Michelle? How are you
Whether or
feeling?
not it was a jail. Remember that? And
See, yeah, we're very lucky to have family help out. You know, some people don't have that.
We couldn't get medication because the Walgreens were all boarded up.
Yeah.
She said, the hospital said, they gave him his medication. So whatever facility gave him his medication.
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Binger, the man with the burden of proof, why didn't he bring in
like, what a weird
hospital or a jail?
It's not a bad idea, Ariantha.
That Mr. Rosenbaum was properly medicated. He'd been off his medications, according to Ms. Swart, for 7 to 10 days.
Make that happen.
We know that he was acting like somebody who wasn't on their proper medication. He was not acting normal. Next.
You gotta watch a whole episode of SpongeBob before you can comment.
Richard McGinnis.
I love SpongeBob.
Gotta subscribe and then watch a whole episode.
Mr. McGinnis, I'd like to talk about, because the self-defense does
Oh,
not-
good, Michelle. Good. Your husband got that paternity leave. Good. He deserves it. You guys need time to adjust and get used to your new life. It's about to be big.
Oh yeah, like in Sweden, the men get more time off than the women, and they get paid time off.
Yeah.
Specifically,
And I think it's awesome.
if the defendant,
I got
and I'm reading
paternity
directly
leave from the place I worked, and it was a life. I mean, I'm so grateful
if the
that I had
defendant
it.
was acting lawfully in
That's
self-defense,
not cool.
his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. That is Mr. McGinnis. Ladies and gentlemen, when my client shot Joseph Rosenbaum, he feared for his life. He feared because of the prior threats, the prior statements, and the violent acts that had been witnessed by my client. Mr. McGinnis, as a witness, I think he helped us more than he hurt us. He talked about, and this was on cross for Mr. Binger. How do you know what
Damn, Ariantha, I didn't know that.
was thinking? He goes, I don't, but I know he yelled, fuck you, and then lunged at Kyle Rittenhouse.
That's rough.
Why is he yelling the F you? One of two things. One, to intimidate.
Why is your client there in the first place?
He got
Mm-hmm.
into a situation over his head, thinking, as he said before chasing him, you won't do shit, MFer, to my client. Well, he was wrong.
Exactly, Ebert.
He states Kyle did not know Richard, that he was there, meaning Richard McGinnis. He's a citizen journalist who was running along with his hand in his phone in his hand up in the air in to get a story. My client is not responsible for endangering him when he runs into danger. Plus, the instruction says that if he was privileged as to Rosenbaum, he's privileged as to count 2, Mr. McGinnis. Count 3.
Hey, you have a good one, Allie. Thank you for spending time with us.
The uncomplaining, unidentified witness in count 3. There will be some video later on when I'm going through some of that. You'll see, and I ask you to pay attention. The state has said he's not kicking him. He doesn't hit him. When you watch the video, and it'll be in slow motion, watch where his foot goes, watch what happens to Kyle's head. The force of him kicking him in the face spins his body 180 degrees around. And then it's on.
Damn.
Huber coming in from behind, hitting him in the neck with the skateboard. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see throughout event number 2, and this is the beginning of it, is individuals working in a mob. They don't know what happened at Car Source 3, event number 1. But somebody said, hey, he shot somebody. Doesn't know that he was being chased by a crazy person. But they're going to get their licks in on Kyle Rittenhouse, or, as they perceive him, somebody from the other side who has been putting out their fires, causing problems for them, stopping them from wreaking havoc in Kenosha like they did the night before.
Right, Ellie?
And, ladies and gentlemen, the standard is likely.
We love that little baby Murky. Oh my goodness.
Great bodily harm.
Yeah. You had me crying during while the lo-fi beats were just playing. And we got to talk to you in the text chat. Oh my
Did my
gosh.
client suffer a debilitating injury as a result of that? No, but that's not the standard.
Yeah, he keeps saying havoc like that. We love you,
Mr.
Michelle.
Huber. He's a rioter, pushing a dumpster lit on fire,
Oh, yeah, was he
going
that-
to the barricades,
was it that
to pick
baby?
up pepper balls, throw them back, pointing his middle finger at the police. He's assisting Rosenbaum at the gas station, hits Rittenhouse 2 times with the skateboard, and attempts to disarm him. You'll see it all in the slow motion video later on. And Kyle Rittenhouse is
Oh,
running
Michelle, I'm so glad you
away
have family there.
from Anthony Huber. The state wants to call my client an active shooter. And the reason they want to do that is because of the loaded connotations of that word. Everyone has heard of the theater killings, the school shootings.
Good, I bet it was delicious.
and
What'd you
things
eat,
like that.
Michelle?
Ask yourself, the definition of an active shooter is somebody with a plan to inflict multiple casualties, usually out of anger or animus towards a group. This case,
Yes, give
what
that baby a
caused
big old
Kyle
forehead
Rittenhouse
smooch for us.
to shoot somebody? Joseph Rosenbaum. He runs after shooting Joseph Rosenbaum for almost 2 blocks before scene number 2. Mr. Binger makes a big thing about Kyle Rittenhouse not staying around Car Source 3 after the shooting. Ladies and gentlemen, if Kyle Rittenhouse had stayed at Car Source 3, all that would have happened is it would have made the police have an easier job, because scene 1 and scene 2 would have been put in the same location. My client ran 2 blocks without shooting at anyone, pointing at anyone, doing anything to try and get away. He tells the individuals he's going to the police, and he's running in that direction when he stopped. He's hitting the head with a hand with a rock in it, knocking his hat off. Mr. Binger says, oh, he just knocked his hat off. I don't
Bet
think
it felt
that
really
individual
good.
was trying to steal Mr. Rittenhouse's hat. He was trying to take his head off. Who comes in next? Anthony Huber, for the first time. Hits him. Opening statement, Mr. Binger, was he takes a swing at him. Now it's he blocked, because we took the videotape and lightened it up. Huber strikes him in the head and arm the first time. Jump kick man comes in, kicks him in the face, spins his body 180 degrees, and Anthony Huber comes in
Can
for
you
the
just slide back
second
on?
lick to the shoulder neck area, trying to take his head off. And when he does that, his other hand
No,
is
hospital food
grabbing
is
for the
horrible.
gun, his bare
Horrible.
hand
Some of the
onto
worst.
the gun and pulling it away from Kyle Rittenhouse. Mr. Binger wants Kyle to sit there and hope and pray to God his strap works, and Anthony Huber can't get the gun. We don't know that. We'll never know that as he's running away from him. A shot as the gun is being separated from his body, and you'll see the butt way far away when the shot is finally fired.
Damn.
Even Gage Groskwitz said he was concerned about the blows that Jump Kick Man and
You've a good one, Allie.
Anthony Huber were inflicting on Kyle's head. That's probably the only thing I agree with Mr. Groskwitz. Gage Groskwitz.
Yeah.
The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that what Kyle did under those facts and circumstances was unreasonable, that he was not entitled to self-defense. Consider all the events that had occurred that evening. Him being attacked, kicked in the head, hit in the head with a skateboard, other individuals running up on him, and now Mr. Groskwitz runs up on him. And the first action of Mr. Groskwitz, and I'll go through the video later, is really he's running in, the hand is coming up, and the gunshot with Huber goes off. And the natural reaction is the flinch. He covers up. And then he pulls his hands up. And as he's standing with his hands up, look, he's not gripping the gun anymore in a pistol grip. Hands apart, hands up. And as he comes in to finish the job, the hand is on the gun going for Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
And he says it's an involuntary movement. The shot comes before it gets directly to his head, but the motion is coming, the shot, and it continues on with that momentum. Enough momentum to go through the bullet and point directly at Kyle's head. Does Kyle fire again? No, he doesn't. Actions likely to cause death or great bodily harm. And he is coming in with a loaded Glock. And we asked Mr. Gage Groskwitz about it. He wouldn't even admit that there was one in the chamber. That's why we had to put on the officer to talk about the unfired shell casing.
Oh,
Bukowski
Norwegian.
talked about clearing the weapon and a live round
Michelle, that makes me so
because
happy.
Groskwitz won't say anything that puts him in a bad light. Groskwitz, the person who has 10 million reasons to lie. And we all know he did lie because he never gave a new interview after giving his statement saying he dropped his gun going down the street. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the charges. Those are a synopsis of the charges. As I stated,
Michelle, the fuck? Y'all are
burden
letting
is
me
on
look
the
like an
state,
asshole.
and they
Hi,
must
Michelle.
prove
You've been working. She's been
my
working.
client did not have the right to self-defense.
They get to
Kyle,
go
as he
home
sits here,
tomorrow.
is presumed
Oh, that's so
innocent
good.
of all charges. If there is any reasonable hypothesis to reconcile with Kyle's innocence, that is what you are to choose. Remember,
Should be all right,
when
Debbie. I
looking
don't
at
think
the
so.
burden of proof, they have it. Think about some of the things: the shoddy investigation, the rush to judgment from the Kenosha District Attorney's Office.
Yes, Michelle.
Ziminsky,
Yes, make
not
that baby
being called
bilingual.
as
The world
witnesses.
needs more
They
Yes,
have
yes,
the
yes.
more
burden.
language,
We don't.
more integrations of multiple languages.
They want it to be that Kyle was out there doing something improper. Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community. He was asked to provide help in protecting property
Oh, heck yeah.
at the car sources. It
Oh,
started,
Michelle,
and he
that's so
did.
sweet.
He did provide aid, and he was asking if anybody
Yes,
needed aid.
Area
Whether
80, isn't
somebody
that
chooses
cool?
to accept that aid, that's on them. But Mr. Binger wants to
Michelle.
poo-poo his sincere belief that he's helping
Dang
people
straight.
because he borrowed bandages from Dominic Black.
Keep it alive, Michelle.
And I think he might have borrowed something from Lukowski also. But in the picture, when the Kindiri poses with all the people that are protect his property, there's Kyle's big orange.
Later for real, Sally. Oh yeah, be sure to like, share, and subscribe, new viewers.
To do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle was not an active shooter. That is a buzzword that the state wants to lash on.
Oh, well, it'll be all right. Michelle, she'll just start picking up a little bit of everything over time. Kids become a sponge, so as long as you keep it active.
Whenever Kyle was there, he reacted to people attacking him. There's numerous times, and you'll
Such
see
a
him on
great
the
mom.
video.
You're gonna
he does not
nail it.
shoot. He runs 2 blocks from 63rd to 61st, scene 2, without firing his weapon. Individual hits him in the back of the head. He does not turn around to address that threat. Huber takes a swing at him with the skateboard like that. Kyle blocks, and the skateboard's knocked out of his hand. He doesn't turn around and
Yeah,
shoot
hell
him.
no, Michelle.
He keeps
Teacher,
running
yeah, that's
and
your decision
falls
anyway.
From the 2 hits. He's run that far, and yet somehow he just
Well, thank
fell
you,
over on his
Erica.
own. As
That's
soon
the
as
link
he's
to the
on
website,
ground,
gang.
they're
You can get the
there
Discord link,
attacking him. And
find
you
some
see the
music,
people
find some merch, support the stream.
The law of self-defense, you've seen it, you've heard it. Now I'm going to go through the witnesses.
14?
Oh. Dominic Black, first witness. Charged by Mr. Binger for providing the gun to my client.
Yeah, kid looks
2
like a
counts,
fucking
looking at up to 6
Nazi.
years in
I won't
prison.
lie.
His case has been adjourned so that he can help the state. I don't think he helped the state that much. I think he was a pretty truthful witness, all in all. He told them about Kyle there to help people, that they had permission from the Kindiris, that he saw Kyle
Yeah, don't.
help the woman with the foot, help the person with the hand. Mr. Binger wants to just say, oh, that doesn't matter. If it wasn't Kyle, it would have been somebody else. The point is, he was there and he did it. There was no pointing by Kyle of any laser sight. There was no ability for Kyle or him to point laser sights at anyone because their guns didn't have the type of optics that did that. He said Kyle was there to help. The only person helping was Kyle. And he can say
heck
what
yeah,
he wants
Michelle.
about whether or not he let Kyle take the gun or not take the gun.
What's he bringing you for food, Michelle?
He never told him not to. He went to the location with him. They bought straps at Jelensky's together.
Right, Erica?
He's trying to cover his
I'm glad
butt
Kyles
a
are
little
known
bit.
as people that punch holes in drywall
The guns
now.
were there, and they took them. They took the guns, as he said, to deter people attacking them. He saw Kyle at the end, sweating, was in shock, and said that he shot someone, he had to do it. That is Dominic Black. Corey Washington saw the rioters breaking up concrete at the church parking lot, described Rosenbaum
Ooh.
as erratic, stated the crowd
Hell
was
yeah, Michelle. That sounds
suspicious.
delicious.
I don't know what that means.
Pepsi and some lamb chops.
One of the things that I thought was strange was they were the night before they were burning garbage trucks.
He
but
might
they
be,
only
Bunula.
burnt the old ones.
He
I think
might
that tells
be.
you something about his point of view, that there's a certain amount of property damage
I don't know.
that is
We'll see where it
justified
goes.
and okay.
See what the jury says, you know.
Kenosha was using those garbage trucks that the rioters lit on fire. And nothing regarding property destruction was going to do anything to help Jacob Blake. We also learned that Kyle Rittenhouse smokes cigarettes and that he has an affinity for the Dinosaur Museum. Detective Howard, ladies and gentlemen, Detective Howard's testimony and Detective Antaramian's testimony is the stuff of what reasonable doubt is made of.
I feel the same
Two
way, Bunny.
detectives, both lead officers on
They
this
can be,
case.
yeah, if you have a
They've
good
sat
defense.
through every minute of this trial, and their opinions.
Oh yeah, Michelle. Yeah, you gotta
actions,
tell that male lion
Rosenbaum
sometimes what to do,
from
man.
testimony,
They're not the best at cooking
videos
sometimes.
couldn't be more diametrically opposed. Detective Howard, on cross-examination, knew that the guy was hiding in the car and jumped out from behind the car and began chasing Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh boy, that's not good for the state's case. So there's the old chit-chat between Mr. Howard and Mr. Antaramian and the prosecutors after, and all of a sudden we've come up with the new theory. And you heard the new theory that he raised the gun and that's what's on the video. Could I have the firearm, please?
Oh yeah, Erica, smash that like button and check that website out. Join the Discord. Come on in. Hit that bell so you know when we're live. Even though we're basically live 24/7 now.
After lunch? Before lunch. Check it again.
Think about when Kyle Rittenhouse is firing the gun, when he's seen holding the gun throughout the events of the 25th. He's shouldering the gun, and I'm not going to bring it all the way up to my shoulder, to the right shoulder, which would be a stance like this. The reason I objected in his closing argument is because that's not the way he was standing. If he's standing like this is right-handed, pointing the gun this way, up at the ready, his back would be
Oh,
the
Michelle.
drone footage. In the drone footage, you see the arm. It would be somebody having to hold the gun left-handed. This
Damn
is a
straight.
right-handed firearm. If this gun is brought up to his face and it is pulled back, the shell casing hot.
Teach your husband some Zimmy
is
recipes.
going to be going right into Kyle's face. The photograph I'll talk about later. You don't see the straps on his shirt. It didn't happen the way he said. It doesn't happen the way in the photograph. I'm gonna need this again, but I'm gonna set it down. Burden of proof, once again. The telephones, the searching of telephones with search warrants, the subpoenaing of records. I have no problem with that. It's good police work.
Mm-hmm.
But when you pick and choose and you make favorites, it's not. My client testified, and I'll say it this way, the detective testified that my client's
That's some
phone
damn good police
was
work,
sent to
police
the
guy.
FBI. It was unsearchable because of the operating system. The FBI and the federal government had not cracked it yet. We found out about that. We had nothing to hide. Here's the numbers. Search the phone as long as we're given a simultaneous copy. So we have what you have. We can have our experts look at it. They can have their experts look at it. So we know that there isn't anything added or deleted. We did that. We gave that to the state.
Michelle says her brother's
We had
banned from the
something to
kitchen.
hide.
He must have done something
Never
wrong.
gotten in that phone. They took the phone, they made a copy, they searched it. Lo and behold, nothing of an incriminating nature in it, nothing militia, white supremacist, any of that. Gage Grosskreutz, different story. They had a valid search warrant for it. The only search warrant that these guys have never not executed when it's sitting right in front of them. Not just that,
Damn.
but Mr. Grosskreutz could have consented to them going in the phone. If he has nothing to hide, why not? Why not let them look in the phone?
Damn, Michelle.
Let's take common
Burn some
sense
mashed potatoes,
and
take some
judgment
negligence.
one step further. Police officers get search warrants. They execute the search warrant. Sometimes somebody feels as though their rights have been violated, and it gets litigated in a court of law. If it was illegal, the information in that search warrant never comes out in court. If it's legal, after a judge has said there were no rights violated, it comes in evidence. What was Mr. Groskowitz afraid of? Why wouldn't the state execute the search warrant, let Mr. Groskowitz and his attorney object, file a motion and say you can't go on my phone? Let the judge decide, not the person who's prosecuting and protecting Mr. Groskowitz. Come on, people. Mr. Groskowitz has 10 million
I bet, Michelle.
reasons
Having
for not
siblings can be
wanting
tough
somebody to go on his
sometimes.
phone. The timing with the detectives and some of their actions, I think, are very important. They get down to Antioch at about 3:30 in the morning of the 26th, less than 4 hours after this happens. By 6 o'clock, 6:30, give them the benefit of the doubt, Kyle Rittenhouse is under arrest for first-degree murder. There's not been any autopsy done. There haven't been any witness statements taken. They've got 2 or 3 videos. The bullets, I should say it this way, all of the bullets have not even been picked up from a car source at this point. But they're willing to make a decision.
Sweet, Michelle.
And were they under pressure? I'm sure they were. They're afraid that there's going to be another night of looting, destruction in Kenosha.
Okay, no, but
this happened
you
the way
picked
the
up on
word got out.
suspicion of murder.
He
There's a
traveled
difference.
across state lines. He was here. He brought his AR with him. The AR was here. He was a white supremacist looking for trouble. Nothing.
Yeah, he was.
Nothing.
Yeah, right. Crap. Yeah.
That's why, ladies and gentlemen, when we picked you guys as jurors, we asked you if you
But
could
Michelle,
decide
shoot away. What's your
based
question?
upon the
You and I have
evidence
talked about
that
this,
happens
about my dog
in
teaching me to
the
use a
court.
knife to protect myself
Not
from grabby men.
what you'd heard
Yes.
before.
Self-defense is
not
important.
All of the lies and untruths that have been put out in the media. I heard one guy say, my client discharged the gun 60 times. Ladies and gentlemen, what's happening
Peace,
in
love,
court
and heavy
is
artillery
what you
kind
decide the
of
truth
Jewish
on.
person.
He was charged on the 27th. Still, they didn't have the information, the autopsy's final, anything like that. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a rush to judgment.
I agree with Graf.
Yeah.
Richie McGinnis, I talked about earlier, citizen journalists. Mr. Binger talked about him seeing guns. But remember the cross of Mr. McGinnis. Guns are not legal in Portland, Washington, or D.C. or New York. They're not allowed on the streets. You can be arrested. There are state laws.
Yeah, he's a Proud
And
Boy.
ladies and gentlemen,
He hangs out with the Proud
Kid's a
Boys.
fucking punk.
in this
Yeah,
case
Hello.
He really
is no
is.
longer an issue.
I mean, it is not hard
Whether or
to.
not it was a dangerous weapon as it applies to the charges is. But my client is no longer charged with minor in possession of a firearm. But he needs his AR-15 and the assault weapon and the fear that goes with that to try
Oh,
and
he
bring
needs it.
home an unjust guilty verdict. Ryan Balch had never met Kyle Rittenhouse before the evening hours of the 25th, has never spoken to him or known him after. And yet the state wants you to believe he made up
Michelle.
something
Hey,
about a threat
self-defense
to
is really
kill.
important.
Why? What's in it for him?
He kind of looks like Tommy Lee Jones from the
The
side.
threat. If I get either
Kinda
of you
does.
alone, I will kill you.
Like a soft
That is a
Wisconsin
threat
Tommy
to
Lee
the
Jones.
state.
Man in black.
Yeah, in
Lo and
the
behold,
brow and
Chance
Nose and
presented
eyes.
itself to Mr. Rosenbaum, and he attempted to execute it. And I
Age of
don't
motherfucking
for a
K, baby.
minute
Or whatever, whichever one it was.
believe that he would have done it
What?
if it was Mr. Balch, who's much bigger than my client,
Mr.
muscular,
Balch.
well-built, and much more assertive and forceful. Rosenbaum, like any, as he referred to him, I don't even know what he called him, a ragdoll, whatever, but the little guy who gets beat up likes to go after the next littlest guy. He saw Kyle alone, and that's what he chose to. Or he could have been mistaken and thinking it was the other person
Goddamn
the
right,
ultimate
Michelle.
that he went after
Yeah, keep that
and
knife
had to be
around,
held
man.
back. They were dressed very similarly, baseball caps, mask.
Because if you know how to
the
knife
difference was
fight,
the
fuck
difference
yeah,
between
keep that thing
shorts
around.
and a long pants. I can't answer that. Mr. Rosenbaum at this point, I guess,
Maybe I
can't
do need
either.
that. Will you turn that light on for me?
But you see Mr. Rosenbaum right around the time in question at that location, menacing with his chain. I'm gonna finally get this right. I skipped. That's Mr. Balch. I talked about him going on. Ms. Amber Rasmussen. She was
Rasmussen.
the DNA expert. What I say to you is DNA is an incredibly useful tool, but DNA is only as useful as what you put into it. And if DNA shows anything, it shows that it's not proof positive in this case. We know in hearing from Dr. Kelly that he most probably touched the gun. It was a contact wound is the way he described it. And we know through the videos, Huber touched the gun with his bare hand, and yet no DNA was found on that gun. So don't let your eyes deceive you. Don't let the physical evidence be discounted because of what she said. The end of that barrel was not swabbed. And we know he had to be at the end of the barrel, or it would have had the soot on all of the fingers. Jason Lukowski thought was an interesting witness. He was the Marine who put the phrase,
Yeah, you gotta make
shove,
sure your daughter
show,
knows how to defend
shoot.
herself. Hell yeah.
And I asked him about
Hell
that,
yeah.
and I don't for a minute disbelieve that that's the Marines' rule. Is there any retreat in there? And he said no. He looked at me like I was stupid. The reason he looked like that was because they don't retreat. Yet Kyle Rittenhouse did retreat. He tried getting away from Mr. Rosenbaum. He described Joseph Rosenbaum as belligerent, with malintent, used the N-word, did the false step thing, did not see Kyle as aggressive. He was there for a shorter period of time than anyone else at Car Source.
Oh,
He
you
also
have a good one,
cleared
Michelle.
Paige
Feed that baby.
Grossman's gun after the shooting and made it safe, took the shell out of it.
Love you, Michelle.
And I ask you to think back to the direct examination of Mr. Lukowski by the state. When they asked him, what did Kyle say to you? His first statement was, I just shot somebody, I need help. That's what he testified to. And then Mr. Binger shows him the statement and gets him to say, well, I told the FBI that. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what he told the FBI. The FBI doesn't let him see that statement, doesn't let him read the statement and say,
Oh, doing straight,
"You've
Michelle.
read
You
this
take
to
your
me,
time.
It's true and a correct copy." They write down what they think they heard. I ask you to think about what he said. If he didn't shoot somebody, why does he need help? That makes no sense. He said it, he testified to it. That's what happened. The state confronted him and pushes him back to his original statement so he doesn't get in trouble. He put the tourniquet on Gage Grosskreutz. He testified that he had his AR-15 with him, providing medical services, first aid, just like Kyle Rittenhouse. And I find it so ironic that he was there. Gage Groskowitz had said to them, "Go home, we have our own medics, you stooges." And who ultimately helps him with his tourniquet? Sarah Hughes, her testimony, she reminded Mr. Huber and his girlfriend they needed to be home by curfew. Obviously, not advice that was followed. Wish it had been. Carrie Ann Swart, I talked about. She talked about Joseph Rosenbaum being bipolar, being prescribed.
Carrie Ann Swart.
He had to leave her house that
Rosenbauming?
night after
It's the
walking 4
return
miles,
of the Swart.
taking
Yeah,
about an
it's
hour,
weird.
and then walking another 4 miles
I
back
swarted.
to downtown where the riots were going on, where he could involve himself.
Super wet fart. A
Her
swart.
story contradicts Nathan DeBrune. I just got out when he said, "I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back." He'd been off his meds for the week prior.
That's sad.
The videos of Joseph Rosenbaum show the state that he was in. No proof that he ever took his meds. Saul Kindiri, he was the first of the Kindiri brothers to testify. Car source. He's in the picture with all the people who protected his property. He's there, and he said he just liked the military garb. Why did he get a picture then with just one of them? How did he wrangle all these people up?
He did, and they
Everybody
were
in that
there in
picture
mass, dude.
said that they wanted him there. They gave him permission. Even Dominic Black concurred in that, the state's witness. But as I said earlier, they want these two guys to dirty Kyle up. He's just picking a spot to pick trouble and to be there and cause problems. He was asked to provide security. He did. They deny that they were going to pay any money, yet Nick Smith says they
A
were.
little bit of swamp ass in you fart.
Gonna pay
Super
money
wet
to
fart.
Nick Smith.
Swart.
And ladies and
The
gentlemen,
swamp ass fart
do
swarts.
you get the feeling that they're a little afraid of being sued,
They got that,
as
like-
everybody else in this case is? I
Kind
think
of
so.
sound to him.
And when they were up there, I don't remember
No,
them saying,
ladies don't swart.
"Oh, you can protect Car Source 2 or Car Doctor, but don't go to Car 3."
Some ladies swart.
They had somebody arranged to protect Car 3, Car Source 3,
Have to.
and the word
I think
came
we
in
all swart.
that they had left. Dominic, Balch, Joanne Fielder, all of them say they had permission. Why would they lie about that? How does that protect them? They're not charged with anything. Who's the people who are lying here? Sal and Sam. Next, Police Officer Widener. He was the ET. He went and recovered some of the 2.23 rounds from Car Source. I believe he found 3 of them. The other 2 were found 3 days later. He photographed a mask. He didn't find the bag, and we do not concede that there was nothing in that bag. Not for a minute. They have the burden of proof. They have the burden to preserve a crime scene appropriately, get the evidence, and show it to you. Ryan Balch said he smelled ammonia and bleach. They didn't find the fire extinguisher. We know that the fire extinguisher was there. It's in the videos. But that doesn't fit in the state's narrative of Kyle actually going there to put out a fire, which had been started earlier in the Duramax. Officer Van Wee recovered the last 2 shell casings.
He looks just like the other officer. It's like, why'd they change the name? Oh, God. Oh, Kruger. I hate all. Oh, they're all so scary. Whoa, that looks like a fucking Photoshop fucked up and shrunk that dude's head.
Officer Van
Either that or
Wee.
he has that big body.
Officer
Body
Moretti.
get up.
He's
Body
the
get up.
driver of the squad
You're
car that
sitting
Kyle
in
tried
my
to
seat.
surrender himself to. He said it was a war zone. It was a war zone those 3 nights. He described it as the city on fire. The police felt as though they were completely surrounded, described the constant gunfire that evening. Mr. Binger wants to slough it off as fireworks this. It really wasn't that bad that night. Ladies and gentlemen, it was hell in this area downtown. There were violent people causing trouble. And the state wants us to believe it was okay. The police pushed them back. Now they could leave. Car Source was safe. And I can't remember specifically what witness it was, but it stuck out in my mind. The witness said the police pushed him back, let him back, pushed him back, let him back. And a lot of the burning happened late at night, that witness said. Gage Grosskreutz, 10 million reasons to change his statement. His attorney is sitting in the courtroom, has been sitting in the courtroom when he testified. If he's just your average complaining witness, why get a lawyer? What do you got to hide? He didn't have a valid concealed carry permit. He wasn't charged. He lies to the police about being armed that night. He said he dropped his gun going down the street. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what's called obstructing. Most people, when you lie to the cops, especially in a murder investigation, you get in a little bit of trouble. I've represented some of those people. Not Mr. Grosskreutz, because he's their star witness. Bought, paid for, and protected. You don't want us to search your phone? Oh, we're going to invoke the never heard before Marcy's Law exception to the search warrant, even though they had a signed search warrant by a judge of Kenosha County.
That is sketch.
He was also an armed medic.
Must have been
Wants
selling
you to
some weed.
believe that he didn't have one in the chamber, and he would never shoot somebody. But before he said that, he said, key, wallet, phone, gun. Never leaves the home without them. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't carry a concealed weapon. And I don't think I could shoot somebody. But when people carry guns, that's what they're for in the city. This isn't the Wild Wild West. He had his gun. Kyle Rittenhouse had run by him.
But he had
You'll
a gun
see the
too.
picture.
You fucking, that's a weird
By
defense
him,
stance to
gone.
take.
Did he go to
Why did
give
he go that
medical
route?
help? He didn't know that Mr. Rosenbaum was being tended to. No, he decided to run in and advance on the fray. He, the affiliated with the American People's Revolution here in Wisconsin. And I might have that one word wrong, but he did it. And who ultimately put the tourniquet and fixed it on his arm? But Mr. Lukowski, a member of somebody he refers to as the militia and the Stooges. Two different encounters
It Bluetooth.
between
Oh,
Gage
Andy.
Grosskreutz and my client. The first
We're
one,
jamming in the truck.
he does not show or give any indication of a weapon. My client does not point a weapon at him, does not shoot at him, does not swipe the weapon towards him. He states he's going to the police. That is uncontradicted. Why doesn't Mr. Grosskreutz let him be and go give aid and comfort to his fellow rioter? But instead, he joins the mob, chasing Kyle, arms himself, and runs in the fifth or
Remember when we
sixth
take
person
bong rips in the courtroom?
into
Wouldn't that
the
be
melee
funny?
in scene
People could
2.
just fucking rip it.
And when his friend was called, his friend said in his Facebook post, his only regret was not emptying the clip into the kid. So we know what his intent was. We know what he wanted to do. Kyle shot first as he was coming in. And Mr. Binger talks about, oh, he was going to grab the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, left hand, phone. How's he going to grab a gun with a hand filled with a phone? Right hand.
What do you guys
gun.
think? Do you reckon he's actually going to get found guilty of murder, like homicide?
That's when Kyle shoots him. He didn't shoot him when he put his hands up. And if that was it, no intent to harm him.
There's really
all he
no
does, like
telling what's
everybody
going to
else,
happen with the
is
jury.
back up, and
I mean,
nobody else gets shot.
I know that we've kind of discussed that the
going to shoot my client. Unfortunately,
that the
my
prosecution
client
seems to have
shot him
some
first.
pretty good facts, like
he had
to
retreated,
nail him for
it's
it,
over.
but
And when he's got his
it all
hand
kind of
up
depends
like
on what the
this,
jury thinks.
as I said earlier,
Yeah.
the hands are up.
It's definitely looking
not
like
gripping the gun,
it's back and forth.
But when he goes in
I
like
mean,
this,
Yeah.
the pistol grip
in
is
his
tight.
best case scenario, it would be justifiable homicide or,
Heather Williams,
you know,
Crime Lab, where she
what's the other
testifies
one?
that the gun works. No dispute
Self-defense,
regarding
something like that. But honestly, I
Detective
think
Krieger,
it's getting too
he
big
was in the passenger seat
above
of
his
Reddy's
head
car,
for
pepper
something like
sprayed,
that. But we'll see.
did not get his ID, didn't ask him
Yep.
about the gun, just told him to go home. Kristen Harris, Rundown Live.
Ooh, sorry, I had to pee.
Stated the video, we showed the video to start this, clearly depicting Mr. Rosenbaum standing there at Car Source 2 shortly after the dumpster, standing there with his chain, the shirt tied up over his head. But Mr. Binger says it's impossible for him to have threatened my client. That's garbage, just like his
Yeah.
case.
That's garbage.
Mr. Binger makes so
Fake
much out of
news.
him one time saying stay on your property.
Damn.
My client has as much right to go anywhere in downtown Kenosha as anyone else. Just as the rioters did, and as he walks out to see if anybody wants medical help, he's not doing anything wrong. He's not doing anything to provoke anybody. Detective Antaramian, the juxtaposition of him and Howard, as I said, he is the one who talks about what he sees in the video, totally different. As you see, why did Mr. Rosenbaum go behind that car, 2 cars over from the Zeminskis? What was he doing over there? Why was he doing over there? And why does he come out as soon as Kyle comes down the road? Because they were going to ambush him. They had set it up, and I'll show you the video. James Armstrong. The only thing I can say about James Armstrong is, okay, that's interesting. But what I'd like to say about his photographs, his knowledge of what he did, and some of the statements that the state has made regarding it is, what he did for those 20 hours is hocus pocus, and he makes an exhibit.
It's commie gobbledygook.
And that's what the state is relying. The picture does not make sense. As I showed earlier, it has Kyle shouldering the gun in the left shoulder. If he has it in the left shoulder, his back would be to the drone. The drone is moving around, and that changes the focal point. He's right-handed. That's where it goes. You'd see the crosses across his chest. But no, they need him to have somehow pointed a gun at the Zeminskis. I don't for a minute concede he did, but we know that Mr. Zeminski has been armed all evening.
I really hate the face of that
How
prosecutor. I just hate it.
Pointing
Oh, yeah.
a gun at Mr. Zeminski.
That James guy that just showed a
Joseph
photo of looked like a Photoshop mishap. Boy, he had a shrunk
Early in
head.
the case, they didn't even know each other.
Boy, he had a small, tiny ass head.
But I think they had to run away from that because there's so many pictures
Boy,
of them
head
together.
so small.
Mr. Armstrong's photograph, testimony. It took 3 days and 20 hours worth of work to come up with that picture. Went from color to black
You
and
want a
white,
corn dog or anything?
and he admitted
Sure.
he never
How many do you want?
compared
I like
it
to.
to the original photograph. Still shot. Didn't take into consideration the fact that the drone was moving.
Had you cost the Pulitzer Prize, is that
The
correct?
word peer reviewed.
Yes, because
State has said.
would have
Peer-reviewed is an independent verification of the events, the exhibit. So there was no testimony to this because it didn't happen, that Mr. Armstrong's coworker did 20 hours on the same photograph and came up with the same result. It didn't happen. When you see, and I'll show it to you later, when you see in the video the mirror and the shininess of the mirror, that's what that is.
Checks.
And by going around, spending 20 hours and bringing things up, it doesn't account for Kyle's arm.
Fascist
it doesn't account
gobbledygook,
for the heat signature of the
commie
gun.
gobbledygook.
None of it. Dr. Kelly.
None of it. Googly moogly, get your PowerPoints straight, guys. If we have to have another fucking hour-long break because
Personally,
it's PowerPoint broke.
My favorite witness. Because physical evidence doesn't lie. The soot, extremely close, if not touching. The location of the soot, I had him circle it on the exhibit. On redirect, after I had him do the demonstration and draw on the photograph, the state tried to get him to back up his opinion and back it off. He wouldn't, because the physical evidence doesn't lie. It's, as they say in the business, an inconvenient truth. They can't change it. It is what it is. That's the demonstration that happened in front of you, the gun and the hand. And if the individual's coming straight at it, the barrel of the gun, it would go through the hand like this. But we know that it was coming from right here, going down, and came out with a very clean exit wound. No soot here at all. So we know that the gun can't be here. We know there's just a little bit of soot on what's commonly referred to as the ring finger right here, and the bulk of it goes this way because it was over the gun, touching the gun. And Mr. Bigger says he was swiping at the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, he didn't need to chase him, didn't need to keep chasing him, didn't need to lunge at him, didn't need to swipe at the gun, i.e. grab the gun. And second.
Hello.
He's backing up, trying to stay away from him.
They glitched out.
And shoots until the threat is immobilized. Ladies and gentlemen, other people in this community have shot somebody 7 times, and it's been found to be okay. And my client did it 4 times in 3/4 of a second to protect his life from Mr. Rosenbaum. I'm sorry, but that's what happened. And this is the prosecutor who said he shot him in the back. He shot him in the back on a horizontal plane consistent with lunging. The shot goes in here and ended up in his lower hip across the back. If he's on the ground or down and shot, the bullet goes into the back and ends up in the stomach or on the other side. It cleared back here, ended up in the lower hip. That's because he was on a horizontal plane when Kyle shot him. He had stippling to the stomach from the first. The pants stopped it from lower, but it was still on the upper. The furthest he was away when the first shot was fired was 4 feet and closing. 4 feet. I think it was Mr. Krause and I who had to fight about how far 4 feet is. It's not that far. It's not that far at all. Brought a tape measure so I could measure a gun barrel for you today, but that's no longer an issue. So I'll show you what 4 feet is. No doubts. From the edge of the jury box to my foot right here, 4 feet. Lunge, grabbing the gun. Think how close that is. Think how fast that distance is closed. What was Joseph Rosenbaum doing? Was he running after my client to give him a key to the city of Kenosha? Was he running after my client to say, hey, thanks for providing security? Use your common sense and your judgment. Look at Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior throughout the night. As I showed you, these are the pictures. One last. I'll get you the pointer. Exhibit 105, Dr. Kelly. Soot, right here. Here's entry. The exit's right over here. Goes across, clean, came out right there. This right here, nothing. Nothing on the back part of the hand, no soot. We know what was over the barrel. Remember Mr. Kraus asking the doctor, well, what about that big puff of smoke? That wouldn't have an effect. Soot only goes so far. That was Dr. Kelly's testimony. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. He looks at the bodies, says what they are, makes a determination, and looks at the evidence. We had an expert, didn't call him because Dr. Kelly told the truth. Couldn't agree more. Ladies and gentlemen, facts and truth matter. In most trials, the case would have ended with Dr. Kelly. But we wanted to bring you our side of the story. We had nothing to hide. We were going to put on a defense. I heard Mr. Binger say red herring. The red herrings in this case are by the state, talking about super bullets, this metal jacket. I've been involved in homicide cases. One time it's a metal jacket. The next time the problem is the person had hollow points. Hollow points are designed to kill. Full metal jackets are to go through people. Ladies and gentlemen, bullets are bullets. Hate to tell you, at close range and close contact, they wreak havoc on a body.
Havoc. Why does he keep saying it like that?
No dispute. Wants to keep pointing at the militia, the militia, the militia. He knows Kyle's not a member of the militia. He has no evidence that he is. They went to the
he's
websites.
dripped out in
They went
militia
to
gear.
TikTok. They want all of that. All they can do is put up a little thing of a 17-year-old kid from his TikTok trying to be famous. Kyle shot Joseph Rosenbaum to stop a threat to his person. And I'm glad he shot him, because if Joseph Rosenbaum had got that gun, I don't for a minute believe he wouldn't have used it against somebody else. He was irrational and crazy. Talked about active shooter, the power of those words. My client didn't shoot at anyone until he was chased and cornered. Nick Smith got a phone call from Sam, asked on the second night of riding to go down there. They used the power washer and buckets to try and put out cars. He did that out of the goodness of his heart. Sam asked him to come and protect the next night and be paid, and he agreed to do it. He asked some of his friends to come with to help. Kyle, Dominic Black, talked about another father and a son, and then the people from West Bend showed up. He said that when they first saw Sam on the 25th, Sam gave him a hug and thanked him for protecting his property. He was on the roof when it was chemical bomb.
Roof.
How? He
Havoc.
knew that Sam was grateful for their presence, but he also knew that people on the ground needed weapons. He heard Kyle when Kyle came back saying, I had to shoot. Body armor. I don't know why the Grays Lake Cadet Program gives people body armor. Don't know. My client had it. And if he wanted to be an active shooter, as Mr. Binger wants to portray him, why would he give up his body armor? Nick Smith wanted body armor. He goes, here, Nick, use mine. I'm going to be doing medical. Helping other people. You see him do it throughout. He gave Nick his body armor. Why would somebody give up their body armor if they're going to go out looking for trouble, seeking confrontation? Doesn't make sense. Joanne Fielder, she described Joseph Rosenbaum wearing a red shirt with a green earring. She described yellow pants, who I'll get to later. She stated Joseph Rosenbaum yelled
Just on the roof, causing havoc.
us MFers and cut their hearts out. JR's arm goes up, and within seconds, they're tearing up from a gas bomb. She couldn't say for sure that she saw him throw it, but obviously that's the circumstantial evidence in her belief. She never saw Kyle act inappropriately with anybody, point a weapon at anybody. The size of the weapon might change, but it doesn't change what it can do. Presence speaks volume, it's a deterrent, and they've been pelted all night long with rocks. She was aware that they had consent to be where they are. Nathan DeBruyne. Interesting witness. He was out there taking photographs on the nights in question, more importantly, the 25th. He filmed the destruction of this community, uptown, downtown. And the ATF and the FBI found out about his videos, his still photography, which I think was incredible. They wanted it. And what did he do? Didn't ask for money. He gave it to him. He sat down with the detective and gave a full interview, showed him the photographs, talked about Mr. Rosenbaum and all the problems he was causing that night, the things he was doing. And that's within less than a month after this. He'd never met Kyle Rittenhouse, didn't know Kyle Rittenhouse, but he had a feeling about what happened that night. And he said if there was trouble, Mr. Rosenbaum was there. I don't think any truer words have ever been repeated. Did he have a lawyer when he met with Detective Howard? No, he didn't. When did he get a lawyer? Remember? After he met with Mr. Kraus and Mr. Binger. Mr. Binger, the person who has made it his personal goal of putting my client's head on his wall. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it did. And it means he's been cutting corners. And Nathan DeBruyne said, after meeting with Mr. Binger, I was very uncomfortable. He tried to put words in my mouth. And he had to go and hire a lawyer to protect him. First, it was show him the videos and then ask him the questions, trying to put words in his mouth. He didn't want that to happen. He wanted to be able to tell his story of what he knew, what he did. He talked about Zeminski, the photographs of all the conduct that Zeminski had done that night, and I'll show you some of them. The photos have a timestamp on them, and he related to Detective Howard in September of 2020 about Joseph Rosenbaum yelling, I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back. Those are his words that he heard Mr. Rosenbaum. It was not objected to by the state, and there has been no proof that he wasn't in a jail. They want you to believe he was in a hospital. There's no medical records he was in a hospital. There's no medical records he was properly medicated. And I submit to you that in this case, the way he was behaving, I don't think he was properly medicated. There's pictures of him with the trailer fires, the chains, starting numerous dumpster fires. I submit that he was with the Zeminskis on many of the occasions, and he was emboldened by Mr. Zeminski because Mr. Zeminski was always brandishing his firearm. We saw Joseph Rosenbaum taking the chains. He chose to come down and riot, and that's what he did. Nathan DeBruyne chronicled that. Why did he chronicle it? Because it's not very interesting if you take a picture of a protester who's just standing there. But Mr. Rosenbaum was involved in all these different things, and I'll show you those pictures. Lucas Zanin, Kenosha County resident. Every now and again he goes down to Texas in the winter. Testified, born and raised. He stated he had empathy for the small businesses of Kenosha, did not want them looted, did not want them burned. Is that somehow to be called into question? Does any of us want those fires started and to come and burn? I don't think so. He authenticated the video that was taken from his car as accurate, showing the south side of car source 3. And you watch that video and you see people destroying someone else's property. During the video, you look at the one wall, there's nothing there. You see somebody spray painting on it, and they've written the word loot on it. You see another individual going in the hood of the car, trying to do something. It's not his car. He's not some roadside mechanic. They're destroying property. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Binger and I will go round and round about it until the cows come home. They were rioters. They weren't demonstrators. Were the demonstrators down by the courthouse earlier in the night? Yes, there were people doing a legitimate demonstration. These people were rioting. And you see in his tape, they're hitting the cars with pipes. You hear the glass breaking. You see the people jumping on it. And the important part of it, and I'll show it to you, is you hear the first bang, which is Mr. Zeminski's shot. 2 seconds later, you hear the next shot, and then you see the exodus of all the people taking off from that. That's why Kyle couldn't run and continue to run from Mr. Rosenbaum, which he was under no legal
I don't know,
duty
Eberg. I don't know
to
why.
do
I don't know if they can or
whatsoever.
can't. I think it's irrelevant.
Jacob Marshall referred to himself as Gage Grosswitz's best friend.
Kind of a question for Jameson.
We brought Mr. Gross's best friend in as a witness because he had posted something on Facebook immediately after this. He testified he couldn't find Gage Grosswitz because he was under an anonymous name at the hospital. Nobody knew who Gage Grosswitz was, who Jacob Marshall was. But he takes it upon himself to post
Jameson.
a Facebook message talking about how... Could I have the next slide, please? I just talked to Gage. To his only regret was not killing the kid and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag on him. Coward. Here's the picture of them hugging each other at the hospital.
America, yeah, for sure, Debbie.
Posted. Ladies and gentlemen, why does somebody post something like that? Because that's what his friend told him. And he wanted to get Gage Grosswitz's word out. He didn't repost and say, I lied. He took it down to try and hide it. But unfortunately, the internet has a memory.
Word. Word, Jameson.
Next witness was Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm done with the Kandari brothers. We did recall them, but I talked about that. Kyle Rittenhouse did not have to take the witness stand to tell his story. It was told through video. He wanted you as the jurors to hear his personal experience of the night of the 25th. He knew Mr. Binger would cross-examine him for hours, and he was willing to get up on that witness stand, take the oath, and tell his story the best way he could. And he did. Could Mr. Binger pick on him and find little things about it? A little bit. Did he damage his credibility? I don't think so. Getting to Mr. Yellow Pants, which he's been talked about.
Mr. Yellow
Binger
Pants
talks about He says with sarcasm.
Working for the Rothschilds,
Ladies and
apparently.
gentlemen, you've seen the video. But remember that when Yellow Pants said to Kyle, he goes, "You held your gun like this." That's low ready. That's not like this. It's down. He never pointed his gun at him. Did he have a gun? Yes. Did he tell him to get off a car? Yeah. But when he said it to Kyle, Kyle said, "I did," and walked away, not wanting confrontation. And remember Richie McGinnis's testimony about that. There was the individual with the slingshot. There was the individual with 2 rocks in his hand.
I'm not
the other
neither,
individual
Jameson.
with the
I was
gun.
gonna say it's a little
And when
rough
Mr.
around the edges.
McGinnis walked up to him. He
Compared to the
immediately had put his
defense's,
hand
but or
down
the
because
prosecution's
they were
closing
the one
argument. The
advanced
defense
on
is
him,
rough.
And he bought him off with a White Claw. My client, when this happened, was 17 years old. His actions are to be judged as a 17-year-old, not by Mr. Bigger's standards, but by that of a 17-year-old. And Mr. McGinnis said he didn't appreciate the way people looked at him. And maybe he didn't. And I think the best evidence of that is when Mr. Rosenbaum begins chasing him, you hear on the tape, he yells, "Friendly, friendly, friendly," 3 times. He thinks that if he just says the magic words, they'll stop. They don't. They could have, Mr. Rosenbaum could have looked at it and said, "Hey, you're not trying to harm anybody. I'll leave you alone." Is that what happened? No. He said, "You ain't gonna do shit, mother effer," and began to continue to chase him. Mr. Rosenbaum made a fatal mistake. That day, chasing Kyle Rittenhouse into the corner,
Right,
ran as far as he
Jameson?
could,
Like, there's a lot more they could be
and he
exploiting
shot
when it
4
comes to
times,
weaknesses in the
3/4 of a
prosecution's timeline. That
Mr. Binger makes so much of Kyle's residence. Antioch, Illinois. I think most people here know where it is. It's not a foreign country. Antioch, Illinois, right across the border. He worked in Kenosha. His dad lived in Kenosha. His grandmother lived in Kenosha. He worked in Pleasant Prairie. His best friend, Dominic Black, lived in downtown Kenosha. They want you to believe that there's some sinister thing about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a very mobile world. I'm from the foreign country of Racine, Wisconsin, 13 miles away, a little bit further. I'm on the north side. Ladies and gentlemen, when Kenosha burned, people who like Kenosha, they hurt. I remember 34 years ago walking into this courtroom, first time I ever appeared as a lawyer, back in that conference room. And when I saw what happened in Kenosha, it bothered me. Those 3 days. People can protest, but people can't indiscriminately burn property for no reason of innocent people. How does that further anyone's cause? Kyle feels for this community. He worked as a lifeguard. When he came down here, are we to believe that he's working to clean up graffiti, not getting paid because he's here to look for trouble? Is this all some master plan? That's ridiculous. He came down here trying to help, to see the damage, and that's what he did. Next. Dr. John Black, his testimony about the slides, making times, and I'll go over some of those. But specifically, as I argued earlier, the 0 shot from, I should say it this way.
Yeah, I went to help
friendly,
with the
friendly,
22.
3 times to the first shot, 10 point some seconds.
Blah.
There's a change
Hit the
in
mic with my
elevation
corn dogs.
in the video as he's lunging forward. The shot rings out after that. The 0 shot, which is shot 1, then 2 2600ths, the next one 24, 23, for a total of .739. He gets up, he comes around the car because all the individuals had left. After hearing the shots, goes to check. And to believe that he could stay there is preposterous. All I said would have happened, scene 2 would have been moved to scene 1. You heard the one individual yell, "Get the F out of here." The Zeminskis are screaming, "He just shot him, he just shot him, get him, cranium." That's all happening. Mr. Zeminski's walking around with his gun over his head, pointing at Kyle, and I'll show you that in a little bit. In the exhibits that Dr. Black
James says he should
showed
be
the
drilling
jury,
it and connecting it to
no color was
statute for
added,
self-defense.
no color
Yeah, I
was
agree.
subtracted. The videos didn't go from color.
He's made this divisive.
to
The
black
defense
and
attorney
white.
made this divisive in a
There
weird
was no
way.
structural problems. He demonstrated his technique regarding changing brightness and contrast right in front of you. And the one video went from a dark mess of nothing, moved the 2 lines. I don't know how to do it, but he did right in front of you, hit it, and all of a sudden it's light and you can see it. The whole event that evening took 2 minutes and 55 seconds from the 3 times friendly to the time he surrendered or attempted to surrender at law enforcement. Officer Brittany Bray, let me go through the, back up to the first one. Total time, 2 minutes, 55 seconds, according to Dr. Black. Next, friendly, the 4 shots, 10.8 seconds. Those are the shot times. Remember the sound he put and synced up with the video? That was the audio graph, the green thing he showed you. You can see when the shot is fired, he matches it up, times them out by the frames per second. You come up with those numbers. And that's because when you show something in slow motion, it looks like somebody can really have the time to think, process, and do all that. You have to remember how fast all this was happening in event number 1. He's running, the bag is thrown, he turns, addresses, keeps running, and makes a decision, a life and death decision, that he has to turn around and address
Yeah, Debbie.
the threat to Mr. Rosenbaum.
He did say
At
that.
that point, Kyle is stopped. Mr. Rosenbaum, like those other people in event number 2, could have put up his hands and just backed up, made a bad decision, shouldn't have done it. No, he goes diving for him, yells the FU, and is going for his gun. Next. Event 2, I have it beginning when he's hitting the head with the rock and ending with the 4th shot, taking 14.9 seconds.
Damn, Jameson, really?
Next, police officer Brittany Bray measured the gun, the pullback, the slide, 4 inches, brought the ruler out, because you never see in event number 2 Kyle pull back the 4 inches, slow motion or otherwise. There were no unfired bullets found at the scene for the AR. There was the unfired bullet by the clip and the Glock that had been cleared from Jason Lakowski. Drew Hernandez. Mr. Binger, for some reason, didn't like Drew Hernandez. You could hear
Exactly,
it in his
Ariente.
questioning. Ladies and gentlemen, Drew Hernandez had a point of view. There's no doubt about it. But what was that point of view? He's a citizen journalist, and he's covering the riots. And he didn't think that the mass media was covering the riots correctly. They were just calling everybody demonstrators and not covering the devastation and the destruction that was being done. That's his point of view. It's kind of my point of view, too. But does that mean that his video's lying? Does that mean when he says, "I saw him lunge," that he's lying? He doesn't have a dog in this fight. He tried to get all of his video to the state. The Dropbox wasn't big enough. He sees that the case is going to trial. He reaches out, gets a lawyer, and provides it simultaneously to both of us, and we end up playing it. He describes the Zeminskis, Joseph Rosenbaum starting fires in the dumpster, the yelling. He sees Kyle, the yelling of the word, the N-word. He sees Kyle walking around yelling medical, medical, right up until the last time when event number 1 starts. He was standing right at the corner, had a clear view to the first incident. He described him as charging from behind. He saw Joseph Rosenbaum throw the bag. He described hearing a shot from behind Kyle, which we all know is the Zeminski shot, the man who's never been brought before you people. And he saw Joseph Rosenbaum lunge. Ladies and gentlemen, you've sat through almost 10 days of testimony. You've heard the openings, most of the closings, and I have yet to hear Mr. Binger explain why Joseph Rosenbaum had the right to chase my client. To me, if I didn't know better, I would think he's a whiny defense lawyer. Everybody's out to get me. Everybody's lying. I'm the one who's bringing forth the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, the videos show the truth. The videos show the actions of Joseph Rosenbaum. Balch is lying. Fiedler's lying. Lukowski's lying. Richie is lying. Dale DeBrune, he's really lying because he's imputing my character. Nathan DeBrune, excuse me. Hernandez, he's lying because he's a right-wing journalist. All 6 of them are lying. And then, I forgot, Detective Howard, he's lying too, because he could see through the videos. He could see that Rosenbaum came out from hiding behind the car after my client passed the Duramax. Rush to judgment?
I think you did, Jameson.
You bet.
Is Drew Hernandez a right-wing nut? I was wondering, CFC. I didn't know if he was or not.
They had to do something. They had to charge the white supremacist, who isn't a white supremacist. They've never reassessed their case. They've never looked at it. They've never said, oh, Dr. Kelly, let's talk about this wound on the hand. What? That means he was touching the barrel? Or his hand was over the barrel when it was fired? Well, that means he was pretty close. No, we're not going to reassess. We're going to march forward. We're going to throw it into the hands of 12 people from the city and let them do our work. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a political case. We can take politics out of it as in Democrat and Republican, but the district attorney's office is marching forward with this case because they need somebody to be responsible. They need somebody to put and say, we did it. He's the person who brought terror to Kenosha. Kyle Rittenhouse is not that individual. The rioters, the demonstrators who turned into rioters, those are the individuals who bring us forth. And I ask you to remember, and I'll show you the videos for the last time from me, the anger in the mob that was going on that night. They were not going to be dissuaded from doing things. They were pushing, firing dumpsters, destroying property, and that was... So you're saying Mr. Rittenhouse put out a fire? Yes, it was a small fire.
Right, Jameson?
Last time I checked, small fires turn into big fires. So, kind of stupid. James Armstrong, Hocus Pocus.
You thought that was stupid?
Oh, the Focus. I've talked about him. He spent 20 hours reworking a frame in a video and having my client somehow miraculously go from a right-handed shooter to a left-handed shooter. The mirror on the truck is the arm. Their whole case relies on that one photograph that he spent 20 hours. That's how they're going to prove provocation, a word you never heard in the opening statement. It was my client chased him down and shot him in the back. Oops, can't prove that. This is the day before, car source burning, car source 1 burning the ground. What's in the foreground? The trailer, which will be the subject Pictures later on.
I feel the same way, CFC.
There's Kyle.
He went to intimidate
Earlier
the.
today on the
This is,
25th,
yeah, I mean, he went to be a
setting up his
vigilante and
alibi,
stir shit up and
setting up
protect
his
the
I'm a good
motherland.
person story, because he
That's how I
thinks he's
feel
going to go out
about Kyle
and kill 3
Rittenhouse.
people that night. Ladies and gentlemen, that is garbage. How would he know he's going to be photographed? And what does that do? It just shows he's interested in his community, trying to do good. Picture, Mr. Kandiri at Car Source 3. The state doesn't want Kyle
Like,
to go
it's
to
a
Car Source
German.
3.
Like, it's, you
According
know,
to the state, he has to
it's
stay at Car
inappropriate
Source
behavior.
2, 59th and Sheridan.
The
Yeah,
fucking Paw
Nick Smith
Patrol
called
lined
and
up
asked
here,
him to
dude.
go there because whoever was going to protect that property had left.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. The record does not indicate that Nick Smith made that phone call.
It's argument, folks, you heard the evidence and use your collective recollections to determine what the truth of it is and discount anything that is not supported.
That's how I feel, Jameson. Like, this defense is
Testimony
shitty.
was he received a phone
Like,
call.
he did really
saying they
well
were
until the
destroying
closing
cars
argument, and then
at
the
Car
prosecution
Source
did
3,
shitty until the closing
and
argument.
He went down there. First, Kyle asked for a fire extinguisher, asked the other individual to go down there with him. He said, didn't give an answer, and Kyle took off going down there to try and help protect that property. This is that night, the tear gas, the fires. Here is Mr. Rosenbaum pushing one of many dumpsters, dumpster fires. Right there, that's one. Another one.
Yeah, Bingy did have a good closing argument, in my opinion, too. I thought he did anyway. I mean, I thought this is the first time the prosecution actually showed up and flexed. Everything else has been pretty weak today, but it's been the opposite the rest of the trial, where the defense has been solid and the prosecution seemed fucking.
I apologize. They're trying to push the dumpster down to the line of police or to the gas station. It's put out, and the reaction from Mr. Rosenbaum of dumpster number 2. You hear the voice? Why you do that? Get over this. There's Mr. Rosenbaum arguing. Mr. Zeminski, the smiling puppeteer, standing behind him. Yeah, they didn't know each other. Maybe they didn't, but they sure spent a lot of time together that night. Mr. Zeminski with the yellow circle, holding his firearm. Yellow pants, Kelly Zeminski with a flashlight in her hand. Last time I checked, there wasn't any lighting problems. The flashlight is a weapon to bash heads if you have to.
It's fucking stupid ass thing to bring up.
Many people with AR-15s, not one person with an AR-15. That's the difference between this, the Ultimate Gas Station.
Yeah, he was part of a Nazi Paw Patrol. How is that? Why are you pointing that out, defense? Why are you pointing that out?
Kyle Rittenhouse was alone. He had been taken away from the herd, and Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Zeminski were going to get him. Movement.
He's going in circles. He needs, yeah, to be building a foundation of
Mr.
self-defense.
Rosenbaum and his bag. He's not dissuaded by the people. He's going right at them.
Yeah.
He's not afraid of them. He's pushing in and going at them. He's not afraid of a gun. Yelling. Shoot me, N-word. Shoot me, N-word. Mr. Zeminski holding his gun down to his side, remembering this is a Black Lives Matter rally, and he's there to support their cause. Yeah, right.
Who? This guy right here. Yeah, but he's saying it like because he's from the
right
hood.
there, holding him back, actually physically holding him back, but right in the middle of it. Look at the anger in his face. This here, I'll start it, but I'm going to point it out first. We saw a video earlier. This individual starting the Duramax on fire. Right here, jump kick, man. You see him shoot in the lighter fluid or flammable liquid. You see jump kick man being right involved. This is the calm Tuesday evening that Mr. Binger is alluding to. Mr. Rosenbaum.
Exactly, Arianthe in the chat. What she just said. Exactly how I feel.
Potty. It was just a little porta potty. The trailer. The trailer is important because it's the way he arms himself with the chain. Here's Rosenbaum pushing it. If he's just a regular demonstrator or misunderstood, a little bit upset, what does he need a chain for? What does he need a bag? Why didn't he leave it with Ms. Swart? Here, three things. The blue circle, his bag, backed up by the fire. Look at that bag. Does that look like there's nothing in it? Look at this. What is that? That's not a water bottle, ladies and gentlemen. I can't tell you what it is, but it's not a water bottle. Look at this. 2 feet of chain on each side. He's got it. Taken, I'm sure, from right here. The toe chain. Jump kick man.
Jump kick man.
White jeans,
Who the
black.
press has been calling him.
Those boots would soon be impacted by client's face. Rundown live. Here, once again, Rosenbaum, Zeminski at the trailer after it's been taken down the street, set up on its side.
Yeah, yelling "shoot me" at
started on
anybody
fire.
is pretty
You
cuckoo.
can
I
still see
mean,
one of the chains hanging from the tongue of the trailer.
yeah, I ain't even get into that.
Rundown live.
Not a
The
smart
state
thing to
showed
do.
this video. I started my opening statement with it. I was going to show you where Mr. Rosenbaum is. I've already done it. Don't need to waste your time. How do I get to the end? Oh. Here's the picture that we showed at the beginning. Right there, the 125-26. Mr. Rosenbaum, masked with his chain.
Yeah, exactly. See,
During
yeah.
the Rundown Live video. Mr. Rosenbaum with the chain. So I said earlier, look at how Kyle's dressed. Look at the pack
Yeah.
on his left side, left hip. The crosses going across the front and the back of his chest. Nowhere in the magic picture is that depicted. 11:40, he's crossed over that line, asking people if they want medical, runs into Yellow Pants. He walks away from confrontation. And Yellow Pants said, "You pointed your gun at me," and he goes like this, low ready. The individuals who were there with him, slingshot, rocks in the hand, gun. Mr. McGinnis. Kyle, after having the brief thing with Yellow Pants, he goes away from them, goes over, looks for Mr. Balch. They might have been close to one another, but they did not find one another. He tries to go back. Wants to get back to car source 2. After that, he goes back and waits. He gets the phone call. He
Right,
testified
Debbie?
about the phone call, either from Nick or Dominic. And what does he do? He gets a fire extinguisher. He hasn't had a fire extinguisher all night, but he gets a fire extinguisher. The circumstantial evidence shows the call came through. He testified the call came through. You know, if it wasn't in his phone, the state would have brought it up. But now they're playing games once again. This is Drew Hernandez's video. It starts in color and goes, starts in black and white and goes to color. You have Jump Kick Man, the Zeminskis, and you'll hear Kelly Zeminski talking. And during the first part of the trial, we saw this trailer go by, and it cut off the view from this location. And I'll stop it a few times. And did you hear that? Talking about a pepper ball exploding in her ass. That's Kelly Zeminski speaking. It's blurry. Keep your eye here and here. Kyle will come to you. That's Kyle right there to the right of the garbage can by that splurge of light. Mr. Rosenbaum, as soon as Kyle is coming, gets up and starts walking away along with Kelly Zeminski, this individual. Jump Kick Man was there earlier.
Yeah, rather a pepper ball than a bullet. I don't know why you would bring lethal rounds like that. Anyway, you know, plenty of other options, I suppose.
That's Kyle.
I don't know.
Fire extinguisher, walking. Doesn't say anything to any of them. They see him coming, they head down to do their ambush. He's not chasing them. He's not running after them. He's walking down to put out the fire. Let's start it over again. You hear Kyle yell, friendly, friendly, friendly. That is the start of Mr. Rosenbaum chasing Kyle. Now they come in. He's thrown. It goes to the small. He's thrown the bag.
Duramax just got. Oh, that Duramax got fucking beat.
Stop. Duramax. The shine on the Duramax. Kyle comes right into this area before he's chased. That's shown on the drone video. It's shown on the FBI video. Zeminski's are standing right here, and that's when the chase is on. Yo.
Because they feel like it's already a shit show, Debbie.
You hear the destruction of the vehicles.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they don't understand that like there's this is a reactionary movement. And there's actual issues causing this reaction. There's a difference between this and what Kyle Rittenhouse is a part of. A big difference. To try to frame it like Kyle is of more of a reactionary group is such bullshit. Such bullshit. It is some Nazi shit.
And he's off and running. We've seen the videos. Here is the Zanine video, parts of it. As I said, watch for the first shot. Look at all those people standing there.
Yeah.
A wall of people destroying cars.
Yeah, it
Say
was a
wants
riot
Kyle
after a
to
certain
run
point,
into that
Jameson.
wall.
It really was. It was.
Listen for the first shot and watch the lackadaisical attitude, and then hear the 4 shots in quick succession and watch what happens.
What did they?
Oh shit. They shooting. Oh shit. Oh my god.
Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. The first shot happens, they barely begin to move. Between the first shot and Kyle's first shot, which is
They brought the
second
National Guard in today. Yeah, it could get
Kyle
crazy.
is turned
I don't know how the jury,
Why
how
is he
quick the
turned
jury's
around?
gonna rule, or when
Because
the
that
jury's
wall
gonna
of
rule.
people is
But
there, and he has
we'll
nowhere
know.
else to run. The cars, the van, all of the people destroying property, the soda machine. He turns around, and Mr. Rosenbaum keeps coming. Mr. Rosenbaum keeps coming. He lunges,
Yeah.
gunshots.
Word, Jameson. No, I'm not from Wisconsin. I have a sister in Wisconsin.
There's Mr. Zeminski with his gun down there at his side as his wife yells, "Effing get him, he just shot somebody," which they started.
He fucking shot him! Get him there!
Pointing the gun, once again, in his right hand.
He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him!
Take screenshots. Good shot him.
I don't know. I mean,
Grosswitz's
you
cell
I mean, I
phone
definitely
video.
think it was a riot. But
Does Kyle
you know,
ever point
handle it like the
firearm
rooftop Koreans.
at
Don't
Gabe
handle it
Grosswitz
like
when he
Nazis.
runs up on him unarmed?
Yeah, I don't think anybody said that. Eberg.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody?
I'm going to get the police. He's going towards the police. He's continuing on. He's past Gage Grosswitz. He hasn't shot Gage Grosswitz. He hasn't pointed the firearm at Gage Grosswitz. The medic, if he thinks someone shot, why isn't he there? He doesn't know Richie McGinnis is
Oh, the
tending
protest turned into
None
a
of
riot.
the people who chase him
Partially as a reaction
are
to these
at
armed,
Car Source
these
3.
Nazi-ass
There is
looking
no
militias showing up,
Zeminski doesn't
and the cops
chase
letting
him.
it happen.
Zeminski doesn't want anything to do with it. His wife doesn't want anything to do with it. But the mob has now formed and is chasing him down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction.
Who shot? Who shot?
He turns all the way around, looking
Yeah.
towards Car Source 3. Could go there. At this point, he hasn't armed himself. Kyle is zero threat to anyone. This active shooter BS is something that Mr. Binger is
Yeah.
trying to sell you.
Absolutely,
people. Has
Jameson.
he shot anybody?
Thank you
since
for
Car
defending
Source
us,
3?
Jameson.
No, he hasn't. He's running to try and get to the police. Mr. Binger must live in fairy tale land to think that Kyle could stop, put his gun down, and say, "Hey, everything's good, leave me alone, I'm going to the police." Unfortunately, that's not how the real world works. This was real world. People yelling to stop him. Next picture, you saw it in opening statements. Mr. Mr. Grosswitz chasing down Kyle Rittenhouse. Kept his gun in the small of his back. He's arming himself right here. Look how far Kyle Rittenhouse is ahead of him. No threat. He's run 2 blocks, almost 3, because it's at the far end of 63rd. He hasn't shot his gun since.
Oh yeah,
He's an active
Jameson,
shooter
yeah,
looking
yeah.
to take as many people as possible. He's laying waste to everybody as he's running. Remember, he's got 30 bullets. He's shot 8 times, 4 in scene 1 and 4 coming up. He's not indiscriminately shooting, pointing, doing anything.
Exactly, CFC.
Pointing the gun at anyone.
But I mean, right-wing extremists also think they need to protect the motherland.
Where the Bearcats are.
So I mean, it's all blurred. It's all blurry to me. If you're a zealous extremist and you're believed to the point you're walking around armed, I think you have a lot more wrong with you than the social climate.
Knocking his hat off. What has Kyle Rittenhouse done? Nothing. Trying to get away from the mob. First strike from the mob.
Oh no, I don't think anybody does.
Not an active
I
shooter.
mean, hate the government and love police. Yeah, 100%.
Coming in behind with a skateboard at the ready, Anthony Huber. That will be strike number 1. Remember in opening statements when Mr. Binger said, oh, something happened to his skateboard. He took a swing at him. Kyle blocked it with his arm in the enhanced photos. What does Mr. Huber do? He runs, grabs the skateboard, and comes in for more. He's on the ground. The most vulnerable position you can be in. And what do we have? We have Anthony Huber here, already picking up his skateboard. For this guy with the towel wrapped around his head, coming in on Kyle. Jump kick, man. The guy who's hit him in the head. This individual. We go forward just a little bit. See if it works this far. Nope.
I am back. We're talking about Debbie. What's going on?
You saw this individual over here, who's now obstructed, come in on Kyle. Kyle points his firearm at him. He backs up. Kyle does not shoot. Jump kick man is leading with this foot. This foot is still on the ground. What direction is Kyle pointing right now? Watch what happens after jump kick man kicks him in the face. He's turned around. He's looking in that direction. Anthony Huber coming in with the skateboard. Watch what Anthony Huber does with the skateboard. Blow to the head. Coming in. Kyle's trying to get up. Anthony Huber's hand goes onto the gun. This is the fast one. The gun is pulled away from Kyle. Anthony Huber fires. When Anthony Huber fires, Gage Grosskowitz flinches, covers up, natural.
I stand jump kick man just because of this trial, says Arianthe. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Back. Get his ass. Now here's the slow motion. He's been hit in the head. The cap is off. Anthony Huber winds up with the full force of his body. From back here, he swings the skateboard at Kyle. Kyle senses it coming. He turns around and looks, blocks it with his arm. Doesn't turn around and shoot Anthony Huber as he's being attacked with what is a deadly weapon. A skateboard can cause death or great bodily harm, ladies and gentlemen.
Does suck getting hit by one for sure. Like, you know, I've never been hit with the trucks of one, but I've been hit with the wood part of one. The deck, so that shit suck.
He immediately changes direction, goes running for the skateboard. Want to get through this one? Okay. Now this is slow motion.
Exactly, Jameson.
As he's on the ground.
Scholars, Killer Mike from Run the Jewels. A lot of people were trying to get people to stay peaceful in the protests and just go vote. You know.
Backs off. He is not shot at.
Hell yeah.
Backs up. He's now addressing the second nearest threat. Does not shoot. That individual right there in that picture is stopping. Jump kick man launches, contact, fire, turned around. In comes Anthony Huber. Blow to the head and neck.
I agree with you in that sentiment, Jameson. Yeah, this doesn't happen with a decent organizer with a common moral belief. Yeah.
You'll see the butt of the gun separate from Kyle's body going in that direction, away from him. See the gun being pulled away from him? Shot. Mr. Huber goes down. Gross quits. Flinches, freezes. Stops. Hands up. No pull.
I also agree with that area, Anthony. Really
Mr. Grosquitz is standing like this, and all of a sudden you see him kick his foot back and launch forward. He loads his back foot going forward at Kyle with a loaded Glock handgun. Kyle sees it coming, gets within a couple of feet, he fires.
Yeah.
If he's got his hands up,
Straight up, Danny Drew.
nothing to do with Kyle, like everybody else.
I'm probably gonna keep doing another one. I think we're just a 24-hour channel now.
Mr. Grosquitz decides he's going to take him out.
We're a real radio station now, gang.
As stated in the Facebook post, he didn't fire first and empty his clip into the kid.
Brought to YouTube by viewers like you, by my Murkies. Super Chat Lottery's still open. We're at like $12 out of 50.
That's the last shot. I went through the quickness of the shots from the rock in the head to that fourth shot. He gets up. You still see this individual armed with a board or a 2x4 or a fence post. Doesn't shoot at him. This person he doesn't perceive as a danger. His hands are up. Doesn't shoot at him. Now as he wheels around, watch what this individual does. That was the end of it. Kyle turns around. He turns. That individual steps away from him. No more shots. Doesn't shoot randomly. Shots from behind him. Continues on his way, trying to turn himself into the police.
Didn't he flee the fucking scene though?
People yelling to shoot him. He doesn't stop because it's not safe. Goes with his hands up to law enforcement.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them! Dude right here just shot all of them down there! That dude just shot them right there! That dude right here! Yeah!
Continues on. Hands up. You hear the story about the pepper spray. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the case. There was no threatening behavior that started this. Mr. Rosenbaum was hell-bent on causing trouble that night. He did what he did, and he started this. There are tragic parts of it, but Kyle Rittenhouse's behavior was protected under the law of the state of Wisconsin, the law of self-defense. You've heard the instructions, and I'll end with this. You decide on count one. If you decide,
Yeah, he's a real
misconduct was
cheesehead, Danny
privileged
Drew.
or the use of
The
self-defense,
judge is, I
you
mean,
don't go on
everybody's
to a lesser
misstepped
included. If it was privileged under self-defense,
in this case.
that affects count two. Both of the things that happened in scene one, as I read earlier, page 9 of the jury instructions. If his conduct was privileged as to Rosenbaum, it's privileged as to Mr. McGinnis. On to the next ones. At scene 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is no evidence whatsoever that he was an active shooter other than Mr. Binger calling him that. And there's no evidence that any of those other individuals who attacked him in the mob that night were attacking
That's
an
true,
active
Jameson.
shooter.
Doesn't protect
He wasn't
motivations.
shooting. And if they want to be the heroes and they want to beat somebody and do what they're going to do to them, they better be right. And they weren't. Kyle Rittenhouse shot Mr. Rosenbaum because he was attacking Kyle. Every person who was shot was attacking Kyle. One with a skateboard, one with his hands, one with his feet, one with a gun. Hands and feet can cause great bodily harm. Sure, the state's going to get up and say, well, he didn't have great bodily harm, so it doesn't matter. That's not the standard. The standard is could cause great bodily harm. My client does not have to take a beating from the hands of this mob or the hands of Mr. Rosenbaum. And Mr. Rosenbaum might be little, but he was a pretty muscular guy. And some 30-some-year-old guy can take a 17-year-old kid 9 times till Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen,
I believe that he would have been ragdolled
it's
by
a
that
tough
bald
choice, but the evidence only leads to one conclusion.
Doesn't mean he should have shot him.
That is that Kyle Rittenhouse's conduct on August 25th was privileged based upon the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum and others. There are no winners in this case, but putting Kyle Rittenhouse down for something he was privileged to do will serve no legitimate purpose.
Privileged to
I
do.
ask you to do this, do justice here under the law of the state of Wisconsin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
He could have really chose a better word for that.
And, please don't
Yeah,
publish the
he
case,
really could have.
Free to watch or listen to any account.
Oh man, we're at the end, guys. Judge Ego, yeah. One with the chicken nugget. Damn. This is weird. Live coverage will resume shortly. Damn. What up, Justin? What up, Chief? What up, everybody still with me? What's up, chat? Oh my gosh. We're at the end of the arguments. I think they're going to pass this on to the jury. I'm wondering how quick the jury will be in deliberating. You know, hours. Could be coming with the breaking live news at fucking 2 a.m. Waiting on this to wrap up. We'll see. If I don't catch it, the ticker on the Merc Radio Lo-Fi Lounge will. I'll leave the news rolling on the lounge for sure. Judge is biased. Yeah, I mean, I see everybody saying that. I kind of feel like perhaps he is. Perhaps he is. But, you know, we'll see. I like how they do this slow pan up to the Wisconsin court fucking logo. You know what I'm saying? Get some of these lo-fi beats going. Oh yeah, it's already ruined. He's basically, yeah, he's like a sex. Again, I'm glad he's not gonna be a cop. Is my biggest thing. Is like no matter what happens, Rittenhouse, there's no way he'll be a fucking cop. Oh, they allow a rebuttal by the state, you believe? Okay. Hell yeah, Jameson. Let's hope we get another. Okay. Hope we get a rebuttal in closing argument. Fucking wild. Well, how are you feeling after hearing what the defense said? Yeah.
Fine.
Well, yeah, I feel about the same as I did before. I really do. It's a 30-minute rebuttal, but I think 25 in some states. Okay, so we'd get like a half-hour rebuttal. That'd be nice. That'd be cool. Somewhere between 25 and 30 minutes. Yeah. It's Wisconsin, so let's see how long this motherfucking break takes. You know what I'm saying? Loady. Because we're at the bottom of the 6th hour. But I kind of have a scheme to still be able to do my domestic chores and maybe pop into the lo-fi beats stream later in Discord or something. Put Discord up on.
I might need a nap.
Yeah,
I do not feel well.
You should be taking one now. I'm surprised you got out of bed to work.
I'm tired.
Yeah. I offered to bring her stuff into bed. Like, I was trying to be sweet to her in bed this morning. She's like, what, you don't want to hang out with me? And I'm like, what? No.
Drop.
Try to make sure you're alright. You don't feel good.
That's the lioness being like, no, go away, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Let me just do this shit.
Yeah. What, you think I'm gross or something? Like, well...
Oh, wait, you think I'm useless?
You're in here coughing. You're still in bed. I thought I'd be nice. Thought I'd try to be nice. And hook it up, you know.
What, I can't do my job?
What, I can't just be in here? Sick as fuck? What, you don't mean to be in there?
You want to take me out back?
You don't want to be in here? What the hell? Like, no. You know. How long the jury will deliberate the evidence. I have no clue how long this break's gonna take. Let's hope not too long, but I don't know. Lux might take a nap. I don't think I'm going anywhere. She made the mistake of feeding me midstream, so now I'm fueled. No,
I can't help that it's fucking lunchtime.
Oh yeah.
If I'm here, you're gonna be fed.
Yeah. If it's past 2 to 3 days, Rittenhouse is in a world of hurting, says Jameson. Really? Really? You think it's because... Okay. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Throat is kind of burning. I'm exhausted. Nose is stuffy. Blah. Yeah, see, I think there must be a cold or something going around that Lux caught. Because I woke up, boy, let me tell you. It wasn't fun when I woke up. Actually, let me not tell you the details, but... It wasn't fun. It wasn't a good time. So I know she got something, because my immune system is overworking right now. I'm in full stage, like, 3 flare-up. Like, full stage 3 flare-up. Like, yeah. So you got something. My body's like, get that shit out of here. What do you think the sentence will be? I don't know, Drew. I really don't know. I don't know. I'd like to hear from you guys. What do you guys think that the jury will say? What do I think the sentencing will be? I don't know. What do I think the jury will say? Guilty or not guilty? No fucking clue. No fucking clue. I really want to know from you guys what you all think. I want to stick my finger in the water, so just let me know your position in the chat.
Arianthe, yeah, I think it's also just me being allergic to people.
Yeah,
I've kind of started too many jobs this year. So I'm always in new environments. I'm really excited about this job because it's one that's gonna last for a while. And I'm really excited about it. It's exactly where I need to be. I just gotta get used to everybody. They gotta stop making me sick.
You got this. As for the verdict, I have to see the rebuttal first. Yeah, I want to see this played out, and then I'll maybe, I don't know. I'm more interested in what Jameson thinks.
I'm not too sure how I feel about what Wisconsin really thinks of this kid. It's kind of hard to discern what Wisconsin thinks of this kid because they fly off the handle all the time with some of the shit that they rule on. So
never know with that fucking state. I really don't know. I never know how they're gonna vote. I never know how their high profile cases are gonna go. But
they don't even know what they're doing with the Green Bay Packers house.
They don't know what they're doing with high profile cases historically. This is the same fucking state where Ted Bundy jumped out a window and then spent a whole fucking weekend in the woods while on trial. Like, this state's sloppy as fuck. Let's be real. Wisconsin's sloppy as shit. Like, why would he try to get away?
The other problem that I'm having with this case, and it's the other problem that I'm having with the Ahmaud Arbery case, is that there is one black person on that jury.
Yeah.
I think everybody else is white.
Yeah.
You know, and that's another thing that people are putting into consideration specifically because of the nature of the case.
Yeah.
And I think that may have some weight.
Even
if we don't want it to, for whatever reason.
Yeah. Danger says if he walks.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. It's gonna be bad.
Be really bad. I'm gonna light an incense. We still have one?
I think we might have one.
Light one, we'll go grab one. Or I'll go grab some.
Yeah.
Because you're sick.
Yeah.
And you hang out.
Yeah.
She doesn't like being told, I've discovered today, that she needs to be in bed, relaxing and chilling. She doesn't like being told stop working.
I can't stop working.
She hates that shit. She's like, but it's Monday.
That's what my coworker said earlier because our boss actually gave us today off because of that festival.
Yeah.
But, you know, we've just been chilling, so I was like, at least I'll look at some emails.
Exactly.
Nah, I got off the phone with her, and before I got off the phone with her, she was like, don't forget to not work today. I've been there a week. And everyone's like, don't work.
It's going down. Last instance of the bunch. Let's hope there's a rebuttal.
Arianthe still thinks he's gonna walk.
Really?
Yeah.
You do? Okay. Okay. Think he's gonna walk. But yeah, the defense did a pretty shitty job until today. Or not the defense, the prosecution. The prosecution did a pretty shitty job until today, so who knows? I'm really interested to see what this fucking jury thinks and says. What they
That's gonna be fucked up.
Yeah. I wonder how quick it'll fucking take them.
So, I don't know. I get the feeling they may not actually be able to come up with their own conclusion.
They might not be able
like,
to.
I think it might be a hung jury.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard. I can tell that it's going to be really hard for everybody in that room.
Yeah.
And it just, it kind of, like, the justice system, there's parts of it where I'm like, we didn't prepare for certain things.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't prepare for the mass spread of information, really.
Yeah.
Like, on this scale. Because then it's hard for people, it's really hard nowadays for people to not know what's going on.
Yeah. The judge needs to retire. The judge does need to retire.
The judge needs to touch grass.
Yeah. Oh, who's the two men on the plaque left on the screen? I don't know. It's something to do with fucking Wisconsin.
He's charged with a weapons modifier attached to both charges, so each count offers a max of 17.5.
Okay. I wonder. I have no fucking clue where this is gonna go. No fucking clue. I got nothing. Other than hoping this fucking, you know, seen this going for a while.
I'm interested, though, that Jameson said that if they go past 2 to 3 days that he's gonna be in trouble. Because I figure he's gonna be... I feel like he's at least kind of screwed if they come back before then.
Yeah.
Because then it depends... Like, it really depends on which way it swings. Because there's been cases in the past where they come back hours later, yeah, you're fucking guilty.
You're fucked. Yeah. They're like, yeah, hours later, they're like, yeah, you're fucked. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't particularly think that's gonna happen in this particular case. Just because knowing what we know about the jury.
Yeah.
But... I don't know, I'm kind of hoping it takes a minute. Like, he's got to sweat for a minute.
Yeah.
Before he's told that he's going to prison.
Yeah. Yeah. Fucking day at the SSI office.
All
Jesus.
day?
Oh, John,
What's up,
I was
John?
wondering where you'd been, baby. I'm sorry, bud. Damn. So if he gets 35 years, will the judge allow him to be eligible for parole? I don't know. Self-defense cases and short deliberations is what you want as a criminal defense lawyer. Okay. Okay. We hear. Word, John. Word. Showed up at the break, John. We've been watching the closing arguments for the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. We're actually waiting for a potential rebuttal from the state, and I think it's at the end of the day. We at the end, baby. That dipshit is gonna walk, says John. That is the very eloquent way to actually wrap up how we feel. Mandatory 5 years in state prison for each count. Okay. That's how the fucker gets at least 15. I don't know. I'm fine with him getting out in his 30s. Maybe have learned something. You know. Hey, love you, John B. Hey, well, be sure to take a good, like, relaxing breath. You're home now, John. You're back in your space. You can relax. You're not in a stressful social situation at the SSI office. What up, John?
Stop it.
The cat refuses to lose.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, nothing much. How are you doing, brother?
Are you in the middle of a topic that you're hardcore into?
Pretty much. We're in the middle of a live stream, so if we get too deep into a story, I'll probably have to cut off and go back to a state rebuttal that we're all anxiously waiting on.
No story, unfortunately. No, simply this. I am trying to maintain my place to live. Okay, I'm even thinking about going on one of those GoFundMe shits, man, because I spent the whole day trying to get a little extra on my Social Security check that I get, and they're going to look into it, and, you know, they said I qualify, so we'll see what happens. But, yeah, meanwhile, you know, I've been between jobs because of that COVID situation I explained to you guys a few weeks ago, and so, yeah, I'm a little behind on the rent, and they've been pretty patient about it. And the chick who handles that has actually been keeping my information away from the big guy, because the big guy saw that, But then meanwhile, I get told by the same lady who's doing me a favor. It's like I'm screwing her over. She did me a favor, and it seems like I'm screwing her over because she says, "I heard you've been talking about getting a new phone," which I have not. Okay, if I was gonna buy anything, it'd be another fucking model. Okay, and I tried to tell her, I said, no, I have no interest. As a matter of fact, my ex is still paying the program that my phone is on. Why would I want to switch? I'd have to pay it myself. I can't do that. So I wouldn't want to switch. And so she goes, well, that's what I heard. If you do that and the big guy finds out about it, it's going to look like you chose to do that rather than pay your rent. I said, of course, I know that.
Yeah.
So meanwhile,
So I'm not planning on doing that, lady. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much fucking pressure, man. I mean, I don't want to drink or anything, but things sure were easier when that's what I did. A lot easier. So that's what's going on with me, and it took me all day in that fucking place, man. You got to take a ticket and wait. It's worse than the DMV, man. I'm telling you. But that's all.
Well, if you end up getting a GoFundMe or anything like that, and you do need help in that way, you better be linking it in the Discord and let us know so we can put it up in the chat.
I wouldn't do that to you guys, man.
Well, we would want to do it. It's not about if you would do it to us; it's we would do it for you. So, if you do make one, you let me know.
I'm gonna have to do it, but to me, it feels as shiesty as doing that sign shit we were talking about. Okay, to me, all right, But I mean, I guess it's too much pride. I just need to swallow that shit and say, look, I gotta live, man.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm going to find out the details about doing that. I've never done that before, but yeah, I'll definitely let you know if that happens, man. Yeah. And any of you with deep pockets out there, remember old Johnny.
Yeah.
Oh, but listen, while I was in the office, so let me segue back to what you're talking about. So while I'm in this office, I got my earphone with me and I'm on the phone and I'm watching the guy I was telling you about who has the show. He's a political guy, but he's, named Pac-Man. And he had on the trial, okay? Should have watched it with you guys, but I just wanted to see it with no opinions whatsoever. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then so we could talk about it later, okay? So I'm watching the part where the prosecution's doing their close, okay?
Yeah.
And I didn't get to see the defense do their close yet.
It was a lot more rough around the edges than the prosecution's was. I'll tell you that right now. It made the prosecution's look like a shining diamond, which is weird because the prosecution has done shitty this whole trial.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. I mean, I don't see where it was that moving either way. I saw a little bit of the defense, okay, at the beginning here, and he's just not captivating. He's not a real speaker. I mean, if you want to go for dialogue and ability to speak, I think the prosecution was more articulate. But unfortunately, okay, I don't think it's going to matter anyway. I think he's going to fucking walk.
Yeah.
That's just me.
That seems to be the general consensus, is everybody seems to think he's going to walk, and Wisconsin might be a riot.
Well, they sure did play up that self-defense angle, haven't they?
Hey, not enough. Not according to Jameson.
That's the man I'd like to get his views on this whole thing.
Yeah. What was that, Arianthi?
I said it wasn't really touched in the closing argument.
No.
Hi, Ari.
It was, but for a second. Hi, John.
Hey. I'm exhausted. But so they're still doing the closing defense?
No, the defense is done with their closing argument. We might get a rebuttal from the state, which could last about 30 minutes if they do come back. And then it's up to the jury. Then we just see how long it's going to take the jury.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught something this morning with the judge. That judge is hilarious, man. He's a touchy little dude, man. I mean, he was pissed about something this morning with the rules of for the jury, and they were arguing about about reading off all the stuff, and the defense didn't want him to read it a certain way or something, and the prosecution was like, well, you can't say homicide in there. The defense said, and he goes, I'm well aware of what I can say and what I can't say. I mean, he gets touchy.
Yeah, he really does. Oh, hey, Michelle in the chat just gave birth, John. I don't know if you heard the top of the show, but we have a new Murky in the world. And Michelle is actually in the hospital typing into the show right now. And hello,
Holy
Michelle.
Shit.
Yeah, we just wanted to send you some... Huh?
Nothing. I'm seeing the rebuttal is going on Fox News, but I don't know why it's not updating on USA Today then.
It should be happening.
Wow.
I don't know.
They are really.
Maybe they've queued up their thing to say that, and they're showing live course. I don't know. But
Are they going for a speed record on this thing or what?
I mean, they are going pretty fast.
I guess they don't want
to. Because I keep having people pop in like, "Hey, you think it's gonna be done today?" And it's like, "What? No." Like maybe a couple weeks.
Well, OJ was around forever. Okay, OJ was around forever. Casey Anthony was, God, it must have been a month. Okay, so who knows?
Yeah,
this thing's going fast.
Yeah,
compared to the previous cases.
Yeah. I can't use the Law and Crime Network, Jameson. I don't know what feed they're sourcing from, so I try to keep it,
Yeah, just be careful, man. That guy I told you I was watching his stuff on got banned from Twitch because it showed the guy's arm blown off. They banned him from Twitch and took away his subscribers. He had like 1,000 people. Yeah.
All right, John,
I don't understand.
They did. Yeah, they can do that too. That's why I was watching USA Today too. Is they had everything kind of blacked out. But I'm gonna kick this on. I'm gonna turn these beats off.
Okay. I'm gonna dip. I'm gonna dip on you. I'll talk to you in the morning. Okay. I'll be listening.
Right on.
All right. Catch you guys later.
You have a good one, John B.
No one is saying that Mr. Rosenbaum.
USA Today failed us, guys.
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Thank you for the cue in.
No one is saying that Mr. Rittenhouse
Jameson
does
and
not
Danny
have a right
Drews.
to defend himself. This case is about the right to use deadly force. And I want to talk about that standard because Attorney Richards, perhaps on accident, misstated it. He said that the standard is that it could cause death or great bodily harm to Mr. Rittenhouse, or that it is likely to cause death or great bodily harm to Mr. Rittenhouse. That is absolutely not what the standard is, and that is not what this trial is about. The standard is...
One thing I forgot to mention to you guys. Did you hear?
What?
Which is intended or likely
did you hear about that
to cause
January
death or
6th
great bodily
rioter
harm.
who thought they shouldn't be arrested because they're white?
What? No, I haven't heard about that yet.
Oh, you got to check that out, man.
Right
She
on.
thinks her privilege is just showing really bad. Catch you later.
Is fire an AR-15 only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Not, if you repeatedly smash someone's face, it might lead to injury. Not, this could have happened. Imminent death or great bodily harm. There's an old phrase that I could kill you with my bare hands. And there is literally no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum was capable of that. Mr. Rittenhouse has size on him. We heard how he's a swimmer. We heard how he's a lifeguard. He's apparently in some kind of shape. Punch him in the face. Kick him in the testicles. Knee him in the face. Hit him with your gun. You don't just immediately get to shoot someone. And I don't care about provocation or any of that. Put that aside. It is not reasonable for any adult, for any person, for any 17-year-old male to not try and defend yourself first using other methods. Now you factor in provocation, the fact he had no right to retreat, or no ability to, or he had to retreat, and that he had to exhaust all methods. Clearly, if there is provocation, he's guilty. But even outside of provocation, why do you get to immediately just start shooting? As Mr. Binger said, he brought a gun to a fist fight. And he was too cowardly to use his own fist to fight his way out. He has to start shooting. And let's just say, theoretically, that we think, that the 12 of you think that it is reasonable to have used force, deadly force in that situation. Shoots once, takes out his hip. What does Mr. Rittenhouse have to do to avoid that? Well, maybe take one step back. And Mr. Rosenbaum is no threat. And Mr. Rittenhouse is responsible for every round of that gun. It did not have to happen as fast as Mr. Rittenhouse made it happen. He could have held back at 1 shot. He could have held back at 2 shots. The guy in the blue hoodie who came in to attempt to kick him didn't get 4 shots. Mr. Rosenbaum didn't get 4 shots. And Mr. Gross-Kreutz did not get 4 shots. The defendant has the ability to gauge what he is doing and to stop shooting. Mr. Richards talks about the threat being immobilized. What threat does someone 6 inches shorter than you that you've already shot in the hip and is already falling to the ground have? Why do you have to keep tracking him and shooting him and ending up with a kill shot in the back? Hit him, kick him, knee him, anything else. And Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse are alive. Because the defense talks about games that the prosecution has played. Let's talk about games. Let's talk about how Mr. Rittenhouse on that night did not tell Dominic Black, did not tell Joanne Fiedler, did not tell anyone about this grabbing of the gun. Didn't tell anyone about, oh, I was afraid they were use the gun against me. That is because once Mr. Rittenhouse and his team understood that an unarmed person chasing him and unarmed people chasing him later on would not be enough to meet this standard, to meet this privilege, they had to concoct a story. They had to concoct a story about how suddenly I was in great fear of this gun being used. And if that's the real reason, why didn't Jason Lukowski know that? Why didn't Dominic Black know that? Why didn't Joanne Fiedler know that? You darn well know if there was any evidence of the defendant saying that the night of, we would have heard about it. So yes, Mr. Rosenbaum is 4 feet or so from the barrel of the gun. He gets shot in the hip. He begins to crumple. Now remember, we did this demonstration when Dr. Kelly testified. This bullet
No, we missed you
entered
too,
here
Michelle.
in the middle finger and came out here.
But you take your time. We're not going anywhere.
This is how you grab something. I'm Mr. Rosenbaum trying to take this gun away. And this is how I'm going to do it, with my hand turned almost completely around, and with apparently my fingers spread, because these two don't get soot, which may mean they were on the gun or outside of the path, and the other ones do get soot. We're not talking about injuries to the palm here. We're not talking about injuries like this, or any kind of grabbing injuries. We're talking about either something accidental or completely defensive to knock that gun away as he's being shot just before he is killed on the 3rd or 4th shot. But we're supposed to believe that Mr. Rosenbaum is Jason Bourne or John Wick or some other movie star hero who's capable of killing with his bare hands and deserved the treatment that he got from the defendant. Mr. Richards' closing was quite personal.
Neighbors.
If not taking shots personally, Mr. Binger, it was gloating and boasting about his client's kills. And he talked a lot about the Zeminskis. He knows darn well that the Zeminskis are charged by my office and they have a Fifth Amendment right. This is a criminal defense attorney.
Stop. Stop. Let me ask you to step out for a moment, would you?
Oh shit, he's dismissing the jury for a moment. She have hair included. Ours had some. Man, babies in my clan are kind of born with male pattern baldness. Some of our babies aren't though. The majority, bald. Yeah, this judge is pissed. Judge is getting hangry. He doesn't eat an awful lot of cheese breaks.
What's your objection?
It's not in evidence, and Mrs. Zeminski does have a Fifth Amendment right. Her case has been disposed of, and she did not appeal.
She did not plead or was charged with any arson, which the defense could get into, and she would have a Fifth Amendment right.
Wait a minute. Well, as I recollect it, I think I handled the case. As I handled the Jason.
Joshua Zeminski.
What's that?
Joshua Zeminski.
That's pending.
Right.
Mr. Zeminski's case is pending, and it has been repeatedly adjourned to follow this case. At the state's request. I handled the case of Mrs. Zeminski, and she came in on a reduced charge. It was a recommendation, I think, for a 7-day sentence.
Oh shit.
She was being revoked and sent to prison. I know the pictures of that case, but
Oh yeah, Michelle, you get some rest, lady. We'll be here.
Well, she wouldn't have a right of. I think I sentenced her to 7 months in prison consecutively to her sentence, and I don't think. Why would she have a testimonial privilege any longer?
if there are charges outside of what she was charged with. She wasn't charged with any arsons.
Are you going to charge her?
I don't know. Probably not.
All of the charges out of the event were wrapped up. All of the charges out of the event were wrapped up. They can't piecemeal the charges, and to argue that she has a Fifth Amendment right now is ridiculous.
I did say Mr. Zeminski had a Fifth Amendment right, and then the objection came. I did not say Mrs. Zeminski. I can clarify that Mr. Zeminski has a Fifth Amendment right.
Well, let's find out from the report of what was said. I thought it was just Mr.
Oh, the objection is he brought up some shit that's not actually been tried on. Jameson, yeah, I'd agree with the defendant. It was a cheap shot and clever.
I think he said that Zeminski's are
shit,
charged
that's an
by
adorable
my
image.
office, and they have a Fifth Amendment right.
Did you say the Zeminskis?
Yeah, you get some sleep, Michelle. You get some good rest, lady.
I'll sustain the objection.
I understand.
All right.
Fuck jury duty. That shit looks like it sucks. Not a felon, but I don't know.
Ask the jurors to come back in.
I wanna. Right. Oh, John, yeah.
All right, I've sustained the objection because
Come
the
on,
statement
Michelle getting sleepy. She doesn't
made
want to
by
be.
Mr. Krause was not accurate, at least as regards Mrs. Zeminski. Any question?
Girl, you need the rest.
Go ahead, Mr. Krause.
Ms. Zeminski was charged and convicted by my office. Mr. Zeminski still has pending charges. Attorney Richards knows that he has a Fifth Amendment right to not testify.
He can. Let me ask you to step in the library again, please.
Yeah. Oh. My knee popped in the best way just now. No, Jay, call this a sidebar.
2, 1, wait for the door. 1, it's not in evidence. 2, if he wants to say he has the Fifth Amendment right, they also can grant him immunity. They're the only people who can. And if they're going to say that, I should have a rebuttal to explain it to those 12 people. They hold the keys to Mr. Zeminski testifying or not testifying.
We just heard 2 hours of how terrible Joshua Zeminski was, and the defense wants us to offer him immunity. That's completely
That's not what
our
he said,
decision.
Mr. Krause, please.
He still has a Fifth Amendment right. What I'm saying is accurate.
But you know, the questioning, the question you're asking, the Zeminski case has been here on a number of occasions, and it has been either it's been a mutual request to adjourn the case. Who's his lawyer?
Mr. Barth.
Okay, it's been repeatedly requested that it be adjourned, and I assumed, or was told, I'm not sure which, that it would be adjourned pending the outcome of this case. No, that's not true?
No. I don't know.
Well, it's not true. It is true that I assumed it. Whether I was told that or not, I don't know.
It's not the same as Dominic Black, Your Honor. It's a different situation. Mr. Zeminski's case will go to trial on January 31st.
Well,
that's the plan.
But why was it being adjourned?
I think there was some. We had a witness who was not available at the last trial date, so we needed more time to get them in.
Okay. And Mr. Richards also brings up a point that you have control over the availability of a witness in terms of grant of immunity, but I don't want to get into that because I think on the first point he made, which is that I don't think it's an evidence.
I asked Mr. DeBruin about it.
What did you ask Mr. DeBruin?
I asked Mr. DeBruin that when we were talking about our meeting that he was going to be a witness against Mr. Zeminski, and that Mr. Binger talked to him mostly about Mr. Zeminski because there's a pending case against Mr. Zeminski. After Mr. DeBruin talked about our meeting, on cross-examination, I asked Mr. DeBruin, I believe this was a while ago, I indicated that he was going to be a witness in the Zeminski case, and that Mr. Binger asked him mostly about Zeminski, and why would Mr. Binger ask questions about Mr. Zeminski in an effort to change his statement in the Rittenhouse case? And he had no answer for that.
What's that got to do with the
Fifth Amendment right
that the district attorney is making, or the defense attorney is making?
It's that there's an open pending case against him.
There was specific testimony that there was a trial date on January 31st. That came in through Mr. DeBruin, and I actually mentioned it in my closing because it's in evidence that there's a pending case. I'm prosecuting Mr. Zeminski, and the trial's coming up in January. That is in evidence, Your Honor.
That has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment, which is what I'm objecting to, him bringing that into this.
I don't know. You're making it sound as if, well, you're making it sound, and correctly so, that Mr. Zeminski is unavailable because of his testimonial privilege. But now Mr. Richards is asking whether he should be allowed a rebuttal to, so the jury would understand that that is somewhat under the control of the district attorney.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to, at this point, I'm not going to get further into that. I'm just going to ask you to move on to something else.
Well, my next line of argument is that the defense named them in their witness list and could have called the Zeminskis.
No, he can't, because he's got a Fifth Amendment privilege for the very reason you indicate, and privileges must be claimed as much as possible outside the presence of the jury. That's the statute.
They could have called Kelly Zeminski. They admitted her here from prison.
Pardon me?
We had to have her available in case something came up. That doesn't mean we have to call her. We have no obligation to put anybody on the witness stand.
Nor does the state. And
Mr.
Richards commented many times about how we could have called them, which I think was dishonest given the Fifth Amendment issue. But then also I can mention that when he stood up and read his witness lists, the Zeminskis were on it, and they have the ability to call them as well.
The witness list is not in evidence.
These are opening statements, and he commented on those multiple times.
It's their job to remember that. Just.
Mm-hmm.
He's almost like, I don't. That's too far back. No, it's not. It's their job to remember shit like that. To keep it fair.
Mm-hmm.
For this reason. Yeah.
Yeah, you better let them take your laptop, lady. You better,
what you doing?
You better take a nap, lady. Good night, Michelle.
Sleep well.
She's tough.
We love you. Can't believe she's given us so much attention. I'd be passed out. At least I hope I would be.
Yeah.
What was the last statement you made now that drew the objection?
That Mr. Zeminski has an open case under Fifth Amendment right.
Yeah. Well, it is an accurate statement.
That I should be able to fill in the holes because they're the ones who can give them immunity. I can't call them.
Well, I know that, but
Why'd you subpoena him then?
you know. You can
He was sitting in the
no,
hallway
no,
for 2
no,
days.
No. You address your remarks to me, both of you. To me, not to each other, please.
It's called being prepared.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen at a trial.
Okay.
A shite show. You want me to fill that up?
Well, I think I'm just going to tell the jury that Mrs. Zeminski was would have been available for to be called by either party. Okay.
It kind of is cannon fodder, yeah.
Oh, man, I got out of it alive. Okay. Ask them to come in, please.
Sweet, I got out of it alive. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
All right, folks. What the situation is that Mrs. Zeminski would have been available to either party to call as a witness, and neither of them has done so. Okay. Any question? Go ahead, Mr. Krause.
Thank you.
And we're back.
Mr. Richards also mentioned that Attorney Binger talked about how all these people are liars, and he was acting like a whiny defense attorney. I don't know why that language had to be used, but Mr. Binger never said any such thing. He never called anyone a liar, except for perhaps Mr. Rittenhouse. And Mr. Richards talks about how, well, in the state's opening, you heard nothing about provocation. Mr. Richards knows that is a specific thing, that instruction we get from the judge at the end of the trial. Had we mentioned at the beginning, he would have objected. He would have objected. Now let's talk about this threat, this supposed threat. Mr. Richards talked about that gas station and showed the video, and it showed Mr. Rosenbaum at the end. Attorney Binger had said he's not in this video as it started, and you don't hear anything from him. And that is true. At the very end, he is seen standing quite a bit away from Mr. Balch and Mr. Rittenhouse. This is where that supposed threat happened. There's a distance between them. Next time the camera pans back, the protesters are pushed back. And you never hear this threat. You hear nothing. And apparently that is what the defense is accepting, is where the threat happened, although Mr. Rittenhouse actually does not accept that, because he said it happened at Blocker 2 North. So they can't agree on when the threat took place. They can't agree on where the threat took place. And it's the only few seconds of that part of the night that is not on tape anywhere. It's another concoction to give credence or to give weight that, oh, he had to defend himself against an unarmed man. There's been talk about how the defendant came around that Duramax and raised his gun. That didn't seem to be a contested issue in the case until the defendant lied about it on the stand. The defense themselves submitted an exhibit, number 41, in which it is denoted where the person that put that video together indicates Rittenhouse pointing gun at Zeminski's. I think it has a question mark. This was their exhibit. There was testimony from Detective Antaramian, and we showed this drone video. Now, but then the defendant won't admit to it on the stand, and then all of a sudden the defense has to fight it and talk about hocus pocus and make up little clever rhymes. The defendant could have told you the truth, but that hurts his case, and that gives us provocation. Now, I did have, on rebuttal, Mr. Armstrong put in 2 very blurry pictures. Mr. Binger didn't even mention these pictures in his closing.
Bailiff.
Because they're maybe the 5th,
like...
6th, or 7th strongest pieces of evidence that Mr. Rittenhouse raised his gun. But the defense is seizing on them. And they inaccurately said that it took him 20 hours of work to do. He worked on that drone video for 20 hours. He made us multiple shorter videos of it. These images were the last part of that work. And that image does show Mr. Rittenhouse holding a gun. It is blurry. Does it show every detail? No. But we thought it important that there at least be some still shot besides these videos. The second one I showed, again, is very blurry, but it's of the shooting. And you see Mr. Rittenhouse blurry, you see the puff of smoke, and you see Mr. Rosenbaum blurry, still very much upright. And that is why those pictures are given. It was the tail end of all the work that Mr. Armstrong did on this video. The defense seems very scared of these pictures because it helps to prove their client lied on the stand, and it shows that he provoked the attack. Now, I would like to show you, I believe this is the full drone video, Exhibit 73.
No clue, Danny Drew. I don't think the NRA will riot, though. Maybe, I don't know. They more squat up like honkies and hide in the woods and commit crimes everywhere there's not a light on.
So in this one, it is difficult to see the raising of the gun because it's the full video. I would encourage you, if you find it necessary, to take a closer look at the bigger TV. Please stop it. Now, if you see in this video, Mr. Richards wants to make it seem like the only recourse the defendant has in retreating is walking into this mob of people who are breaking cars. But look at all that open space that he has. At this moment, he could have turned around and ran in that space and gone right back up Sheridan, and everyone would be alive and everyone would be fine. Instead, he decides to start slowing down and run into these cars in which he is supposedly trapped, which would be like being trapped in a Target parking lot. As you see, as we keep playing it, he goes around them no problem, and he goes right into this totally clear space
Jameson,
that was available to him the whole time. He did not exhaust his duty to retreat. He did not exhaust all of his options. Now, I'm going to go to the video. I'm going to point something out. Mr. Binger is going to play it again, and I'll show you. This is in relation to Mr. Richards indicated that no one that attacked or that went after Mr. Rittenhouse in the second incident observed the shooting. That is not true. This video shows the person that is referred to as Jump Kick Man leaving the scene, and we have another view as well from another video, but I will point that out. See this man in a wheelchair who's struggling to get out of the way? This is Jump Kick Man is right here. He sees it. He's standing there the whole time, and he comes and he helps push the man in the wheelchair out of the seat. So he absolutely was there. He did see what happened. What's next? This is Exhibit 10. This is the Ford Fisher video. If you look after the shooting, it shows this individual pushing the wheelchair away from car source 3. There he is across the street, pushing the man in the wheelchair away.
Yeah, John. Yeah,
Out of the
exactly.
scene. Hello? This is a video you've seen before. It does look better on the large television, but this is where he comes into the screen. This is one of the videos that Mr. Armstrong cropped for us in his 20 hours of work. This is slowed down by 50%, and it zooms in as good as possible given the limitations of the video. I'll point it out up here, but I said it is better seen on the large TV. There he is pointing the gun. He's not close enough to the car to have that be a factor. He puts on the fire extinguisher, he breezes up. It is. Now do the next zoomed in. Mr. Pass. Oh, we got it?
Good grammar is overrated.
Again, that really wasn't an issue at trial until the defendant lied about it. Now, Exhibit 84, this is another video that Mr. Armstrong did in his 20 hours of work. And this shows the...
This is the slowest pan over
Or
I've
the
ever
chase
seen.
at Museum Point. Mr. Rosenbaum does his jump.
Someone's being
See
artsy
the
about
defendant
it.
slowing down, seemingly preparing to shoot. And look where that first shot is. Go back play one more time. This is the zoomed in image that will eventually was shown. Look how far he's not reaching. He's being shot in the hip and falling. And he goes immediately to the ground, and the defendant sees fit to keep shooting at him, although he poses absolutely no threat. Again, 4 feet from the barrel of the gun, not from Mr. Rittenhouse himself. Here is another video Mr. Armstrong made in his 20 hours of work. I believe he made 6 of them all told. They're all on evidence. Here's a close-up of the final shooting.
Good oratory
The puff of
is a
smoke is already out.
fantastic
He's
skill
already
set.
upright. He crumples immediately to the ground, but the defendant keeps shooting him. So did Mr. Rosenbaum turn and get shot in the back that way? No, he was even less of a threat. He was falling face first on the ground with his hips shattered. So yes, he was shot in the back, and he was killed by a shot in the back, and it was the third or fourth shot.
Lady, you can't be coughing on television. Don't be doing that.
How dare you be sick?
Especially in front of that lawyer.
How dare you?
Attorney Richards indicated that Nick Smith.
Objection, this bitch is sick.
Objection,
Nick Smith did not
COVID.
testify
This
to
bitch
that.
is
He was
sick.
never asked. We don't know who or who called the defendant to go to that scene.
Objection, Your Honor. This bitch
And
sick as that.
despite the
She's
fact
sick.
that there's this madman out there who's
Coughing.
such a threat and who's going to kill the defendant, he just saunters down there all by himself. No problem. He's not scared. This threat, if it even existed, was not taken seriously. He's a babbling idiot, as Mr. Lukowski said. Mr. Rittenhouse testified he didn't hear the anything before he shot. He didn't hear this "fuck you." He didn't factor in the gunshot. There is no evidence that Mr. Huber did anything untowards that evening. They talked about pushing a dumpster, picking up pepper balls. That was not evidence that was ever submitted in this trial. And I don't know where it comes from. No evidence that he told Gage Grosskreutz I had to shoot in self-defense. And Attorney Richards talks about how, well, Mr. Detective Howard testified in a certain way and how he didn't talk about the drone footage or anything. He knows we got the drone footage, surprisingly, after Detective Howard testified. Guns do not have handed. There's not a left-handed or right-handed gun. So, yes, the demonstration that Mr. Binger did is how it happened. The defendant was facing that way.
Lordy.
He picked it up.
Lordy.
And the videos show it. Detective Antaramian
Where'd I get this? Pull
saw
that
it
left
and,
hand,
and testified
must
to
you?
it. And it
That old
wasn't
lefty
an
on
issue
it.
until the defendant lied. Videos don't lie, but we know Kyle Rittenhouse does. He lied all that night. A lot has been made about how Gage Grosskreutz had an attorney. How hypocritical from a lawyer to hear someone criticize someone else hiring counsel. Mr. Rittenhouse isn't here alone. He has lawyers. And I apologize that
You think
the
this guy
district
has a
attorney's office
subscription to
followed our
Golden
interpretation
Corral?
of Marcy's Law, which is a fairly recent, especially at that time, constitutional amendment.
Sorry. I had to lighten
Gage
the mood a
Grosskreutz
little
is not on
bit.
trial. He followed the advice of counsel not to turn over his phone, just as anyone who hires counsel can do.
It's
They can
AI
follow the advice of their
generated.
counsel.
The pinch and
We
zoom
got his old
kerfuffle.
video from that night. The defense has seen it. We have it. What else do we need? Text messages from 3 weeks before? They just want to try to dig up dirt because they think it's there because the defense wants you to believe that these people got what was coming to them. That they were bad people doing bad things. And we should be proud and boastful of Mr. Rittenhouse for killing them. Gage Grosskreutz testified what he heard, that he heard I didn't shoot anyone, and Gage Grosskreutz acted on that. He then followed, he left Mr. Rittenhouse thinking that he was not involved in the shooting and started going to the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum before being told by others that saw it that he was the shooter, and then he returned. So Gage Grosskreutz relied on this statement of Mr. Rittenhouse.
Do you think USA Today isn't still on standby?
It would crack me the fuck up if they are. Dude went to shit and it's just an intern running back through this fucking courthouse. It's like,
Let's talk about a rush to judgment. Mr. Rittenhouse turned himself in.
behind every
Are they
big
supposed to
event.
be
It's like
days,
8 interns
weeks,
just
months
like
charged murderers who we know
Hey,
murdered
I
people?
was that intern in a stadium
It's
that
a red
holds
herring, as
70,000
Mr. Binger
people.
said.
Yeah.
It's
That's
throwing
miles.
up red herrings,
Overworked,
false hypocritical
running
arguments,
like,
and
miles
attacks on those that Mr. Rittenhouse killed to try and distract you from the fact that he was not in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm, and he was not privileged to act how he did. We heard from Ms. Carrie Ann Swart. Now that Nathan DeBruin talked about jail, now we can try to smear Mr. Rosenbaum more, although there really is no dispute, or was no dispute, that he came from a hospital. He's carrying a hospital bag. Ms. Swart testified that she talked to the hospital about how he would be released, that he went to this hospital. She knew he was coming home from the hospital. She knew it was in the bag, and he showed that picture of it backlit against the fire, trying to make it seem sinister. She talked about how there are medical papers in there. And we did that image again. Mr. Armstrong did this image for us, where you can get a little peek in the bag. And I would argue you can see medical papers. Though that big image they see looks like rolled up medical records that you get when you're discharged from a hospital. And Ms. Swart testified that he was given medications that day. Perhaps they didn't work. Perhaps there was a bad reaction. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But he was given them that day. He could not get the ones for future days because things were closed. Balch did not testify that he thought there was anything sinister in the bag. He said something inaccurate at the time, but he said that he saw shampoo bottles and a water bottle.
Yeah, Jameson, have the closing arguments changed anyone's belief in this case so far? Has it swayed anybody one side or the other? More so? I still feel like I'm about where I was.
He took some nice photographs.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same.
He's really more
as I
relevant to
did,
Mr.
but it's also
Zeminski.
just because he's basically pointing out everything that they just said.
This is the photo of the bag. You can examine that further.
This is what we said.
Yeah.
Mr. DeBruin must have some
bullshit.
problem with police and DA's offices.
Like, I don't really know where the defense
He
was
goes to the detectives.
headed.
He doesn't give a full story.
There wasn't really a whole lot.
He says, he testified to this. This is not me saying anything.
Erica, my
He forgot
sister from
because he
another
was so
mister, we feel the
nervous
same.
Because
the
the door to the police station still had an unrepaired window. That caused him such nervousness that he could not give a full statement. He meets with us in a very polite, short meeting. He has very little relevance to this case that we knew about. And yes, we showed him some videos. Is this Josh Zeminski? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, would you see him in these other pictures? Yes. You don't know it's Josh Zeminski? Okay. Somehow that's us getting him to change his statement. What's that? We show him pictures, videos, say, is that Josh Zeminski? I don't know. We show him other pictures. Do you recognize that as the same person? Yes. That's not getting him to change his statement. We had him read his statement. Do you have anything to add to it? No. The next day, he goes over to Mr. Richards' office. All of a sudden, he knows all this extra information that wasn't in his statement. Oh, but he was so nervous meeting with us because we showed him a video or photograph that he took of Joshua Zeminski. And then what does he do? He goes and hires a lawyer very closely connected with a gossip blogger who attacks my office on a regular basis and who is very pro-Rittenhouse. Another just funny coincidence in this case, just like how Mr. Hernandez, who doesn't live in this state, could hire any of the thousands of attorneys in Wisconsin or tens of thousands of attorneys in the state. But no, he hires an attorney who Kyle Rittenhouse's defense team has already paid money to that firm.
I'm gonna want to work from home that day.
What a coincidence.
Be here for that.
It might be tonight.
Exactly. Like, that's what I mean, though, is that, like, depending on however long
Mr.
this
DeBruin
takes,
doesn't tell us any
might wanna make
information,
sure
then tries to attack us, and then tells the defense a lot more
I might not be able to be permitted to be in public.
Yeah, this one might be big as shit. Is all I'm gonna be able to think about for
denied
sure.
pointing a gun
This feels
at
like,
the
you
Yellow
know,
Pants man. Said he was being
I don't know.
sarcastic.
Like, to me, an adult now and
Mr. Richards basically just admitted he did
able to
point the gun.
watch crazy cases like this.
So which is it?
So like I just remember how everybody reacted
We know
to like,
that
the OJ
Mr.
trial and stuff.
Rittenhouse was going
I get to
around that
react
night.
like that.
Those big
And I'm like,
scandalous
yeah,
fucking
I wanna see
moments.
it.
Yeah.
This
I
man
wanna
and a
see
fireman
it.
Yeah.
without receiving any real
See it
training in any
live.
of them.
Big fucking
Tough job to do
I want
all
to
three at
both be like,
once.
oh, and like just
And
whatever
he went around
happens,
with his
like,
gun,
together,
trying
all
to
of us
scare
together
people,
right here.
to
Like I want to
intimidate
be
them,
right here
to
for this.
not do minor property damage. He's a chaos tourist. He was there to see what was going on, act important, be a big deal. And then the moment a little bit of that chaos comes back at him, he cowardly shoots a man instead of fighting back. You put yourself in this situation, you know it's going to be out of hand. It gets a little out of hand. Someone is chasing
boy is
me.
not going to be fucking
you have to
fist
shoot
fighting
him.
no black man.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even
That is
act
not
like that.
privilege. That is not
Don't
reasonable.
even act
And
like
that is
that's
not what
right.
any reasonable
He'd
person
be crying
in
and
the
running
defendant's
away
shoes would
if
have
he
done.
didn't have a gun. Like,
We kept hearing about this rock in his hand. There's no evidence of there being a rock in that hand.
Crazy, 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 crazy.
Now, there's talk about how the defendant maybe have re-racked his gun. We don't see that in the video. We don't know what he did. But we do know that as Gage Grosskreutz is sitting there with his hands up, the defendant turns over his gun and is looking at it and is doing something with it. The defendant admitted to this, that he looked at the gun. Fully reasonable that Mr. Grosskreutz could have assumed that he was re-racking and preparing to fire. And it does not mean that a unspent shell casing has to be on the ground. Officer Bray testified that she shot AR-15s. She knows AR-15s. There's if it jams and there's an unspelled shell casing,
Guardy, we gonna be
will
making
take
some
out the
stickers. I don't know
unspelled
if you see how
It does
your
not have to
design
be a
is
live
on
round.
fucking everything.
oh yeah, thank you so much. It's so great.
But
I
I
don't know what
love
he was
it.
doing with his gun, but it's certainly reasonable. for
I
Mr.
don't think they're
Grosskreutz
actually supposed to
interpret
be
it that way.
adding anything right now.
And
I
then
think
what
this
does
is
he
just
do?
a rebuttal
He
based off
doesn't
the closing
step
arguments.
back
The
and take a
trial is
firing
over.
position and shoot.
Yeah.
He didn't shoot him
So he's just
5-6
basically
seconds earlier
touching on
when
the
Mr.
subjects
Rittenhouse was
that
being an active shooter.
the defense did in their closing.
After having
Yeah.
killed
and
his
that's
second person and shot
a
at
right
his
that
third.
the state, as the
He would have
prosecutor,
any-
gets
he would
to
have every
do
right
in the
to
state
have-
of Wisconsin.
to have
Yeah.
stopped.
Just want to
Mr.
make that clear.
Rittenhouse's
We're not going to be getting new
activities at that point.
information right now.
Yeah, there's not gonna be. It's just
But he
closing
didn't.
arguments. We're at the
He
rebuttal
came up
phase.
closer.
Yeah.
He surrendered, and he said, he believed his surrender was not being accepted.
Create a new item real quick.
Who shoots someone like this?
Are you making the
He's
stickers
trying to
now?
shoot his own
I'm
hand
gonna
off.
try.
Ooh.
He never does anything about an actual position to shoot that gun. And as Mr. Richards admitted in his closing, when it's pointed at his head, his arm is already blown off.
Picture of Bob Durst.
We're supposed to be
Just
so
his
scared of
fucking
Mr. Grosskreutz with his Glock
vulture eyes.
when the defendant
Yeah,
is
it's just
holding
Bob
a loaded
Durst.
AR-15.
Whoa.
Then there's this preposterous argument that, Kelly Zeminski is holding a flashlight. It must be to bash heads. Certainly no one carries flashlights at night to walk
That's
home
fair.
in the dark or walk to your car in the
That's
dark.
fair.
I take one. I
That
take
is
my
a
dog
fair
for a walk.
statement.
Yeah.
I'm looking to bash in
Why-
heads.
Who said that?
No.
Why the fuck would somebody?
Who and why? It was dark outside, y'all.
Yeah. The fuck you talking about?
It ain't always that serious. It's really not.
We hear about how, this vicious kick that, if you watch it live,
Ooh.
did not seem to make much contact. Spun him 180 degrees. That is Kyle tracking him with the gun and shooting at him. He's moving as he's moving. That is not the force of the kick. And the video makes that clear. But again, we're grasping at straws and we're throwing out red herrings. And now, a skateboard is a deadly weapon.
And now.
Someone should tell all the parents and grandparents and Santa Claus giving skateboards this Christmas
That's not,
about how they're giving their
there.
children a deadly weapon.
Don't get me wrong,
I
that's
guess they should
smart
get
to
them
bring
an
up
AR-15
Christmas.
instead. It's just preposterous.
Be like, y'all got till
yes,
Christmas.
Mr. Huber was acting heroic in holding down that and taking that skateboard and trying to hold him down and trying to take that gun. And what happened? The gun stayed attached to Mr. Rittenhouse. Because when the defense concocted this, they were trying to take my gun story, they left out that it is literally strapped to him. He shot an unarmed man 4 times because he was so scared that Mr. Rosenbaum was going to take the gun away from him when it was attached to him. It is an absolute red herring. It is an absolute ridiculous argument. Imminent threat. Not, oh, in 5 minutes after we get beat up, then I might be a threat. Imminent threat. You've heard all the videos. I'm not going to go into it any more great length, but when you listen to the crowd as Mr. Rittenhouse is running, they start yelling after as he's running when they're screaming, "Get him." Also, as people are approaching him at the end, they're asking, "Why did you shoot him? Why did you shoot him?" These are people that were provoked because they witnessed an attack.
Can that also be like your next summer
or heard
album?
he was attacking, and they took action.
I love
As Mr.
the
Binger
merch
said,
so much.
I probably wouldn't do it either. But that they did it is brave, and they did not deserve to be killed. Kyle Rittenhouse has such strong ties to Kenosha, but he needs Google Maps to find a business he says he's driven by every day. He supposedly knows Kenosha so well and is such familiar with Kenosha that he doesn't realize you can walk 1 block either way to get back to the car source. He didn't want to go back to the car source. He wanted to go see what was going on. He wanted to stay in the action. He wanted to continue to do things that would make him feel big and make him feel important.
Arianthe's son got broken up with.
No, I'm sorry.
These minor
I'm
injuries
sorry.
I was catching up on the chat.
I'm sorry, Caden.
Again.
Yeah,
Mr.
sorry, I was
Richards
going live with
stated
a Merc Yes and a Merc Dis
standard.
stickers. We have
It is not
stickers
could
in the
have
merch
caused
in the
great
merch
bodily
store
harm.
now.
It
So,
is not likely to have caused
cop you some Merc
great bodily harm
stickers.
or death. It is imminent threat of death or great bodily
They've been
harm.
playground married ever since they were 4.
Where is that when you get a couple
That
screams?
is a tough one.
I'm sorry, Caden.
Everybody
that
takes
first
a beating
heartbreak
sometimes,
runs
right?
deep too.
Sometimes you get in a scuffle
Oh.
and maybe you do get hurt a little bit. That doesn't mean you get to start plugging people with your Full Metal Jacket AR-15 rounds, and no, bullets are not bullets. And we heard testimony about that.
You're right.
Mr. Richards mentioned this in opening, but apparently
Yeah,
he's
Erica,
noticed
I
that
just
the
went live
evidence
with him
doesn't bear
just
it
now.
out.
I
He talks
drew
about
up some
this,
stickers and I'm
how
really
Mr.
fast
Rosenbaum
at getting
put
stuff
this-
in the merch store
shirt
now.
over his head to hide his identity.
When I'm on
He's
my
gonna go
shit and
ambush
not
Kyle
sick,
Rittenhouse.
I'm
Well, then obviously watch the
Hamiltonian.
videos. He's had that shirt on his head
Let's
for some
get that
time.
website.
I don't stop.
Whether it's COVID, this is all pre-vaccine, as we know. Whether it's tear gas, whether
And
it's
that
fire,
website looks
whatever it is,
great.
he's using it to protect his face, not as some evil plan to get Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, let him know everyone
They're setting
loves
this
him.
fire, and they begin walking down Sheridan. There's no evidence that they knew he was coming. There's no evidence that they had any plan to get him. I'd submit to you that the Zeminskis and Mr. Rosenbaum were doing what they were doing all night. They were going to go bash that Duramax or start or stoke a fire. Kyle sees this, and then he runs onto the scene. That's clear in the FBI video. He runs onto the scene. He puts down the fire extinguisher. He raises up his gun. Mr. Rosenbaum yells, "Gun, gun, gun." Why else would he yell that? It's very possible that while he was yelling "friendly, friendly, friendly," he's doing so while holding a loaded AR-15 at the Zeminskis. Mr. Rosenbaum was going to chase him out of there to end the danger. And Mr. Richards boasts that, something along the lines, "You won't do shit, motherfucker." Well, Mr. Rosenbaum was wrong. Oh, that's an attaboy right there. Way to kill someone unarmed because you won't engage them. He raises the gun. He provokes the attack. He has to retreat. He has to exhaust all remedies before he regains the right to even use self-defense, not even to use deadly force. That's a whole other separate question.
Attaboy,
He
disco,
does bring in
Wisco,
restraint self-defense
Wisco,
if
oh,
he
Wisco,
exhausts all
disco.
options. He does not. He could have ran
Attorney at law.
a different way. He could have fought. He had
Bringing
all
in
sorts of
straight from
ways to
Texas,
exhaust
Wango
his
Dango.
options. He did not do it. As I said in the beginning of my closing,
Attorneys at
I
law.
don't think you even need provocation. An unarmed man chasing you, and you shoot him 4 times as he's falling, you kill him as he's falling in front of you, because you don't want to physically defend yourself. That's first-degree reckless homicide right there.
Damn.
And Mr. Richards kind of plays games with the name reckless. Reckless means not intentional in this circumstance. And you can read the jury instructions. You can come to your own conclusions.
Jameson.
And fire an AR-15 in any circumstance like this shows utter disregard for human life. There's
It
no
can
other
be that way,
explanation for it.
Jameson.
If you're shooting an AR-15 at close range of people,
Man.
you have no disregard for human life. That's not really in any dispute. I want to leave you with this.
Very true, Rich.
The meaning of
He's out
reasonable
there with a
doubt.
gold deagle.
I'm going to read portions of this instruction.
For
Obviously, you'll have the
America.
whole instruction.
Oh, hell yeah.
The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and
Calling
common
numbers
sense.
to vote on this like American
It is a
Idol.
doubt
That
for
would
which a
be
reason
fair.
can be
Yeah.
given.
Now,
A
people be
reasonable
making
doubt
fake phone
is not a
numbers.
doubt, which is
People be
based
making
on
fake
mere
phone numbers,
guesswork or
fake accounts,
speculation.
trolling in the fucking
That's what the
different
defense is asking
directions.
you to do. To guess what Mr. Rosenbaum was
Know how
doing.
cool that would be to be a
speculate what
virtual
Mr.
juror?
Rosenbaum was doing. To speculate and
No,
guess
lame
what
as
Mr.
shit. A
Huber
juror in
and
any
this
regard.
unidentified man were doing.
I won't lie. I mean, maybe.
We don't
And
know.
every time they want to
because he
argue, they
killed
just gotta
2 of them.
mass mute everybody.
All we
They
can
ain't
look
gotta
at is
like
the evidence
lead
and
everybody
see
out
him
back into the
standing
library.
pretty much straight
16
up, or exactly
times.
straight up when he was
Yeah.
shot in the hip and immobilized.
You could erase the national debt that way.
A doubt which arises merely from sympathy
Yeah.
or from fear to return
He's
to burdens
speaking
of
over
guilt
me. Fine,
is
I get
not
it.
a reasonable doubt. The defense's whole case has been trying to stoke sympathy for Mr. Rittenhouse and showing how everyone else was just a terrible person. Every life counts. Every life matters. If people did bad things that night, they could have been prosecuted. It's not up for Mr. Rittenhouse to be the judge, the jury, and eventually the executioner. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. There's a lot going on in this case. We all know that. We all knew that from the day we walked in on November 1st. But this verdict should be about what the facts are and what Mr. Rittenhouse did. That's what the 12 of you who go to deliberate will go and decide. You are the fact finders. You decide what is beyond a reasonable doubt. You decide
You,
what
sir,
he is
with the
guilty or not
blonde
guilty
hair.
of from this menu of options that you now have. An imminent threat. The only imminent threat that night was Mr. Rittenhouse. He was not acting in legal, justified self-defense. He's guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krause. Members of the jury, the time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair,
shit.
and conscientious decision in this case will be placed wholly with you jurors selected for this most important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, passion, prejudice, or political beliefs. You will disregard any impression which you may have regarding what you believe to be my opinions on the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You will disregard the claims or opinions of any other person or news media or social networking site.
That was
You will
fun,
pay
Jameson.
no heed to the opinions of anyone, even the President of the United States.
Now we all
or
get to
the
sit around and
presidency
sweat.
before him. The founders of our country gave you, and you alone, the power and the duty to decide this case based solely on the evidence presented in this court. You will fearlessly keep faith with those who have entrusted to you the fair rendition of justice and the protection of our freedom. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duties steadfastly in mind, and as upright citizens, to return just and true verdicts. You will decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offenses which are charged. Any consequences of your verdict are matters for me alone to decide and must not affect your deliberations. It will be for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty as to each of the offenses charged or submitted. You must make a finding as to each count of the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other. This is a criminal and not a civil case, and therefore, before you can reach a verdict which may lawfully be received, it must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. That presiding juror's vote is not entitled to any greater weight than that of any other juror. We're going to stop at this point, and I'm going to ask that you return tomorrow. I'm going to let you take a vote.
A vote?
When you want to start tomorrow. You can choose 8, you can choose 8:30, you can choose 9. How many would be in favor of starting at 8:30? How many want to start at 9? I missed 8, didn't I? How many still want to start at 8? How many would like to start at 9? All right, that's the clear consensus. Well, it's not a consensus, but clear plurality, probably majority, I think. And so we'll start at 9 tomorrow, as we have been.
All right.
You're looking at 12 people, bro.
Yeah.
What's the majority?
The case is ready for decision by a jury of 12. We don't have that. And it's just as important as ever. I'd say more so, except that it was always important, that you not discuss the case with anyone. And you won't have to resist that much longer now. Because
They did hand him some appeal grounds on a silver platter. That's true, Jameson.
Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial or anything to do with the trial. And
if you're this deep, jurors, you're on the wrong channel. You fucked up.
And as I
Go away.
Go get out of here.
Your numbers will be placed.
How are you watching this in court?
Yeah, why are you doing?
Why are you giving us the view?
Yeah. Thank you for the ad revenue, but bounce.
And those persons will be held in reserve and will not join the 12 in deliberation. We're going to retain you here in the building. Those of you who are not selected will stay here in the building, and in the event that your services are needed as we continue the case, and then the 12 of you who are the jury selected will commence your deliberations at that point. So, again, no talking about the case. Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Any questions, anybody? Enjoy the evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
That's that, ladies and gentlemen. God dang. God dang. Chief, Justin, Chat, Jameson, Eberg, Danny, everybody, Harry, Anthony, Erica. Everybody. Lux. Oh my gosh. That was a whole lot of closing argument.
That was a lot.
Not a whole lot of talk show. But we're going to do a whole lot of talking about this tomorrow. Sounds like my ass is going to have to start a little early. Because this is going to start early. And I got a feeling we all need some time to chew on this a little bit. And chit-chat about it. Now, real quick, while I have everybody, we're at the end of the show. I want to hop over to... Let's check this out real quick. I'm going to show you guys how to get to the merch store. And I want to show you guys some of the new stuff I've added. Because it's, you know, it's fantastic that it's there. All right. Boom. If you see this, you know you're at the right fucking place. Alright, merch. Boom. All right. Here at the very bottom of this drip, we got the two newest. We got the Merc Yes sticker designed by Guardy. We got the Merc Dis sticker designed by Angel Boy. We got stickers now, baby. $4 a pop. Not too bad. Lowest I could get the price on these stickers. Apparently, they're pretty good quality stickers. So, you know, if you want the finest of Venetian stickers, hit up your boy in the merch store. Link in description. But Chief, everybody, Arianthe, all of you, I love you. I gotta go eat something before I pass out.
Get you some food.
Go eat, brother.
Damn straight. And I'm gonna be in the text chat for a while. I'm gonna kick it over to the Lo-Fi Beats lounge. You know what I mean? And oh shit, Arianthe paid $15 for a sticker once. Holy shit. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that to you guys.
15.
I fucking hell no. I put that
Damn.
that profit slider all the way as low as I could, and it's $4. So you get a $4 sticker, or get a batch of them. You spend you a few dollars, put them bitches around town, throw my face up nauseatingly. I got no shame. Anyway, I'm gonna hop up out of Discord for a little bit, gang. It was great chatting with you guys.
Later, dude. Catch you later.
Oh, and everybody out there in the digital world, it's been a pleasure. We're gonna be here tomorrow, probably with an extra early Merc Radio talk show. I need Mercawana. I do need some Mercawana. I need to puff on some Mercawana and chill back.
What did I say day one?
Mercawana, our own marijuana brand. Yeah, we do need our own strain of weed. Yeah, she'll will that into fruition. I'm sure we'll bump into somebody who grows weed at some point. Like, hey, this is your strain now. You know. Yeah, that's true. All eyes. Merchandise with the U, baby. Yeah, go hit up that merch
And if
store.
anybody wants a card from from Arianthe and her kids, let her know.
Oh yeah, holiday cards.
Holiday card.
Damn straight. Well, let's let the lo-fi play us out. We'll be back tomorrow early as piss, and I'll be in the lo-fi lounge text channel. So come hang out with us, guys. Later.
Bye.
Be sure to like, share, and subscribe.
Hot sauce. We see that shit ass radio. We out. We gotta go. Yo, crab, yo.